Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and the Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menges driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy race car series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
just laughed, he just looked at them and giggled. Cool. Ah.
Yes, you outpaced me down the hill. Messing around at start finish there. Or start line there. No, during dinner. Just some upgrades to it. So went home. No, we can't push. We can't push.
Toe, please.
Do you need a tow or can you start?
I can start.
You can't?
I can, yeah. I think start as well, but he's just probably on the so, you know, if he's getting that thing,
Control 19.
I mean, I can go back and move to one side.
Yeah, promise it narrows.
Oh, does it?
You're in this perfect position.
Yeah.
Well, let me cover this side. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it.
That's a bit unfortunate. It's a problem.
Where can we attach? Will it go through? Alright, yeah. Alright, we're pushing it. We got it. Oh, we haven't, yeah, right, yeah, because two holes. What are you going to do? Just put this through, tied in the knot. Tied in the knot. Eh?
They might have actually gone round. Really on the outside. Too late now. Yeah, cool. You're incredibly brave.
Say that in a minute.
I've got a short one here. This one got through.
It should go through there.
Yeah, oh, it will, yeah.
Don't let the rope go flat. Go down and, you know, so just, if you just put a little bit of braking on, it should be okay.
So that's the safest of the whole, isn't it?
Won't do more than 30 miles an hour.
All right.
We'll drive forward and take it to slack.
Good job, take it up.
Yeah, they're setting off now.
What number is it?
7.
John Paddock.
Goodbye.
Did you have time for a coffee?
I don't do knots. Want your blue rope back?
158. Nine.
Hej. Eller Kesa Pyberka. Test drive unlimited juice from that. Correct. That's that by that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Harewood. Currently, we have the second of our 2 practice runs today for the British Hillclimb Championship meeting. And out of Farmhouse, heading up towards Quarry, Sandra Tomlin in the Pilbeam. Keeping an eye out on the hill for number 708, Nicola Mingies. She's just out of Country Corner in the Gould GR55B. Nicola, the Ladies Hill record holder. Through Orchard, now heading up into Farmhouse. Had a rotational delay just after the finish on her first practice run. Nicola just Quarry to negotiate, sweeping through the corner and over the finishing line. And as I say, this is only practice, 53.3, a couple of seconds away from her personal best time. Away from the start line at the moment, heading down towards the S's, Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm. Lindsay winding her way through the S's. Up towards Country Corner. Now en route to Orchard. This is the car that she shares with her son Alex. Lindsay into Farmhouse. And away from the start line, Sean Gould. Sean Gould heading up into Quarry, over the finishing line, a little bit of a flourish. And for those of you new to the British Hillclimb Championship, cars numbered 1 through to 10, those are the finishing positions in last year's championship. So Sean at number 7 indicates he finished in 7th position. Unfortunately, our reigning Hillclimb champion, Ullis Mingies, is not with us today. Had a somewhat heavy shunt at Craigantlet the other weekend, car not fixed. Meanwhile, we've got Lawrence Marks, not in a Reynard FF83 as it says on your screens at home, but this is a Van Diemen. And this is the RF84 Van Diemen that he's been sharing with Rebecca Crocombe for a few seasons. There is a Reynard on the stocks, but it's not ready yet. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, Caroline Ryder in another of the Van Diemen Formula Fords. This is from 1986. Van Diemen were for many years the premier Formula Ford constructor. And as Caroline Ryder finishes, Sarah Bosworth in a 1985 Van Diemen is into Farmhouse. My name's Steve Wilkinson. I've been commentating here at Harewood for many seasons. I'm doing a lot less though this year. And joining me in the commentary box, my good friend Chris Ponsford. Morning, Christopher.
Steve, the ledge that you are, mate. You let me into your exonerated company and into this lovely box. And here we are at the British Round this weekend. This is actually the first round.
I was just going to say, this is the very first time I've ever commentated on the first round of the British Hillclimb Championship. Although technically it's round 3.
Technically it's round 3. The first round unfortunately got postponed. That's been rearranged for later on in the year. That was at Prescott. And then the round at Craigantlet last weekend unfortunately got stopped for the big runners because of a flooded track. And
yeah, the big problem at Craigantlet is that there is very little soil on the top. It's very rocky. So once the ground gets saturated, you get terrible water runoff. So you're getting like streams of water running across the track. Fortunately, when I competed there some years back, it was a beautifully sunny weekend, so we didn't have any problems. But it is very bad. And you hit these little streams. They don't run down the track; they run across it at an angle.
Across the track. Wow.
So it's really dicey.
Gosh. Well, just to fill you in, folks, what's actually happening here, it was just Mike started talking. Basically, because it's a British round, they're going to get 2 practices, we believe.
Well, they're on the second one now.
But then they may well get the first qualifying practices for the runoff.
We should get the first the competition runs immediately after these, and then the runoff, and then lunch break. That's the plan.
Okay, is that what we've been told?
Well, that's what I was. That's what I picked up from the online.
It can
data.
change slightly, can't it, depending on how quickly we get through things.
Well, we had that big delay this morning with
Gavin Neat.
Gavin Neat in the Vauxhall. Did you find out what happened at all, Chris?
Yeah, basically, he came out of Clarkson and was heading down that straight, and then I think he just got onto a bit of grass, and after that he was a bit of a passenger. He couldn't get braking.
Right. We were speculating whether either a front left drive shaft or corner had broken. Because it appeared, I was up at Quarry,
right,
and from that distance it appeared that he did a 90 left.
Oh, well, yeah, you could be right. I don't know, I haven't spoken to Gavin. I know there's quite a bit of damage on the car, and he's end of play for him today. But he'll be back another day. Well, he's one of our very quick front-wheel drive runners, isn't he? And by the way, I've just got to say, young Steve, I know you're back in the box. You've got a giant cup of coffee in the box. It smells like a Brazilian coffee farm in here.
Yeah. New cup for this year.
New cup this year. The old one was looking a bit second-hand.
It was, yeah. I should have washed it between events.
Well, yes, we're still on practice rounds here at the
Darren
moment.
Gumbley over the finish at the moment in his Force TA, and he's followed up the hill by number 10, David Warburton. This is a 1.6 litre higher booster powered Gould, the ex-Works car, and carrying number 10, that indicates David was 10th in the championship last year, which in a 1600 is fabulous.
So qualifying for any runoff in a 1600, Dave has got a lot of talent, and the car is tremendous. This was the testbed Gould 59, wasn't it?
Well, it was intended to be, but it was a bit late coming to the market, as it were.
Oh, right.
I think, if memory serves me right, there was at least one other GR59 out before this one, because, paying customers, you know that.
Yes, indeed. Well, these cars, the Goulds are built by Sean Gould at his factory, and his father set that company up, and he now builds some fantastic single-seaters, and most of the big engine cars are running Goulds, aren't they?
Oh yeah, yeah.
But of course we've got DJ cars, the Firestorm.
DJ Firestorm.
Andy Smith, he's up in the paddock up there, and Alex Summers is driving that car later on today. You can't miss it. It's that white one with the blue stripes. Looks fantastic. The engine's got an IndyCar V8 in the back that revs to about 14,000 RPM, which is incredible.
And we've also got, first time I've seen it, the AFS P4T, which is a car that Alex Summers designed and built himself, and that's being driven today by Richard Summers and Simon Mather.
Simon Mather is a big noise in the racing car design business. I think he was responsible for the Firestorm, I think.
Ah, right.
And I don't think he's driven that car before. And I saw him this morning. He's got all his bright new lovely overalls on, a nice helmet. He looked the part. He did look the part. And just an interesting story. Richard Summers, I said, because you Summers have all got white helmets, you know, bar Richards. And I said, why don't you have different colour helmets? This was a serious question. You know, I'm a very serious guy. And he said, do you know how much it costs to get a helmet painted? Do you have any idea, Steve?
Yeah, a couple of £100.
How much?
A couple of $100.
Oh, excuse me. £800 buys you a cheap one.
Oh dear.
So, you know, it's I said to him, well, just put a wrap on it. He said, you're not going to have a wrap on it. It's too heavy.
Yeah.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
See, that's more useless facts you've all learned straight away.
I had a mate who did a lot of sign writing, and I thought he could paint a helmet without any difficulty.
Yeah.
It would be a lot cheaper than 800 quid.
I did offer my services, but I don't think it'd be up to the scratch required.
Yeah, but 2 coats of emulsion, they're not going to do it, is it?
Well, back in the day, we used to do things like truck coat, which was very good, like glue. It was like glue.
Well, what was that stuff they used to use to paint numbers on sides of racing cars? It was like what they used to put on tennis shoes to make them white.
Oh, was it like blackboard paint?
It was like a white chalky material.
Was it?
And they used to paint numbers on the side of a car, and then if you just got a wet flannel, rubbed it on, it would take the number off.
I used to be a painter, you know.
Did you?
No, I'm not. I'm a light-hearted sort of bloke. But honestly,
in the Van Gogh sort of.
Well,
status.
no. I tell you what, I had a unit, right? Because I used to paint a few cars.
All right.
Spanner a few cars, and this sort of stuff. But my unit was an old chicken shed.
Oh,
right? It was pretty up there. It was like Williams Formula One, wasn't it?
Bit like Ken Tyrrell.
It was amazing. And I remember painting this van once in this truck coat. And a moth jumped into it, and so it ruined my job because it wasn't like cellular. You couldn't just flat it off and start again. It took about 3 weeks to dry. Nightmare. Moths in your paint, whatever next.
Yeah.
Anyway, as you see, folks, because we're not on time runs, we're telling you all sorts of nonsense, particularly me. And the cars are going down to the start.
I didn't like to say, Christopher.
No, you know, we work well too. I love working with Steve. He's great, actually. He's my straight man, and he can tell you all the facts.
Straight man.
You are a mine of information, young Steve.
I feel like Bud Abbott.
But the cars this is one of the great things about this hill. It's a fabulous hill. From our commentary box and from the viewing positions up by the paddock, you've got an incredible view, haven't you, Steve?
Yeah, you can see about 80% of the hill.
But you can see about 80% of Yorkshire from here, I reckon.
Now.
Yeah.
I've told you a million times, don't exaggerate.
Don't exaggerate. Me, not me. But anyway, yes, but you genuinely can see the cars going down the start road, down to the start. So that in itself is great. When they get to the start, they do their run, and then they come over the finish line, turn right, and they're in the paddock.
It's back in the paddock, yeah.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's great having what we call continuous feed, because apart from incidents on track, it means that you don't have that many delays in the day's sport. It's a bit tough on the marshals, though.
Yeah,
it is a high pressure.
Yesterday, can I tell you something quickly?
Go on, then.
If you want to become a marshal, you can go on the MSUK website.
All right.
How to become a marshal. Did you know that? Because I didn't know that. But somebody pointed that out to me on the live stream.
Well, right. Well, the MSUK have these sort of little flurries of activity when it comes to marshals, when it comes to sprint championship, British Hillclimb. They'll suddenly go, we haven't publicised that for a while, so that's possibly why it's now appeared.
Well, because nobody came up on the live stream.
Yeah, but if you want to marshal,
yes,
then I always say to people, join your local motor club, and they'll tell you how to get marshalling.
Yeah,
and they'll point you in the right direction. And the British Motor Racing Marshals Club is excellent. And all the guys here today in their orange suits,
guys and gals,
have been through various training courses. They're fully dedicated, and they are all, to a man and a woman, volunteers.
Actually, you can start quite young too, because you won't be able to go trackside till you're 18, but
That's
you
right.
can do stuff in the paddocks.
From 15, you
15?
we had...
Is there a minimum age, Steve?
Yeah, it's 15. We had 4 15-year-olds start with Liverpool Motor Club, and they became paddock marshals, and one became assistant noise marshal. And they're now, all 4 of them have got to the point where they can go trackside, and they're all going trackside now.
Wow.
And it's absolutely fantastic. It's the best way to recruit young people.
Can I just... I'm going to big up Alex Coles. And Alex Coles is on the hill now, and he's driving the turbo supercharged Force. He was second in a very exciting runoff at Chelsea last week. This is a young man, huge talent. Have a look, keep an eye out for Alex Coles through the day. If he can qualify for the runoff, it'd be amazing. Here he comes now, up the straight now. What's he going to go? He'll be about 90 mile an hour through the through the speed trap. In fact, it's going to show us in a minute if we're lucky. Perhaps it's not. Perhaps it's not.
And he's over the finish already in a 51.65, which is, crikey, 2 seconds quicker than he was yesterday.
Is it really?
Yep.
Wow.
So that's going to be interesting.
Gosh, yes. Here comes our electrical contractor from Cornwall, Terry Graves.
From Lanson.
Beautiful gold, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Immaculate. Yeah.
So now the times are good, aren't they, Steve, so far?
Yesterday it was a bit of an off day. I was looking at the times. Yeah. And the vast majority of people were 2 seconds off their personal bests. We did get a class record with the Ferraris, David Snelson, but the people who improved tended to be competitors who hadn't been to Harewood that regularly. They were just getting back into the swing of things. Anyway, heading up towards the top of the hill, Richard Summers in the AFS.
The Alex Summers car.
That's the one. Very, very nice looking car. This runs the 2.5 litre Cosworth V6. Paul Crook now into and out of Orchard in the OMS 28. This runs a Jaguar V6 engine. And I always stop commentating when he's going up the straight here because it sounds so good.
Do you know it's out of a road car, that one?
Yeah.
I know, but it's only about 300 odd horsepower, but that's really not a lot compared with what some of the later runners have got. Some of those are 700 horsepower. In fact, I see going down to the start, Alex, young rider. Alex.
Matt
Ryder. So young Bernard Kevell just coming into our view now in the OMS. He's sharing that with Simon Andrews. It's got a V8 motorbike engine in the back of that one. Nicely turned out car. OMS cars, of course, built in York by Steve Owen, just a local man down the road. Steve's in the paddock today, and he's also competing in one of his own OMSs with his wife, Liv.
And heading into Farmhouse at the moment, another OMS 28, but this runs the Cosworth XD V8 engine.
Yeah, young, quick driver too, actually, to be fair, isn't he?
Yeah, great lad is Harry, and he's half a second inside his PB. Unfortunately, that's not going to count because this is practice. You only score, or you only register a personal best time in a competition run.
Here we got Oliver Tomlin in this beautiful Pilbeam. Sandra Tomlin's car, that's his mum, and he's going very well in that one. That's got a big Judd V8 in the back of it, very rapid machinery. Oh, and he spins at the top there at the finish.
Comes to a halt, and I think that's going to be a red flag because it won't have a reverse gear. Jack Cottrell on the hill, he's going to get flagged down, hopefully before he gets anywhere close to Quarry. And he's already come off the gas as he came out of Orchard. So the Pilbeam MP 97 that's currently beached at the top of the, well, not beached, but stopped at the top of the hill. The 4 litre Judd V8 engine in that is an ex-Le Mans racer engine.
Yeah, it's interesting that because that particular Pilbeam, which used to be, the Pilbeams used to have to be the car to have back in the day before the Gauls.
Yeah.
But that particular one is a very late one because it was actually built, Sandra was telling me, in 2013. So that's actually very late for one of those. But they're just showing a replay on the live stream now, and when they come around Quarry Corner at the top there, you got a sharp right-hander literally going in towards the finish. And unfortunately he probably just was a bit overcooked into there and spun it. But anyway, he started up, he's gone in a straight line, he's going back towards the paddock, so we'll be resuming very shortly.
Yeah, and in fact I think it was at Shelsley, I can't remember the year off the top of my head, when in one of the British Hillclimb Championship runoffs every single car that qualified was a Pilbeam.
Wow, that's interesting.
But
when would that have been, Steve? 2000 or
no,
before
no,
then? Well, before
no,
then.
in the 1980s.
In the 80s?
Yes.
Wow.
And we also at Shells, I hate going on about Shelsley when we're at Harewood, but at one meeting at Shelsley, every single driver in the top 12 runoff broke the hill record.
Wow, now that's quite a stat, isn't it?
Yeah. So, yes, but Harewood has a...
Yeah.
Oh, morning, Chris and Steve from Really Big Kid. I know who that is, Ben Bonfield.
Morning, Ben. If it is Ben, do you think that is Ben?
Oh, I recognise the photograph. Harrison Smith, top commentary. Well, we are at the top of the hill, so I'll go along with that.
Yeah, well, yes, very kind of you to say. Very kind of you. Morecambe and Wise, don't change it. Not our pop figures. All right, okay.
I'll take Morecambe and Wise.
They were great, weren't they, actually? They did well, didn't they?
Yes.
You did. Who's Morecambe and who's Wise? I know you're very wise, but I...
Yeah. And hello to Brian Smith, joining us. We're not quite sure where from, but
yesterday we were live streamed yesterday afternoon, Steve, and we had viewers yesterday from all over the world again.
Yeah. Well, I've got to give a call out to a lady who's watching in Miami, so I'll be doing that later.
Really?
Great to be back, says Kev Davies.
Can I give a shout out to Jim Smith and Nicky Hare?
Oh, are they here
Yeah,
today?
Jim. The last time they came, they didn't bring enough clothes. It was a bit cold. They thought they could come to North Yorkshire and wear shorts and ended up. Well, I think Jim sort of stuck it out because he's a tough Yorkshire guy, you know. But anyway, I think Nicky had to retreat to the car. And I've seen people here at the top of the hill here and those spectator things all with blankets, haven't I?
Yeah, oh yeah.
But today, T-shirt weather, isn't it? How good is this?
It wasn't when I arrived this morning.
No.
Far from it. Anyway, sitting on the start line at the moment is car number 8, which is Dave Uren in the Gould GR55B, and he's away from the start line into our first corner, Clarks, dropping down the hill into the S's.
Well, there's a very fair chance that because I go to other places, as you know, I'll probably be calling the corners wrong. But actually, I have to say, I've got a map here, haven't I, made, Steve? You see, I've got them the right way round. So, you know, so
well,
all the upside down bits are the right way round.
Well, Dave Uren now heading up towards Orchard. And you wouldn't recognise that corner from the 1970s because there wasn't a tree anywhere in sight. Out of Farmhouse Ben, charging up towards the top of the hill, 8th in the championship last year. And Dave Uren through the finish. Again, to reiterate, it is only practice.
The next one you're going to see is going to be Scary Trevor Willis. In fact, he's just coming into our site there now through Orchard. He's a fantastic driver. He's been driving this OMS for a few years. He is actually the most successful OMS driver, and he's won the championship in this car as well, hasn't he? I think once. Do you think twice?
I thought he'd won it twice. Anyway, he's over the finish. He had one of those quandaries on his first practice run. He couldn't remember whether Quarry was a left-hander or a right-hander. He was all over the place.
Okay.
So Will Hall on the hill now. This was a new to him car last year, the GR59J. Finished 5th in the championship, and Will, very rapid driver. Oh, and he's lost it going into Quarry. Come to a halt facing the wrong way, but everything okay. Didn't touch anything apart from, I think, the grass on the approach to the corner. Marshall's in attendance because he may well have lost the engine, so there'll be a short delay while that car is recovered, and Alex Summers, who's on the hill, will potter to the top. They've actually rolled Will Hall's car forward now, so they're going to have to push it back. So that'll take a little bit of time.
Yeah, and Alex is just going slowly. There's going to be a traffic jam up there in a minute because Will's car's still stuck across the track.
We had exactly the same thing happen on first practice when Nicholas spun.
Yes,
and there were two. It ended up we had two cars queuing to get up to the top of the hill.
I was chatting to some of our Ferrari men earlier.
All right.
Because I was quite interested. David Nelson was like super quick yesterday.
Yeah.
And some of those have got some interesting stories. They've got quite a collection, some of them, of not just one Ferrari.
Oh, I know, yeah.
You know, there's a...
Well, David has been has won the championship previously, and he held the class record here for a while. Peter Heyman reset it in 2019, but he took it back yesterday, so that was...
what David did, yes.
David
he was the class of the field yesterday. He was very quick, but he's actually... well, I've got some info on some of these Ferrari guys, you know, which we'll describe in a minute.
Matt Ryder also red flag.
He's going to be... Has Alex got moving yet? Could be a bit of a traffic jam up there. Total gridlock.
Yes, they're all stationary at the top of the hill.
What was that advert? Total gridlock. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yes, it's going to be a traffic jam up there. Oh my goodness! So they're going to start those engines because they'll switch them off, won't they?
Yeah,
they're going to get hot, aren't they?
Yeah, the last time we had these cars all parked up, they ended up having to tow them back into the paddock from there.
So we might have a wee delay, as they say.
In fact, Alex is out of the car, and I'm just wondering whether
they have handbrakes.
No, they just leave them in gear.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the only way you can.
I suppose it would. Yeah.
Although watching Trevor Willis, sometimes you think he's doing handbrake turns as he goes into, the Scandinavian flicks.
He can be pretty lively on that hill, can't he?
He's. They don't have anything as
always entertaining,
cultured as a handbrake.
Well, here comes the big truck that could give him a tow, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're watching for the first time, welcome to Harewood. This is...
here we go. Trevor has 3 championships, so we were both wrong.
Wow. Well, I think I was more wrong than you. How about that? You see, you were more right than me if such words exist. You were right.
Oh, now somebody's watching from the Condor Voyager about to depart France for Jersey and Guernsey, Ayrton Hockaday.
Well, very nice for you too, sir. I'd like to be doing that. That's a lovely place to be, isn't it? Jersey. We've got Andy Bugard. Is he here today?
Yes, he is.
He was here yesterday. Yes, he will be. He will be. And he comes from Guernsey.
You know about the Channel Island people. Jersey and Guernsey don't talk to one another.
Do they not? Ooh, do they not?
No.
Oh, well. Well, there you go. Back at Harewood after several years. Sadly, Winnie the Mini is at home, but enjoying family time, some time with my son, both supporting the Moran boys.
That's Kevin Bicknell.
Yes, Kevin, and of course they're out in the R5 today.
That's right.
Actually, of course, Scotty, he's in his semi-retirement mode because he's not driving a single seater.
Hang on, we've got an interlope.
Hello.
Can't park there, mate.
Right, well, Stuart Stelling suggests we're more like the 2 Ronnies.
Well, that young Stuart, he drives that Mad Mark II Escort, and he comfortably won his class yesterday, which was great. And Ralph Pinder was close behind.
Jock Ramsey is currently preparing his car for next weekend at
Jock
Doom.
Ramsey, who drives those lovely Mantas.
Mark Robinson, good morning from Brisbane in Australia.
G'day. Actually...
Tim Cross on there.
Yeah.
Looks lovely. Wish I was there. Yeah, well, I think watching the live stream is second best to being at a venue. It's brilliant when you're at home.
Oh, can I? Well, just quickly, while we've got a stoppage. Well, regarding Australia, we've got Wayne Penrose here this weekend. Do you know Wayne? And he's got the fantastic Super Beetle up the top there with 500 odd horsepower at the wheels. And he's come over and he's shipped the car over. Big up to Wayne. G'day, Wayne. And he's going to do several events. I think he's at Shelsley. He may well be at Prescott. He mentioned somewhere else. So he's going to leave the car over here at various VW dealerships. where you'd be able to work on the car or get work done.
Someone's saying if we could have only had this weather last weekend at Craig Antlet. That's Kearney.
Lovely weekend weather in Northern Ireland today, and there's no motorsports on. Typical. Well, yeah, unlucky Kearney.
Yes, I was chatting to Wayne.
Yeah, tell us.
And he was over here last year watching the event at Harewood, just in the spectator area to our right. So yeah.
He was, but
guy.
that's what fired him up to come and have a go, didn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Fabulous, yeah. We love Wayne, he's a lovely guy. He's here with his good lady wife as well. They stayed at the Harewood Arms last night. Apparently half the world was staying there last night.
Yeah, they do.
Have you stayed there, Steve?
No.
It's unique, isn't it? I'll tell you why it's unique.
I've been in there for a pint, but that's about as all it is.
Well, they do their own homemade brews, don't they?
Yeah.
And just a quickie on the Harewood Arms, they don't encourage mobile phones, tablets, or anything like that. It's meant to be a clean zone.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, did you not know that?
No, I didn't. No.
See, I've taught you something now.
It's one of those places, if you don't book it at the start of the year, you don't get in. Right, for those of you down at the bottom of the hill who didn't hear that, there'll be a lunch break after second practice, and then we'll go through the afternoon with our two competition runs and the two top 12 runoffs.
Which, if you've never seen a runoff, I mean, this is the pinnacle of British Hillclimb sport, and we are lucky. We are so lucky that you and we have got the gig for the first actual runoffs of the year.
Absolutely.
And if you've not seen them, folks, they are electric. Forget what you see in practice. This is when it all matters. The top 12 cars, the fastest 12 cars, will run off. The top 10 will get points, and obviously the winner gets the most points. And today, we've absolutely got Wallace Ming is our current champion 4 times over. He's having the weekend off because his car is broken at the moment.
I think they're waiting for a gearbox casing.
Are they? Well, I think the car's back at Gould's. And I can tell you, Wallace, if you're watching on your phone up on Loch Lomond, because Nicola's given me the lowdown, you're up on Loch Lomond today in the boat. No, he's not fishing. I think he's got the boys. And I also found out Wallace is a really, really good water skier. Did you know that, Steve?
No, I didn't. No.
There's more facts for you, boy.
John Mackenzie, meanwhile, in this lovely Ford Cortina Mark 1, down into the S's. John used to compete in a OMS 2000M, little single-seater.
That car, that Mark 1, he comes from Scotland, doesn't he?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
That's got the 1700 Burton engine in that, the cross-flow engine. And do you know what? Mark 1, lowered Mark 1 still looks an amazing car, doesn't it?
Oh, they're superb, yeah. So heading up towards Orchard at the moment, John Mackenzie in the Ford Cortina. A little bit outgunned by the other car in the class, which we'll see shortly, Andy Tippett in the Brabham. So John Mackenzie sweeping into, gets a wheel on the grass at Quarry and rotates towards the finish line. Doesn't make it as far as the finish though, and comes to a halt. Andy Tippett on the hill with the Brabham BT 30X.
Now, you know some stuff about this car.
Oh yes.
Tell our viewers, our listeners, our viewers.
Well, when we get it on camera, I think it might be a bit easier to talk about it. It's just creeping up towards the top of the hill at the moment. So Andy Tippett's BT 30X was bought by a couple of gentlemen to go into the British Hillclimb Championship. And when Brabham's entered it into their logbook of sales, BT 30 was the chassis number that everybody was allocated. So it was allocated as BT 30X, being a Hillclimb car. The car is actually 8 years older than a BT 30 and was used as a test mule by Brabham's to test out all sorts of suspensions, and also there's a lot of brackets on it which they used to test those high wings that they used to have in the late 60s on the race cars that got banned in 1969. So this car had a long history as being Brabham's works mule for testing all sorts of things, and then it went into hill climbing. Initially it ran a 2-litre Climax V8 engine, which sounded absolutely fantastic, but unfortunately it was a very brittle engine, and eventually was replaced by this Buick V8. And he's spent a lot of time over the winter getting the car right. Engine's been rebuilt, and it's now got an FG gearbox as opposed to its original FT200.
Now that was a new box, wasn't it? You told me in the paddock he was going to get another sheet up for us, but you already know all this, don't you? You see, Wilco, in case you don't know, Mr. Wilkinson, right, Steve Wilkinson. This is your original Stato. I tell you what, his knowledge is unbelievable.
Well, it does have little sort of blind spots. That's the trouble.
Well, I love working with Steve because I know I'm going to have a lovely day when I work with Steve. We always have a lot of fun together. I first met Steve many years ago.
When we were both photographing.
Well, we were photographing, yeah. Was it Loughton, probably?
Yeah.
I suspect it was Loughton. Then we were photographing. Then you were commentating in top box, weren't you? And Eddie would be down the bottom.
Yeah.
And I was used to walk
Walder
up and have a chat with you, didn't I?
Yeah, the much missed Eddie Walder.
We loved Eddie,
great
didn't
friend
we?
of mine. Sad loss to motorsport.
It was, but unfortunately such things happen to us all eventually. But we young Eddie, great to see him. But then you would be chatting away up top box and I'd be up there with my camera, my bib, giving you a bit of stick.
Well,
I never thought I was going to be a commentator, you know. That was a complete accident, wasn't it?
I started off, I was... Oh, we got
the Ferrari
on the track
crew
now, so we'll more about that later. Peter Rogerson in the 360 Modena F1 on the hill, heading down towards the S's. The one thing about all these Ferraris, you will note, they all have a registration plate on them. They all have to be driven to the meeting. They can't be trailered. And they're all in road-going trim. So Peter Rogerson up into Country Corner, and Anthony Atwood off the line in the Ferrari Dino 308 GT4.
Very special car, Steve, this one. In fact,
the 360.
Oh, hang on, Anthony Atwood's in the Dino.
Yeah, that's the 308 GT4.
Right, I was just
this is the 360 Modena we've got on the screen at the moment, coming out of Farmhouse Bend.
Just adjusting my headphones here, Steve, because I realised that I had these clamp things over my ear, and I thought, do you know what, my ears are getting a bit sore here. But the next car you're going to see is Anthony Atwood.
Now this is not the Dino 308 GT4, this is a 246 GT for Anthony Atwood.
Very special car indeed. This car was rebuilt after an accident, and when they found out when it had the accident, all underneath it was very corroded, so they had it professionally rebuilt, and it is now absolutely immaculate. And he's sharing this car with his son. Anthony Atwood actually is a retired surgeon, so he's saved a few people in his time, hasn't he, Steve? And now he's saving Ferraris.
I actually saw them with this 246 GT when they first bought it, but they've been running a Dino 308 GT4 previously. Over the finishing line at the moment, Brian Jackson in the Ferrari Portofino.
Can I just say a few words about young Steve Nunny, who's coming next? The Ferrari gang are in the paddock, and I was chatting to one of their leaders earlier. I won't name any names. So young Steve Nunny, he's in car 214. He's coming into our site. Guess what his nickname is, folks? His name is Flymo. Wonder why they call him Flymo. Here he comes. Looking very nice, Steve. In fact, he's going... I don't know if he's going flat out or not, to be honest.
I didn't know Ferrari made lawnmowers.
No, he does when he's driving them.
Oh, right, okay.
But that's probably been unkind to him. Not my words, though. Not my words.
They give us the ammunition, we fire it.
Well, that's it.
Looking out now for Richard Priest in the 430. He's into Farmhouse Bend.
I can tell you something about Richard Priest. He was Mick Jagger's bodyguard back in the 80s when they played at Leeds. Did you know that?
Did he get half rates because he's so thin?
Well, I'll tell you what, he was Mick Jagger's bodyguard when they played Leeds. So that was back in the 80s. And now he's driving Ferraris. So I reckon this bodyguarding business is not a bad number, is it? I reckon there could be hope for us yet, Steve.
Oh, no, I'm too old for that. Martin Jones in the 360 out of Orchard, heading up towards Farmhouse Bend.
Yes, the next car we're going to be seeing is Rob Samuels in his Ferrari 458 Speciale. Rob, I think he's quite new to these Ferraris and their gang, I think.
Last year.
This is a pretty car, isn't it? That is very pretty, and actually goes very well in that car, doesn't he?
Yeah, he did a 67.35 last year. And he's through the finish now, 2 seconds quicker. But again, as his practice, it will not count for personal best times.
Is that John Kennedy coming towards you?
This is John Kennedy.
I want to tell you something about John. I found out that he is actually a stunt driver, a current stunt driver in the James Bond film starring Robert De Niro. And he, as co-pilot, was Robert De Niro. So he is a...
And I've got to make a shout out to his mother, Santa, in Miami, and wish her Happy Mother's Day.
Brilliant. Isn't it lovely to see these Ferraris and all the history behind some of the drivers too?
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking out now for one of the most experienced drivers in the championship, Pauline Goodwin, in her immaculate 328. Pauline been campaigning this car for many seasons, has had her other car out a couple of times.
Just as also, she's married to John Goodwin, who went into space last year. Do you remember John that went into space?
Yeah.
They've got a lovely collection of Ferraris, this couple.
Yes, John's got, I believe, 2 Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbases.
He's got some very special cars. Look, here comes David Snelson. He was far the quickest yesterday. This car's got huge horsepower, and he's got another Ferrari, one of his collection, that's got 1,000 horsepower. Yeah, that's his favourite. He did mention the name of it to me. It was very new anyway, but very fast. That's all I can say. But yeah, thank you, David, for the information. He's gone through the finish in 53.61. The next guy you're going to see is Neil Thorne, who's driving a glorious little Ginetta G15. There's the little blue one. Here it comes now. This has got the imp engine in the back of it. Absolutely fabulous little car. Built beautifully. I think me and Steve would struggle to get into this because we're quite tall gentlemen, aren't we?
Yeah.
I didn't say fat there though, Steve, did I?
No, you didn't.
Well, we're pretty slim at the moment. What?
Relatively.
You're slimmer than me, I think.
Relatively speaking.
Yes, it is all relative.
Now this is I think will be is he in the programme?
Who, Jack?
No, Mr. Thorne.
Oh, do you know what? He's only here today. Whether he is or whether he isn't, he's already gone in the Ginetta. But there goes young Jack Cottrell in his Dallara. We nearly missed him. He's very, very quick car, very quick driver in his little Dallara. He's gone through to the finish now. And he'll be followed by John Ward in the Mazda MX-5. So Jack Cottrell, we've got a finishing time of 50.15 for Jack.
Right, we've got one of the ubiquitous MX-5s, John Ward at the wheel, heading towards Farmhouse. We've had quite a lot in the past. Oh, and a rotation at Farmhouse Bend for John Ward. Manages to keep the engine running, get it back into gear and move away. So hopefully he will not hamper the runners on track behind him. But he needs to get a wriggle on.
Get a wriggle on. Well, get a wriggle. That's a Wilco expression, that, isn't it? Get a wriggle on.
Knock on wood.
You'd forgotten what I'm like, Steve, hadn't you? You'd forgotten.
No.
I reckon you had.
No, I haven't forgotten what you're like. Anyway, what's this about your new nickname?
What's my new nickname? Oh, tell me. I'd love to know my new nickname.
Zorro.
Zorro.
I picked it up on one of your fishing videos.
Oh, do you know what? Well, my missus, right, she doesn't call me Zorro, but see, sometimes my knees are a bit dodgy, and if we go for a walk, I sometimes take a stick with me, one of these climbing stick things, and I can't help myself. But when sometimes we stop and I want to point, I'm pointing the thing, and she's trying to get out of the way of me waving my stick about. And this is a thing that old men do, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Stick waving, and I've joined that club. Yeah, I'm a stick waver.
Well, you get. I think it was you mentioned something about your nickname being Zorro on this video. I'll have to look it out, try and find it again.
I've had a few nicknames over the years. That's one of my politer ones, I reckon. I'll take that one, Steve.
Yeah, so it looks like we do have a little return road that runs behind the farm buildings. So as cars come up, if they're on road tyres, they usually go behind the farm building to get back to the start.
I think I need to join the club of how to wear this headset thing, because this one's different to the ones. Some of the ones we wear on other hills are totally different.
Yes.
So when you come to Harewood, obviously I have to pass my exam of how to do the job.
The easiest thing to do.
Yes. Is there an easy way?
Yeah, is to extend it as far as it'll go, put it on your head where it's comfortable, and then bring the top part down.
Oh, you see? He didn't tell me this before, but he probably thought, the stupid devil, he probably should know how to do it by now. Oh, yes. All right, yes. Put that on there, and then you pull it down. How good is that? Marvellous.
Years of working in telecommunications.
You know stuff, Steve. You just know stuff.
Yes, I think the book of stuff Steve knows is quite thick, but the stuff that Steve doesn't know is even thicker.
Probably the stuff you've forgotten over the years. There must be a big book on that one too.
Yeah. So we're back underway with Anthony Spate in the 350Z, running in the Class 42 for Yorkshire Centre members. Looking at where are we looking at now? We're looking down on our live feed from the top of the hill. Here comes Anthony Spate into view, into Quarry. Nice line through Quarry and over the finish. He's followed on the hill by Mick Wilkes, now running a Volkswagen Polo GTI. Mick last year was in a Vauxhall Astra, which was very rapid, but he switched over to this Polo GTI this year. And these little Polo GTIs are very quick. They've got a 1700 turbocharged engine, so a rapid little car. Looking out now for John Reed in the MEV Exoset.
Bit of a kit car, isn't it, that one, Steve?
Yes, this is basically an MX-5 engine and running gear put into this bodywork.
I've not seen that one before, I don't think.
Yeah.
And he has a near rotation at the top of the finish.
He did a few meetings last year here at Harewood. Hopefully he'll be doing the full season with us. And as he's over the finish line, we're looking out now for Steve Markham in the Lotus Elise Series 1. These are very, very nimble little cars. And Steve over the finish.
The next one we're going to see is Ralph Pender in his Peugeot 205 GTR, much campaign car, very lightweight Peugeot this one. Drove well in it yesterday, and he was telling me he's on 13-inch front wheels rather than the 15-inch that he used to get, because he can't get the tyres anymore. So he's finding it a bit of a handful on 13-inch.
Yeah, tyres are a big problem with a lot of cars. Racing minis in particular, they can't get the right rubber anymore. And Ralph through the finish. We're now looking out for Tony Booth in the Mitsubishi Evo 8. This is I think a new car for Tony this season.
It's a nicely turned out thing, isn't it, that one? Very nice indeed, and it's white and black there, black on it. Sounds very good, doesn't it? Going up the straight there, the engine sounded pretty crisp.
It makes all the right noises on overrun.
Yeah, the old turbo working well, wasn't it?
Yep.
Four-wheel drive, permanent four-wheel drive. Here comes Anthony Middleton. Anthony Middleton in this lovely little Westfield. This is an extremely rapid bit of kit. He's already going flying up towards the finish. And I think it's Simon Green as his greatest rival, who's one of our event sponsors, isn't it?
All right, yes. Well, Anthony Middleton's car uses the 2-litre Dunnell Z-Tech engine.
Double Z-Tech? Dunnell.
Yeah, they're the engine tuners.
Oh, okay.
D-U-N-N-E-L-L.
Right, yeah.
And it's a Ford Z-Tech 2-litre, which means it's a steel block.
This was one of my favourite cars yesterday. Robert Med in this beautiful little MGC.
Oh, yes.
It's immaculately turned out in that lovely blue colour.
I think, if memory serves me right, he's competed in this prior to the restoration because it wasn't as nice as this when I last saw it.
Well, yes, he comes from Yorkshire. He's here with his wife, who gave me a lovely cake yesterday. No bribery involved, of course. And he works in the Middle East in Dubai. He's into the property business.
Well, it's a very nice looking car, and he's followed on the hill by Jim Johnstone in the Triumph TR6. Jim, long-time campaigner in hill climbing here at Harewood. I first saw him driving a single-seater Brabham with a Buick V8 engine in the back. Speaking of which, here comes Andy Tippett on his rerun.
Oh yes, he got red flagged, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
The
beautiful Brabham. Hear that burbling V8 going up the straight there. Man, that's a fabulous sound. And I believe this was one of the first cars, or Brabham PD30 was the first cars to go sub 30 at Shelsley, wasn't it, Steve, back in the day?
Crikey.
I've chucked that one at you, didn't I? I chucked a curveball at him then. He's reaching for his book now. Anyway, I'll carry on talking while he's looking.
No, it's not in those notes.
It's not in those notes, he says.
Because this is Harewood, not Shelsley.
Right, well, we've got Richard Greenwood in the little Renault Twingo. Pretty little thing.
Yep, this is the guy on a rerun. He got flagged earlier. And Richard been campaigning this Twingo for a couple of seasons now. Probably into his third season with it, going quicker and quicker. He's followed on the hill
by Jake Bellaby, who's not in an OMS 2000. Right, here he comes. He nearly spins it. I think he's in the S2000 Honda, is it?
I thought it was an MX-5.
Is it? It's a highly tuned one. It sounds really meaty, that one. I think he was in a different car again yesterday. He's obviously got a bit of a collection here.
I think that's his road car. He was entered in the OMS 2000Ms, the single-seater. This is Ewan Atwood in the, not the Dino 308 GT4 as it says on the caption on the online feed. This is a Ferrari Dino 246 GT. And Ewan heading up towards the top of the hill. They had a very nice and very well prepared 308 GT4 before, which I thought was quite a nice car.
Yes, interestingly enough, his father, this is his son, and he's a software developer, by the way. I had some notes there that they gave me, and you had the pronunciation, Ewan, spot on.
Well, I've known the Atwoods for quite a few years now. Now, this is Finn Thorne sharing Neil Thorne's G15, and we've got Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm on the hill.
Alex is a very seriously good driver, very good engineer as well. He built the G14, but this is driving the Firestorm, DJ Firestorm, V8 engine in the back, an IndyCar engine in the back. He's won the championship in the past. He's also been runner-up several times. He's a good bet for the championship this year if it all goes well. Look at him now. Listen to the engine as he screams up the straight. That sounds fabulous, doesn't it? What a beautiful bit of kit that is. Well done, Alex.
Yeah, super run for Alex over the finishing line. 48.97. Again, stressing this is only practice.
Here comes the hill record holder, Matthew Ryder. in the Gould.
This is
Lovely, quiet, unassuming chap, but put him behind the wheels of a racing car and he turns into a tiger.
Well, he's been racing for a long, long time. Started in karts, then went into Formula Jedi, and then came into hill climbing.
49.45 for Matthew Ryder.
Yeah, his hill record is 46.39.
So do you think they're holding something back? They look to be going pretty quick, Steve.
Well, they'll not be on the best set of tyres yet.
Right.
Which is one of the things that you do see in hill climbing, and that, I believe, is the end of practice and the start of our lunch break. Hopefully somebody will tell us when the lunch break is about to end.
They may well announce it on the tannoy.
Right, for those of you down at the hill, the restart will be somewhere between 1 and 1:05. So if you want to wander back into the paddock, have a meander around, get yourself back on post, as it were, at trackside for 1:05, and you should see all the action.
Okay, well, here we are. Well, my old mate Wayne Penrose, who we only met yesterday for the first time. Good day, Wayne, good day. And the reason we're saying good day is you've come a long way.
We have.
Where have you come from, mate?
Mate, we've come from south of Sydney, Australia. So it's been a long trip. The car's been in a shipping container for 2 months, but it's got here safely. And Jill and I travelled over by a Qantas, a 25-hour flight, and we made it here safely.
So, 25-hour flight. So you've decided you were what? So you were here last year.
We were.
So what made you want to come here?
Yeah, man. Last year, Jill and I came here to Harewood to watch the hill climb event, and just couldn't believe how wonderful the scene here is. Everyone here is so happy, friendly. They're always offering us assistance. Last year we came and watched the event. We got to meet Wallace Menzies. I got photos with Wallace. We met other people. We're pitted right next to Scott Moran and Roger Moran. It's just a wonderful, wonderful event and environment.
I think it's amazing because, yes, taking the trouble to come all the way from Australia, ship the car over. Now, you're not just going to do one event, are you?
No, we're not. We're doing Harewood this weekend. So we did practice yesterday, and we're doing the British Hillclimb Championship round today. In 2 weeks' time, we do Gurston Down for 2 days. And we've got additional pit crew coming. So my workshop technician, Ben, and his wife, Cindy, they'll be flying over for Gurston Down. We've also got another couple of Wollongong Sporting Car Club members, Mick and Joy Arts. They're coming to join with us as well. Mick and Joy have organised their UK holiday so that they can come and watch me race and assist us. After we do the Gurston Down rounds, we're then heading on to Shelsley Walsh for 2 days at Shelsley Walsh on the 1st and 2nd of June before we pack up and then transport and tow Phoenix over to Bilsterberg in Germany for a VW air-cooled race weekend.
So you're going to spend a fair bit of time over here. You were telling me yesterday that the car is going to go to various VW dealerships in between the meetings.
It is.
So it gives you fettling facilities, but also they might exhibit the car.
That's correct.
But listen, we're excited, folks, to see Wayne. We're excited to see this car. And there's a reason for that. This is not just a Beetle, as you know it. This is a bit special. This is a super Beetle, but you did put it in the programme as a Beetle 1303 Beetle, didn't you?
Correct.
Now listen, it's a bit more than that, isn't it, Wayne?
Just a little.
Tell us why it's so special. It looks like a Beetle, but it's not really a Beetle, is it?
I've heard the expression here, which I hadn't heard before, silhouette car. So the car is based on a Formula 2 open-wheeler chassis and suspension, and it has all the makings of a Formula 2 undercarriage and then a Beetle shell put over the top of it to form a sedan.
Now just quickly, that's steel, isn't it?
It's all steel.
That's steel.
Got
So
steel
this
roof.
bit is
Yep.
Beetle, isn't it?
That's all Beetle.
This is all Beetle.
Yep.
Looks like a Beetle at the front. That bit's fiberglass.
Fiberglass bonnet.
Right.
Fiberglass.
Fiberglass there. Yeah.
Yep.
But this bit's steel, strong.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Now you've got quite a big engine in this.
We've got a 2-litre combi engine that we've done a few enhancements to, we'll say.
Yeah, that's
So-
been a bit. You can be a bit more explicit than that, old chap.
Okay, we've bored and stroked this engine to 2.8 litre. We've got a lot of very good quality parts in it. It's producing 550 horsepower at the tyres on 25 pounder boost. For this trip to Europe and UK, we've decided to turn the boost down to just 22 pounds, so we've got 472 horsepower at the tyres.
Is that all?
That's all.
Just a mere 400. I mean, so in the back here, folks, in the back here, this is where it all happens. Well, it looks a bit like a Beetle, but actually, tell us a bit about the back end. What's that big fan there?
Okay, so what we have is an air-cooled engine, not a water-cooled engine. So this particular engine runs a fan to cool it, and it's a 911 Porsche fan. So most people who look at this engine straight away assume it's a Porsche engine, but it's not. It's a 4-cylinder Type 4 air-cooled engine out of a VW combi van.
It's the sort that surfers use.
The sort the surfers use, that's correct, yes.
So this is a 500 horsepower surfer's car, eh?
Surfer's car.
Eh?
That's very, very funny.
I tell you what, but listen, I mean, the quality of the work is beautiful, actually.
Thank you.
It's beautiful. And is it 1 or 2 turbos?
It's only a single turbo.
Yeah.
My son, who is my tech wizard, has graphed the engine setup and graphed a turbo to suit it, so that we've got the correct size turbo for this engine, and it's extremely efficient.
Your son's quite a clever chap too. He's an airline pilot, isn't he?
He is indeed.
Yeah, that's right. And he's going to get. He's a captain, I think now.
He is. Yes.
Yeah, so that's fantastic.
Yep.
But not only is an airline pilot, he can do all this technical stuff. I see at the bottom there. Is that a dry sump system?
It is. Yeah, it's a dry sump oil system that we've set up to assist with any oil surge issues on high-speed cornering.
You had an issue yesterday with the oil thing, didn't you?
I did. Yeah.
You've sorted it today.
Yes, the owners put oil in it.
Now listen, apart from the owners putting oil on, I know for a fact that you Wi-Fi'd Australia, didn't you? You got your technical wizards.
Yes. Yep.
And tell me how that went. What did you do? Say, look, oh sorry, I've done something.
Yeah. So last night when we left the event here, I downloaded the tune and the logs, emailed them off to Australia last night to my son, who had a look through all the logs. I asked him to have a look and see why it went on to engine protection yesterday. He came back to me after many messages back and forwards and says, Dad, there's nothing wrong in the logs other than it's oil surged. Check the oil level in the tank. And of course I've checked the oil level in the tank and it was low.
Isn't that a lovely story, folks? Because basically he can get back in touch with Australia. We're using modern technology.
Oh, it's wonderful.
And so how's the runs gone so far, Wayne?
Today, brilliant. The car is behaving itself well. I'm trying to behave myself and getting more and more used to the track. Not doing very fast times. I'm running 67, 68 seconds, but I'm very, very happy with the whole setup of the car and how it's performing.
Yeah, this is our longest hill in the British Championships, and there's a lot of bends as well, isn't there? And as you said to me earlier, you know, there's no point spoiling the goose, you know, on your first visit.
Oh, no.
You've got other hills to go to.
Yep.
We don't want to have to put it into the body shop for repair. It's not like your average car anyway,
No,
then, is
that's
it? In
right.
that respect,
Yep.
you know. But the main thing is you're enjoying. I think you stayed at the Harewood Arms, didn't you, last night? That was an experience.
It is indeed, yeah. Harewood Arms Hotel. It's a beautiful hotel, and it's a tech-free environment. And it's the only hotel I've ever been to, which I quite like, that won't allow mobile phones, laptops, iPads, no technical devices whatsoever.
Not even in the rooms.
In the rooms, yes.
Yeah.
In the public bar area, sorry. Yeah. So when you're in the public bar area, you actually have to communicate with people and talk to a human, not to a phone.
And then just quickly, tell us about your business in Australia. What is it you actually do? I know you're a VW man, so tell us about that.
Yeah, so I'm a VW specialist, and I specialise in classic air-cooled VWs like this model type car. And there's two of us in the shop, myself and young Ben Ford, and we do all types of vehicle servicing, maintenance, performance enhancements, and not just engines, but transmissions, brakes, suspension. And over a period of 39 years, we've built the business up and to a very, very, what's the good word for it? A very good business anyhow, where we've got many, many happy customers and return customers all the time.
And you, in your illustrious career, you've also been Australian Hillclimb champion, haven't you?
I have, yeah. So dating right back to year 2000, I won the Australian Hillclimb Championship in the sports sedan category of 2 litre to 3 litre in my other sports sedan, which I have back in Australia. It's a dark blue vehicle. And then in this particular car, I've won the Australian Hillclimb Championship in Bryant Park in Victoria in the 3 litre to 6 litre sports sedans. That was in 2018. And then post-COVID, I also backed that up by winning the Australian Hillclimb Championship 3 litre to 6 litre at Mount Cotton in Queensland in this same car.
So just quickly, so how long have we got your pleasure of your company for this year? And then when are you going back to Australia?
So Jill and I will be away from Australia for a 6-week period. We're visiting family in both UK and Ireland. And we head back to Australia 17th of June.
Now, I know I'll see you other hills, I think. I'm hoping I won't be able to get to Gurston because I'm elsewhere, but it's been great catching up, Wayne. Looking forward to seeing you this afternoon, mate.
Yeah,
and
thank you very much.
Well done to you coming over.
Oh, mate, it's an absolute pleasure.
Brilliant. We'll see you another time, yeah?
Thanks, mate.
Take care. Well, folks, that was Wayne Penrose. That was absolutely terrific to see Wayne and his beautiful car. We're going to have a little stroll around and see who else we can find. It's lunchtime here in the paddock at the moment, and as you can see, there's a lot of people going around chatting away. You're catching up all the stories of mending their cars if they need mending, and we'll go and see if who's about that we might be able to have a quick chat to. Actually, next door, I see we've got Roger Moran's Skoda R5 and Scott Moran, but are they here or have they gone for a beer somewhere? Can't see them anywhere, but as you can see here, lovely looking car. It is the time of day when people are having a look around. I see young David Bickley in the back here. Hello, David. Can you spare me a couple of minutes, young man? Notice I said young man. See, we're both young men, aren't we? We're young men. Good to see you. David Bickley, of course, is the father of Stuart Bickley, who's driving that rather brightly coloured fluorescent Force and doing very well indeed. So you brought out one of your other collections. What's this one then?
This one's it's a Radical SR1. It's 2013, so it's one of the earlier ones. It's a bit analogue. This one is wet sumped, manual gear lever, no electronic frippery of paddle shifts and all the rest of it. So yes, anything that goes wrong on this is down to me.
Now this one is, of course, it is a proper purpose-built little racing car. They are absolutely fabulous, these Radicals, and nearly all of them. Can you think of any that haven't got bike engines? You've got a bike engine in this. What engine have you got?
This is a 1340 Hayabusa engine. When I bought it, it was detuned into the SR1 spec, which meant it had probably only got about 170 brake horse. The factory detuned them for reliability for the race series. It's had bigger throttle bodies put on it now, so it's back up to 190-ish, which is pretty much what you'd expect a Hayabusa road bike to be putting out. And basically, I've had it 5 years, and it's quite close to how I bought it. The only thing I've done recently is put a smaller fuel tank in it, and a larger rear wing, courtesy of Ian Dyson at Force.
Yes, I see you're in a batch of a couple of cars here. That one there, I know, hasn't that one got about 280 brake horsepower?
Yeah, that's an SR3. They're a bigger car. That's it's best part of a 1600, and it's got an RLM built engine in there. And I understand from Matt that it's 270, 280 brake horse.
Yeah, that's a lot of power in these little cars. I mean, they're like a small mini sports car, aren't they? Open-top sports car. But what sort of weight is your car?
Mine, I believe, is about 480.
480 kilos.
Yeah. Until I get in it, of course.
But then you've got nearly 200 horsepower with a revvy bike engine.
It's quite quick.
It's going to be good, isn't it?
It took me a while to get used to it after the Phoenix that we used to run.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've mastered the idea of driving a car with downforce yet, because you just have to believe a lot.
Have you driven the Force?
No, can't get in it. Well, I can get in it.
Yeah, very tiny little things, aren't they? And I
drove the Jedi briefly for a while, but I didn't really fit it. So after a season or two of being totally outclassed in that, I went back to the Phoenix.
Well, I'm so thrilled to see Stuart going so well in that car, actually. We're going to love you and leave you because there's a couple we want to speak to, but thanks very much for your time. That's brilliant, David. Okay, thanks very much indeed. I'm just going to try my luck here. I see young Scotty Moran here. Hiya, Scotty. Young? Yeah, you're pretty young in my terms. You're really young. And, well, you're on the spanners, but you're also driving again today, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll have a go. Yeah, I'll have a go. See what
Can I just introduce? This is Scott Moran, by the way. Hey, I'll take a bow, Scott. Take a bow. Turn to the camera. Show me your face. That's it. This is your actual Scott Moran, 6-time British Hill Climb champion. Having a breather this year, aren't you? Coming out of the big cars, but you've been tempted back.
Yeah, well, Dad offered me a go, so I thought, well, yeah, nothing to do on a Sunday this weekend, so we'll have a go.
It's lovely to see you back, and I know you drive this car really well because I watched you at Rally Prescott in this car. And didn't we see you at Lowton Park recently? Didn't you have a little go there?
Yeah.
You see, he can't stay away, folks. He loves it too much, like we all do. But could you just quickly, I know you've got your job to do, get the car fettled ready, but this is a Skoda R5. What's a Skoda R5?
It's a baby WRC, really, I suppose. There's probably a better terminology to it, but basically it's just a lower spec. Yeah, it's got a smaller turbo, and it hasn't got the hybrid systems like they got now. It's supposed to be it is going to be more affordable, but it's still quite an expensive bit of kit. But it's very purposeful. It does the job. And
it's extremely purposeful, and in fairness, it's got a 1600 turbocharged engine in the front of it. It's got permanent four-wheel drive. It's got about 300 horsepower, Scotty, something like that. Yeah, but they go extremely well. The handling is fantastic. The braking system's pretty incredible too. What braking system do they run?
I think it's been a mix of Brembo and it's all Brembo on this one. But it's built to have a fair pace in rally stages, and it's like this is it's like a super special. This one, it's like a mile long.
Our Dad's got a couple of these, hasn't he?
Yeah, this one's a 2-litre version, so this is the Evo 2.
This is.
Don't ask me the difference between the two. I don't. No. But the other one's a 1600. But this one, there's only one seat in this one. There's no spare wheel in the back, so it's a little bit lighter compared to the other one, which he does use for rallying.
Well, I mean, Scotty and his dad are from Ludlow. They've got a motorhome business. They've got a few cars, but they're all absolutely immaculate, as you can see, beautifully turned out. Scotty's won the championship 6 times, and Dad's won the championship once as well, hasn't he? Plus, he was runner-up and stuff. So, very much a family of hill climbers, Scott, in there. But I noticed because you've been helping Graham win as well when he's out this week, the weekends.
Yeah, Graham wanted to. So I said I'm going to have a sit back from the big class now, and he was I think he was keen to have another go in it on his own, and he's done. Yeah, he's leading the top 10 challenge in the Midland Championship at the minute. So he
won that really dramatic runoff last weekend, the second one, which was amazing, wasn't it? Very, very close.
So
he just pulled it out the fire, didn't he?
He did, yeah. It was really good. I was really pleased for him, and it was very close to a PB. So getting those extra runs must help. And
fantastic. Well, listen, I'm sure you've got a few things to do. Thanks for catching up with us. Brilliant job. We'll see you again very soon. Take care, buddy. Take care. Yo.
2 minutes.
2 seconds. Rich?
Yeah.
We're right for 2 minutes, boy.
Can you cut off first?
Okay, we're just walking around the paddock now. It's lunchtime. People are sat down enjoying their lunch, and as you can see, it's just panning round. It's a very relaxed atmosphere. It's a family atmosphere here, absolutely fabulous. We're just going to walk around the corner where some of the main contenders for the British Hillclimb Championship are, and we'll see who we can find, really. But as you can see, they're all very busy doing their cars. The single-seaters, of course, are the reason we're here this weekend on today. This is the British Hillclimb Championship, so all the fastest cars are here today. And in the various classes, in fact, some of the classes that the most spectacular and closely contested can be the little 1100cc up to 1100cc cars. Now we're coming around the corner here now, and on the left-hand side here is some of the very big fastest cars. Young Alex Coles is sat in the car here. He's sharing this car with Kelvin Broad this year, and he had a sensational weekend at Shelsley last weekend, and he came second in the run-up. I think it might be nice to just have a quick chat with him. Alex, sorry to interrupt. Look, we got Alex Summers here, and we got Alex Coles here.
You want the new shiny
superstars. These are superstars both. So we got Alex Coles, who's driving the Firestorm here. He's trying to run away from me.
No.
He says,
other way round. That's Alex Coles.
He's a one, isn't he? He is a one. Alex Coles from Plymouth. You've got a new car this year. What are you driving?
So it is a Force TA.
And what was different about this one to last year?
We've got a supercharged engine this year.
So you've got a bike engine. It's a 1300cc supercharged Hayabusa engine, and you were mixing it with the big boys last week. You sensationally were leading the runoff with one car to go, and it was the power of the big Gould that just pipped you in the end.
Yeah, so we did have a good run. I was over the moon when I come over the finish line to see the time. It was a massive PB for me, so good on Graham for doing that time. That was close to his PB as well for him. So yeah, I was happy for him as well.
We were all happy. It was just a brilliant run-off. It was a brilliant weekend. I'm really pleased to see you out in a car that justifies your talent, because you are you are the future, a young driver, and as you can see, you're competing against cars here that some of them have got 700 horsepower. Now I know today you're trying to get into that run-off. It'll be a tough ask, but let's see how it goes. Very best of luck to you. We'll see you soon, and we'll see you on that winner's podium soon, no doubt. Yeah, young Alex Coles from Plymouth. Lovely to see him. Thank you very much for that. We're just going to wander along here, see who else we can find. Actually, just if we turn around here, you see this fluorescent force. This is young Stuart Bickley. We've just been chatting to his dad. Hello, Stuart. We're just having, no pressure. We're just having a little chat.
Yeah.
You're going well in this car.
Yeah, we're not doing too badly. It's not running 100% quite where we want it, but we'll get there. But yeah, apart from that, it's not too bad.
So this car, it's got a motorbike engine in it, hasn't it? What are you running in this?
So this is a K8 Suzuki GSXR 1000, bored out to 1098, built by Mistral, running on methanol.
So it's running on methanol, and what sort of horsepower would a car like, and this is rear wheel drive, isn't it? So what sort of horsepower would a car like this have?
So on a good day, the motor should be putting out anywhere around sort of 225, 230 when she's running right.
So you've got 230 horsepower in a very lightweight car. What sort of weight is the car?
We're around the 300 kilo mark.
So that's interesting. Your dad's car, the Radical, round the corner, I think he said that was about 400 odd, but you got about 300.
Yes, yeah, it's quite a bit heavier than Radical. It's quite a lot bigger.
And you're lighter than Dad. That's been polite, isn't it? Because you're young anyway. You should be.
I think I'm catching him up, but yeah.
But you've been brilliant in this car. It's great to see. I hope you can get into a run-off this afternoon. That would be a big ask for a car up to 1100cc.
You will.
But if anyone can, you can. Thanks very much indeed, Stuart. We'll see you soon. Good luck, mate. Good luck. Good luck. Well, it's an exciting time, but all is quiet at the moment. People are just fettling the cars. There's young Tom Weaver there from the Ludlow Massive, as I like to call them. Hiya, Tom. How you doing, boy? Hey. This is Tom Weaver, Ludlow Massive. Fantastic, great young driver. How's it going today, Tom?
First practice run, I went over the finish line facing the wrong way, but I'm told everyone has to do that here at least once, so I've joined the club. Second one, I took 8 tenths off my PB, so really happy with that. 2 tenths quicker than Stuart, so leading the class after practice, and I think I'm somewhere overall, but I'm trying not to think about that too much.
Can you get in the runoff?
If that was a timed run, that run we did before lunch, I would have qualified. So.
Wow, that's exciting. So, yeah, you got the new car this year. It really is a beautiful little thing, isn't it? It's an Empire made down in Somerset by Bill Chaplin. It runs a motorbike engine. What engine you got? You got the same as Stuart, have you?
Same idea, but the next generation of. So we're running the L7 Suzuki engine. Whereas previously the old car and Stuart's car and most of the other cars in this class are running the K8, so it's the next generation engine, so essentially a similar-ish amount of power to Stuart, but Stuart's is stretched as far as it would go, whereas this is bog standard as it came out the bike. So the potential with this engine is quite a lot more. We can get, in theory, 220, 225 if we really wanted to at the wheels from a 1 litre engine. So that's.
Do you know what? That's absolutely incredible. We got Dad Richard at the back there, Sister Lizzie. She's hiding in the trailer, right? But anyway, Richard's also co-driving this car. I won't ask who owns the car, but it's probably you, Richard.
No, it's a joint venture between both of us. Both own it together.
Fair dues, and they're definitely a racing family because they all race. Bar Helen, she doesn't race, does she?
Not yet.
Do you think she will?
She's head of catering.
Head of catering, marvellous, absolutely fantastic. No, it's a family game, this hill climbing business, and everyone is so friendly around the paddock, absolutely incredible actually. And everyone is now getting ready because this afternoon we're going to be doing these time runs, and they'll be trying to qualify for the runoff when the real action starts. So I don't know how much longer we've got, young Richard. Couple of minutes, so we'll carry on. Thank you very much, Ludlow Massive. Dave Tatham, you're a blooming ledge, you are, boy. Hey, how are you? All right.
I'm very well, thank you.
This is young David Tatham. I call them all young because they are compared with me. Yeah. He's in your DJ Firehawk Andy Smith, in case you're watching, actually, because I did call it another brand yesterday in error.
It was noted.
It was noted.
You did apologise before you started, saying you might make a few mistakes. So,
yes, that's right. Absolutely right. You got a beautiful car. Your brother Peter, he's not with us this weekend.
No,
he's having a rest this weekend.
He's not with us.
He also races. I think later on in the year you're going to bring the big McLaren out, aren't you?
Cross fingers.
Yeah, Dad's old car, isn't it? The Can-Am car.
Yeah, we're entered for the vintage here in June. That's going to be tight, and then Classic Nostalgia at Shelsley with it.
Oh, so, fantastic. Yeah. Last year at Classic Nostalgia, you were fastest car, if I remember rightly.
I was.
You were. He's very modest, you see.
I had a funny feeling because we scattered Dad's ashes up the track.
Did you?
Years ago. And I had a funny feeling. I could feel him going, you're going too fast.
Oh, well.
But it was the first time I drove the car, and what an experience.
I remember that car because, I took a photo of your dad at Top S, didn't I? Which is residing in your office.
It is indeed a beautiful photograph, yeah.
One of my better efforts.
Yeah, no, we've copied it a few times. Pete's got a copy, I've got a copy.
You paid me for extras?
No.
Spoken like a true Yorkshireman there, folk.
Yeah, exactly.
But this pretty little car, this is an all-carbon bodied DJ Firehawk. It's a beautifully prepared little car, motorbike engine in the back of it. Yeah. And I know you've done very well at Harewood in the past. Your local hill, isn't it?
It is, yes, but this is literally first time out this year. So I've been driving tractors for 7 months and getting used to the speed differential.
Because you run the farm as well?
Yes.
Yeah, and the ground has been absolutely saturated this spring, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think we were wondering about re-registering as duck farmers, actually. I think
duck farmers in Yorkshire.
The wheat has been under 8 foot of water in some fields.
Is the crop ruined?
Some of them are.
Some of them are, yeah.
So, pre-warning, potatoes and wheat might cost a bit more in a year.
Yes, well, we've got other farmers here racing other cars. Stephen Moore is here. He's a farmer from Wiltshire, isn't he? But he sent me a WhatsApp the other day with his fields that he'd recently ploughed and planted, and he had peas, which were coming up nicely, and had barley. But he's on different ground to you, isn't he?
Yeah. We're some of our land's down by the river.
Which river's that?
River Derwent, going through Malton.
Ah, Malton, yeah, that's it. That's not the road. Well, listen, have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
See if you can get in that runoff. We'll be rooting for you.
Yeah, well, I think my neighbours are going rather quickly at the moment.
They always are, but they're quick. These youngsters, and they have no fear, do they?
Yeah,
but I
exactly.
know what you Tathams are like. You don't have much fear either, So fantastic to see you again. Yeah, good luck again, and we'll catch up with you soon. Thank you very much, Dave. Well, just looking down here, we've got a line of Formula Fords here. Always a very close battle amongst those classes. And then on the left-hand side here, we've got the big capacity cars here. Jack Cottrell's car. There's Nicola Minger's car there, which is Wallace Minger's wife, and Dave Uren. He's driving that car with her. They've got Trevor Willis's car, the SBD one there. That's an OMS. Very nicely turned out car, and then alongside that, just up in the blue, in fact there is young Trevor. We might just grab a quick word with Trevor. He's just looking at the car here. Here he is, and there's young Will Hall. Here's young Alex again. Alex,
Chris,
how are you, mate?
Very well, you?
How's this rather nice car of yours going today?
It's going well, yeah.
Yeah, it sounded absolutely fantastic just now, I've got to tell you, it really did.
Good.
And you're proud of your other car as well, which is just up the road, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm proud of the drivers today.
They're going well, aren't they?
Mum and Dad are in the 54s, so there's a bit of a rivalry there, which is
fantastic.
Good. And Simon, my engineer, Cam Sport, as you can see on the back wing, he's driving that today, so he's happy.
You went very well in Northern Ireland last weekend till it got cancelled at the end of that part of the meeting.
Yeah.
So this is the very first British Hillclimb Championship meeting where we may well get 2 runoffs, which would be fantastic.
It feels like the longest winter ever.
It does, doesn't it?
It's not stopped raining, and I think in Ireland there are all sorts of, the water table is so high off the fields that even when it stopped raining there were rivers and things, so it's just lovely to be here, some decent weather, the ground's nice and hard, motorhomes aren't getting stuck in the field and stuff, and the track's good now, so
it's going to be a close run thing. We got Wallace not with us this weekend, but I know you can drop scores at the end of the season, can't you?
Yeah.
So how many scores do you potentially drop?
It should be 6. There's a sort of mathematical formula that the more rounds that would be cancelled, you'd get fewer drop scores, but I think it will be 6. So him not being here will not, I don't think, affect the outcome.
No, his car's been repaired, isn't it?
Yeah, and it looked like it was nearly going to be ready, which is a real testament to Gould and the team for building such a strong car. So
that is remarkable.
It would have been, a big push to do it. But
he might have had more damage on it than when he had the accident at Shelsley, then perhaps.
It's a hard thing to say.
Yeah.
I think it was quite a localised accident, if that makes sense. I think he sort of hit something. One end of the car, if that makes sense. Whereas at Shelsley, what you do is you sort of rattle the barrier.
Right. Right.
So I think,
and that's been altered over the winter. The Armco barrier and the big catch fencing up at Barnum S there, hasn't
I think
really?
they've done a great job of that. Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm going to wish you the very best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
That runoff, we're looking forward to it, folks. It is when it gets very, very exciting. After lunch, we'll be doing qualification for the runoffs. The fastest 12 cars will be in the runoff. And we're going to go back now, because very shortly we'll be starting again, and we'll talk to you in a bit. Thanks, Alan.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I've had the warning call in the paddock for the first batch of cars to go down to the start, so they'll be proceeding down there shortly. I do have some changes to the programme which have occurred this morning as a result of issues and changes. So if you want to turn to your programme on page 23, in Class A1 we now have number 97 Gavin Neat, and he's driving a Peugeot 106G, and that's a shared drive with Samantha Lester. If you go down to Class C1, which I believe is over the page, I haven't made a note of the page, but Gavin Neat obviously is a non-starter after a shunt in his own Peugeot 106. The other change is right at the back of the running order, and that is the change is on page 28. And in the Ferrari cars, yesterday, David Snelson in his Ferrari set a new class record of 63.53. So that's the class record for today. And two cars, well, in fact, it's one car shared by two drivers, 912 Ewan Atwood and 212 Anthony Atwood. They're now in a Ferrari Dino 246 GT. Those of you who were here this morning will have spotted that anyway. So those are the changes to the programme, and we're just waiting for the cars to head down to the start, and Chris and I will be back with commentary. So we already have the first car on the start line. That is 845 Ben Hamer. He's in the 750cc turbocharged Kawasaki powered OMS 28, and he's away from the start line, heading out to Clark's, through Clark's Corner, diving down towards the S's, winding his way through the S's into Chippies, and as he exits Chippies, passing the old start area, he heads up towards Country Corner, through Country Corner, a little bit of a wiggle on the exit, now up to Willow, powering up towards Orchard. Ben Hamer through Orchard without any issues at all, powering his way up through the farm buildings, somewhat like driving through the Grand Canyon, round Farmhouse Bend, now powering his way up towards the top of the hill. Wow, the tyre smoke as he brakes into Quarry and goes very slowly. There's a lot of smoke out the back, so maybe that wasn't tyre smoke. He's gone off course, and I don't think he's been through the finish line yet. Oh, he has at 61.76, but there is certainly an issue with that car. Red flags on the hill. So Jonathan Flesher will be red flagged, and he's just spotted the red flags now as he goes into Orchard. So we did get a time for Ben Hamer, that was 61.76, and now we've got clouds of smoke coming from that area, so it may well be that it was an engine problem and maybe oil on the exhaust. So the marshals in attention, and they will deal with any issues at all. Meanwhile, Jonathan Flesher is being waved forward, and he will now go back down to the start from the top of the hill. Yes, he's got a good waft of the smoke from that, and we've now got a replay coming up on the live feed, and Ben into Farmhouse Bend. No problems there, powering his way up towards Quarry, charging into Quarry, and there's the smoke pouring out as he goes into Quarry, and out of the field. Right, well, a big thank you to the gentleman who's just brought me some cake, Robert Med with the MGC, and I shall just have a quick cake and coffee break. Well, the snatch recovery truck is now at the top of the hill. And Ben Hamer wandering back to the paddock. Oh, it looks like to be a various collection of brushes, spades and cement dust being taken to the scene of the incident. So I think we're in for a bit of a long delay. Well, Adrian Kernan from Switzerland logging in and enjoying Chris's paddock walk. It looked very entertaining, Chris. Shame I couldn't hear the audio.
Hello again. Yes, it was great actually, Steve. It's the first time I've done a live one, and it was met some lovely people.
Live timing, I think you will find that is on the Harewood Hillclimb internet sighting, and it flashed up HillClimb.TV, hwtiming.co.uk. So there we have it.
Well, here we are back in the good old box. First car has gone off into the boondocks, as they say in Australia.
Good news is you've missed the cake.
Actually, you're wrong there.
Oh, you've already.
You are wrong, because my chums who drive the MGC.
That's the one.
Well, she just found me up the top.
Right, okay.
So actually, it was a brownie, and it was beautiful.
It was lovely, wasn't it?
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you for that. It was lovely.
I just had that with my cup of cappuccino.
Oh yes, the never ending. It never ends, that cup, does it? It's a bottomless
cup.
Yeah, I know. I've got today.
I actually got this from a genie. I got two just in case.
Yeah. So I have got my drink of choice here. I've actually got. I had a bit of orange left yesterday in it, so I've watered it down a bit more now. So I'm living the high life. And it says on the side of the bottle, "I love running." Trust me, nothing can be further from the truth. The Ponds is not entering into any marathons. No. It's not happening, Steve.
No, I was always a sprinter rather than a long distance runner.
Yeah, I was never really a runner.
Oh, right.
But actually, I wasn't bad when I had a 5 1/4 ounce cricket ball in my hands, hurling it at somebody at the other end, 22 yards away.
Well, I was a what should we say, a passable bowler, nothing brilliant. I enjoy batting, but I prefer to actually keep wicket. So that was my specialty at cricket.
Yes. Have you always lived up this neck of the woods?
Oh, yes.
Yes. When I say neck of the woods, young Steve, today he's come over the Pennines. Is it the Pennines or Saddleworth Moor or somewhere? And he's come from Southport. Now, Southport is where all the rich footballers live, isn't it?
Absolutely,
some of them do, anyway.
Yeah.
Alan Lawrenson, I met him in a nightclub once when I was about 20.
Mark Lawrenson? or
Yeah.
Alan Hansen?
No, it was Mark Lawrenson.
Mark Lawrenson, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a mate of mine, he's an electrician, and he was asked by one footballer from Everton if he would put some lights in the back garden so that as you walked along the path, the lights came on as you were walking along.
Oh.
And he did all this light scheme for this bloke, and since then he's earned enough money to buy a vintage Bentley with the proceeds.
Jigger, can I have some of your cake? No, you can't. It's all gone, I'm afraid. I'll swap you some of my Irish coffee.
Yeah, Irish coffee, yeah, I'm up for
Are you
that.
up for that one,
Yeah.
are you? Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Hello from Gloucester, from Lily Cox.
I see
Yes,
the
we're
car's been pushed back into the paddock there.
Looking a little bit worse for wear with all the...
So it was one of our single-seaters that went off then?
OMS 28, Wilker at the wheel.
Oh, was it?
The turbocharged...
The turbo 750 charged turbo.
Quacker.
That's a rapid little thing, isn't it?
We've got somebody signing in from Argentina, and it's 9:13 in the morning.
Wow, so there you go. That's a long way from us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even most of our, even Wayne Penrose, is Australia further than Argentina?
Oh yeah, it's just more round. It's got a bit further round.
We had a chat with young Wayne in the paddock at lunchtime,
so, yeah.
actually. Yeah, that was nice. Southport, yes. So I used to come up and play golf at Southport.
Oh, right.
Southport and Ainsdale.
Yeah.
Hesketh, and I used to go up the road to Lytham.
Right. Well,
we used to have golfing tours.
I used to play at the what's it called? Not the community one, but the municipal.
The municipal one, yeah.
Yeah. Hang on, we have a visitor.
Do we?
feel my sweat.
Leave it this one.
Go on this bit. Is that alright? Want a bit, just a bit.
How far down do you want to go?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure how much further you do or how much you go. He said he thought he heard it round the farmhouse.
Yeah, I did. Looks pretty good round here. Yeah. Do you want a bit more? Just to be on the safe side, maybe?
Yeah.
Things smell burnt when I picked it up.
A rod's come out of the engine apparently.
Really.
This is what we do. Which one do you want to do?
Over the white line.
Attention Paddock, just for information for all.
Right, well, we're still waiting to get back underway. Last I saw at the top of the hill, they were still putting cement dust down. Right, you're back on air now,
I'm
Chris.
back on, yeah. We've just had a lovely visit from a lovely lady who was telling us about the Ferrari Championship, of which we've got quite a few Ferraris here today. Yeah, we're currently stopped, but I'm sure the marshals will have us back into action. It was there was cement dust all over the track at the top there by Quarry. Was that car dropping oil going into there then?
Well, I think it must have blown up.
At
the point where I said the tyres, there was a lot of tyre smoke, I think that must have been the engine letting go.
Yes, of course, it was the Kawasaki engine, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, the turbo. Oh, they're going to replay it now. Yeah, just got it on the screen.
As you cut to the other camera, there's that big puff of smoke. Now, I thought that was locking up, but then he slows, he goes round the corner, and then pulls off, disappearing from the camera's point of view onto the tarmac apron.
Yeah, high revving motorbike engine with a turbo. it's always potentially a recipe for disaster. And what makes them so quick? They rev very high, don't they? And then a turbo that's really pushing that little engine to its limits. And they push on in that little car, don't they?
They're not hanging around.
No, they aren't. They were here yesterday. They had Will Kerr had his son here yesterday, and he was in a little 600cc OMS.
Yeah, I think the two lads sharing the car yesterday are the two sons of Ben and Will.
Yeah, which is great to see.
The last time I saw them, it was at Kerborough, and they were sharing a little Citroen road car.
So, yes, they're only about 18 years old, aren't they?
Yeah, they were getting their signatures so they could upgrade their licence to run single-seaters.
Just tell us about that then. So if you come into motorsport then, Steve, you can't just jump into a car then?
No, one of the things you're limited in doing is until you've got some signatures on your licence, you can't drive anything greater than 1600cc unless it is road registered and road legal. So you could get a Nissan 350Z as a novice and come out and play on the hills with that, or even a Mitsubishi or a Impreza, but it would have to be road legal.
Right, okay. So,
and I think you've got to be maybe 18.
So do you think the best way, if you wanted to become a hill climber, what would be your best route if you were a young driver? You just passed a test and you thought, do you know what, I like this.
Join your local motorsports club. And if you live over here in Yorkshire, join BARC Yorkshire Centre. They are very, very helpful. They're regular meetings and they'll give you all the information you need about getting into competition. Meanwhile, there are signs of activity down at the start. Looks like we're about to get back underway. Stephen Morgan will be the next car that we see, I believe. They're just getting him ready. He's been sitting patiently in the cockpit all this time. Now rolling towards the start. No.
So these cars are the up to 1100cc class,
yeah, these are the dual-driven cars. So Stephen Morgan on the and we're back underway with Stephen Morgan and the Empire Evo 3 already out of Clark's, charging down the hill to the S's. And he's round Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner, through country, over towards Willow. Now heading up towards Orchard. And away from the start line goes Robin Wood in the Force PT. Stephen Morgan through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend, past the crowd on the outside of the corner, charging up towards the top of the hill. And Stephen Morgan hits the cement dust over the finish in 55.21. That takes him into the lead of the class. Robin Wood, meanwhile, in the Force PT, an earlier model, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Robin shares the car with his brother. And Robin charging up towards the top of the hill, into Quarry. Again, clouds of dust as he goes over the line and stops the clocks on 55.07. Looking now to pick up the next runner, and this is Richard Weaver in the Empire Evo, running a 1070cc Suzuki. So Richard Weaver already heading out of Farmhouse Bend up into Quarry, sweeping round Quarry and over the finish. 55.42 for Richard Weaver is a new personal best for Richard with that car. On the hill at the moment we have Gavin Neat in car 97. This is a shared drive now with Sam Lester. So Gavin had a shunt in his own Peugeot 106. He was perfectly okay, no problems at all, but the car a little bit second hand, and he's taking it nice and steadily around Quarry, and Gavin Neat over the finish 73.31. Into Quarry at the moment. Zoe Shearman in the Lotus Exige, and Zoe over the finish 68.72. Into Farmhouse is David Leach, class record holder in A1 with the Lotus Elise Series 1. Chris Ponsford back in the box, and David Leach over the finish.
Yes, he's just been chatting to Ian Shelbourne, who was looking for Stephen Hepworth. He's going to send him a text. Stephen, if you're about, you said you'd meet him by the commentary box, but you haven't made it just yet. But anyway, he's going to send you a text and meet up with you.
Tony Adams, meanwhile, in the Lotus Elise Cup. This is a 1.8 supercharged Elise into the final corner and over the finish in 69.84, and that establishes a personal best for Tony Adams in that car.
I just want to have a word now. You've got a Porsche coming into our site of Peter Herbert. This is a beautiful, beautiful 911. Listen to the sound of this one, but this is a lovely looking original 911 air-cooled Porsche, well-campaigned car. Lovely, lovely thing. Love to take that home with me. That would be great. And he will be followed by Robbie Birrell in his Cayman, which is an absolute beast of a car, very well driven. You've got it coming into our site now. Nearly 500 brake horsepower. Finished second on the Isle of Man last week on the hill climbs there, racing against Radicals of all things. And to come second to them was amazing. He's going up towards the finish now, Robbie, and he'll be followed by Chris Beresford. Wide line, yes, a bit of dust up there. Here comes us, Chris Beresford in the Porsche Subaru Impreza. This grey one, don't be deceived, this has got 600 brake horsepower. He's from London, and he's one of our very rapid competitors.
Yeah, and Robbie Birrell has gone into the lead of Class A2. Chris Beresford, 62.15. Heading through the farm buildings at the moment. Jonathan Flesher in the OMS 28. And Jonathan over the finish with a 51.65, which is a new personal best, and it's also the fastest qualifying time we've got so far for the top 12 runoff. Heading towards Farmhouse, Richard Price in the Caterham 7, running solo after the withdrawal of John Pick. And Richard through the finish, 64.76. Looking out now for the next car on the hill. We're into Mod Prods. This is Mark Maynard. Modified production cars, the Hillman Imp. Mark had a little bit of a rotational delay at Quarry on his first practice this morning, locked a wheel up there going into that final corner, and over the finish 73.72 on the start line at the moment. 103 Amy Jenkins, and I notice in the background Eric Moray being pushed away, and Amy is reversing away from the start line. So I'm not quite sure what the problem is down there. And we're back in action again with Amy Jenkins in the Renault Clio. First time that she's competed in a British Hillclimb meeting. She was here yesterday, posted a new PB in this car of 72.21, so she'll be looking to beat that sort of time, rounding Chippies. Out of Chippies up towards Country. And Amy heading towards Willow, whereas down in the S's it's Stuart Stelling in the Escort. Amy Jenkins heading up towards an outer farmhouse, out of Orchard. Stuart Stelling to be caught there on the live feed into Country Corner. Amy Jenkins out of farmhouse. And Amy just Quarry to negotiate. Stuart Stelling heading towards farmhouse. And Amy through the finish 72.63, not quite as quick as she was yesterday. Stuart Stelling already out of farmhouse with the Ford Escort RS 2000 minus Droop Snoot, which I believe is in a hedgerow somewhere in Prescott. And Stuart over the finish 64.91. Now on the hill we have Jim Herbert and Jeff Twemlow. Picking up Jeff Twemlow on the live feed. Jim Herbert in the Mitsubishi is into Farmhouse Bend. Ooh, that was a rather loud bang out of the Herbert Mitsubishi Lancer. Jeff Twemlow, meanwhile, making his way over towards Willow. What time did we get for Jim Herbert on the 60.29 for Jim Herbert, which is a new PB. And
here comes young Jeff Twemlow, actually. He's travelled all the way up from Cornwall, and he's got a refreshed engine in that one this year. He's a long-time competitor, and he's had a lot of dealings with Tillicoultry Quarries, because I think he was involved with Tilly, and that he's wide onto that dust up there that was put down on the track out of Quarry. But great to see him.
69.27 for Jeff. Jim Herbert's 60.29 was a new PB in the Mitsubishi. We're picking up Hayden Spedding now at Orchard.
Yeah, we got Hayden Spedding in this glorious Jaguar E-Type. He's campaigned this for many years. He's got the soft top down. Just have a look at this one, folks. Listen to that fabulous 6-cylinder Jag engine there going up the hill. He's a local man there, and in fact is Richard Spedding. Is that his son?
Richard and Rob are both his sons, yeah.
Yep, there's a lot of dust coming up out of Quarry, which you'll see on the live stream, obviously where the engine went bang before. We got another fabulous Porsche on the hill, the 911 Carrera of Jonathan Williamson, and that's co-driven with Laura Wardle. Here it comes into our sight now. This car, he's had this for years. It had its first engine rebuild in 30 years this winter, sounding absolutely terrific. Got about 300 odd horsepower, beautiful looking thing. In the distance, I can see young Stephen Moore, our farmer from Salisbury Way. He's very rapid. Steve, if you'd like to take this one up.
Right, well, Stephen Moore already out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Former Gerston Down Hillclimb champion. Stephen Moore powering his way up towards the top of the hill, and he'll be chased by Damien Bradley in the class record holding Legacy GL. And Stephen Moore over the finish, 60.25 goes into the lead of the class, but only just from Jim Herbert.
But now Stephen Moore will be chased by Damien Bradley in this incredible Legacy. This is the fastest tin top in the country on the hills at the moment. This Legacy has had improvements over the winter, better brakes, amongst other things. It's got an awful lot of brake horsepower. In fact, he's going rather slowly around Orchard, is he? No, that doesn't look to be on song, is it? I don't know. Anyway, here comes the Legacy, taking it steady. looking very steady. In fact, he's coming to a stop. I thought something had gone wrong. That's a great shame. So you can see him down by Farmhouse there, the quickest tin top in the country at the moment, but they've got a problem. It hasn't been red flagged, has it, Steve?
I don't think so. I can't see any red flags trackside.
He started again, so he's going to go on to the finish now. Maybe a minor problem, something was sticking, so he had to hold back. So anyway, he'll have his turn later, but unfortunately that time run is going to cost him, isn't it?
He's certainly not going to score any points in the Cup competition, and it's going to exclude him at 100.48. It's going to exclude him from qualification, although at the moment we've only had 5 qualifiers, so he is on the board, as it were. On the start line at the moment, that looks very much like car number 2.
Is it Roger or Scott?
Scotty Poos.
You think it's Scott, do you?
No, 702. No, it's 02, so it'll be Scott.
Now, on the line, we've got this lovely Skoda R5. This is very much like a WRC full rally car. It is being driven by Scott Moran, our erstwhile 6 times British Hillclimb champion in the big classes. He's having a rest year. Whether he'll come back to the single-seaters, we don't know. But his dad, Roger, who was also Hillclimb champion, and runner-up as well, he's got a couple of these, and Scotty decided to come with Dad this weekend to have a go in the R5. This is a permanent 4-wheel drive car. It's got about 300 brake horsepower. It's immaculately prepared. It's got fantastic brakes. The handling on these little cars are absolutely tremendous. Here comes young Scotty into Farmhouse, and you watch as it comes around Farmhouse here and puts the power down going up that straight. Only 300 odd brake horsepower, but look at that. That's really flying, isn't it? So young Scotty, we'll see what time he does.
So Scott Moran's quarry, and over the finish, 58.94. And that establishes the class record in our new Class E in the British Hillclimb Championship.
Is that the new class, Steve?
That's the one, yeah.
Is that the rally car class?
Well, no, it's for Sports Libra Saloons.
Wow.
On the hill at the moment, we have Samantha Lester in her little Peugeot 106. This is the car that she's loaned out. We saw earlier to Gavin Neat. He's sharing this car because of problems with his own. And Samantha making her way to the top of the hill. First time she's competed in this car at Harewood. And over the finish in 70.63.
She normally drives the Formula Ford, but anyway, here we got Michael Thompson in the Lotus Exige coming by us now. He's very, very rapid from Worksop. Co-drives this car with wife Zoe. She owns the car. Michael will be bringing his Honda S2000 out to play later on today. Not today, this season. Very quick. He's through the finish now in 65.47. Mark Lawrence is on his way in the Porsche Cayman coming in Farmhouse now. These Porsche Caymans look very nice indeed, and will be followed by Rebecca Crocombe.
Yeah, Michael Thompson has got into the lead of Class A1 just ahead of David Leach. Mark Lawrence, meanwhile, over the finish in the Cayman, 65.81, slots him into second place behind co-driver Robbie Birrell. We now move into the shared drives in Formula Fords with Rebecca Crocombe at the wheel of the Van Diemen RF84.
Who's she sharing with, Steve?
She's sharing with Lawrence Marks. And Rebecca up through the finish, over the finishing line, 70.82, just a couple of tenths away from her personal best. Paul Harris in the RF85 Van Diemen heads into Farmhouse. He shares the car with his son Jimmy, who we'll see later. Paul Harris into Quarry over the finishing line, 68.22, takes him into the lead of the Formula Fords for the time being. Heading up towards Farmhouse at the moment, Liam Cooper in the Force TA.
Sharing with his wife Olivia. This is their first run out this season, actually, in this little car, this little Force. They come up from the West Country, and through the finish line there, Liam Cooper finishes in a time of 55.47. Paul Jones will be following in the Force TC. Here comes Paul, and he will be followed by Alan Warburton. Yes, of course, Paul Jones is sharing Darren Gumbly's car this season. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yep, that's right. Quick driver finishes in a time of 60.37 for Paul. Alan Warburton on the hill now. He's driving his Gould GR59. This is a 1600cc motorbike engine car. He's got his son David driving this car with him. They always go very well, and good contenders for the runoff. Anyway, here goes Alan, running on methanol, popping and banging up the hill. Going to run off towards the finish, and he will be followed by Andrew Colburn in a very, very lovely Van Diemen. It's an ex-Formula Ireland car. And I'm just trying to see where he is at the moment. Is he, he's still, there he is, down the bottom of the hill there, just coming out of country there. Pretty car, runs a 2-litre engine in the back. I think it's a Ford engine in that one. I've described it as a Renault in the past.
Zetec.
It is a Ford Zetec. There you are. Thank you for my learned friend sat next to me. My man that knows most things. Here you are, Steve. Take us away.
Yeah, well, the Van Diemen RF02 FX, when it was in Formula Asia, it had two different bodies. It could have a single centre seat Sports Libra or this single seat version. When it was used in Formula Ireland, it was only ever used as a single seater. Andrew Coleman, 6233.
6233. So the next car we'll be seeing will be Nikki Cottrell. That's Jack Cottrell's mum, and she's driving the family Pilbeam MP82. Beautifully turned out car, that one. I think it's got a 2-litre Millington engine in the back of it. Yeah, she hasn't done much driving for about 5 years, so she's still finding her feet a bit. And husband John is also driving that car today, and she's just gone through the finish. She'll be followed by Nicola Dearden in the Gould Dallara, which she's sharing with Andrew Henson.
Yeah, this is an interesting car. It was based on a 1994 Formula 3 Dallara, and was upgraded by Goulds. They did 2 or 3 of them, and it's won quite a few Hillclimb runoffs in the hands of Ben Butterfield.
So that's got a bit of history, that little car, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've got one of the young...
And Nicola's just set a new PB of 70.2.
Excellent. David Bickley just coming into our site now in his Radical. I had a chat with him in the Paddock at lunchtime, and his son Stuart, of course, we had a chat with him as well. In his little 1300 Radical, just goes off to the finish. We'll be followed by Alan McDonald, who is always very rapid, driving the enclosed Force, which we'll see in a minute. Here comes young Alan round Farmhouse now. He comes from Scotland. He used to race motorbikes. He raced on the Isle of Man.
And winner of the Manx Grand Prix.
Oh, well, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the ex-Rob Stevens car. And Alan up through the finish, over the line, 61.74.
Highly entertaining. So the next one we see is Matthew Price in his little Radical. Matthew is from the Midlands, from Hales Owen Way. He's got a motorbike engine in the back, but this one chucks out about 270, 280 brake horsepower. This is, I think, only his second season, first or second season, and he used to come to Loughton Park. He nearly spins it out of Quarry at the top, but he gets through the finish.
And 57.67 is the new personal best and takes him into the lead of the class.
Now a bit of excitement, folks. Wayne Penrose has come all the way from Australia to take part in his Superbug. 500 brake horsepower at the wheels out of this VW engine Beetle, if you can call it that. Well, this is what he got on the straight. absolutely flying up the straight there. The turbo kicks in. Great to see Wayne out to play and bring his car over from Australia. Nearly loses it into Quarry. Goodness me, Wayne's had a bit of an adventure up that run and finishes in 65.71. Duncan Barnes approaching us now. Here comes Duncan in the Norma. These are the car to have on European long hill climb courses. 500 horsepower, Honda engine in the back, absolute rocket ship. And he also is one of Wallace Mingus' main men on assisting his championship. So what time can Duncan show us? 54.60 for Duncan. Gary Warren approaches us now in his little Empire Evo single-seater. He's travelled down from Scotland. He's entered the British Hillclimb Championship. Quick driver, little motorbike engine car, as you can see there. He'll be hoping to, I think he was about 6th quickest yesterday. It's still very tricky up the top there. Big, almost, did the engine go bang, or was that just the dust, Steve?
That was the dust, yeah. 53.68, second fastest qualifier so far.
Young Nigel Pitt approaches us now. Shoestring Racing, OMS, lovely little car this. He comes from Bromyard in Worcestershire, and he's here with his partner Claire. Good afternoon to you, Claire. So Nigel's going to finish now. He's going to do a time of
55.72, which is a new personal best for Nigel Pitt. And it knocks Damien Bradley out of the top 12.
Oh, that's interesting, because, yeah, it's in top, potentially in the top 12, but anyway.
Gavin McLaren round Farmhouse.
It is Gavin McLaren, yes. It's a pretty little car. He had a cover on the back engine last year, but this is an OMS 2000. This was built in 2000. Again, little motorbike engine in the back there, but he's going nicely today. He's got it up to the top there now. We'll tell you what time when we find out. And he'll be followed by Tim Thompson, who's come back to racing. He's racing in the OMS 28, and in fact I think this is Jonathan Flesher's car from what I remember, and where it's got the orange sticker on the side, that denotes they're running on methanol, which does gain you a few extra horsepower, but it's very corrosive fuel, so you have to have the right seals on the engine there to stop it corroding the pipes. Here comes young Tom Morgan. Look at the bright helmet. It's always easy to tell by the helmet. You see the fluorescent on the tail as well. This was a brand new Empire last season. Very well sorted little car. Tom is a young driver. He's only about 18, 19 years old. Goes through to the finish, and he'll be followed by Richard Walker at 52.07 for Tom Morgan. So the single-seaters are coming thick and fast at the moment. They're all trying to qualify for that first runoff. I see down on the start line is Stuart Bickley, but coming into my view now is Richard Walker in his OMS 04. So that was built in 04, so it's been around for quite a while. Approaching the finish. I don't think he's going to qualify for the runoff, but he's had a nice steady run up. 57.95 for Richard Walker.
Qualifies in 8th at the moment. Anthony Wood, we now pick up in the Force PT, heading into an out of country corner, across the hill to Willow. Now charging up towards Orchard. Anthony Wood up towards Farmhouse. The Force PT, meanwhile, Stuart Bickley is on the hill in the Force TA.
Stuart, very rapid driver. Interviewed him at lunchtime. You can't miss his car. This is the fluorescent yellowy green car. Again, little motorbike engine in the back of it. He's been a bit of a sensation in this car. In fact, they raced at Jeddah before. Dad's racing that Radical. There's young Stuart Bickley flying up the hill. I'd love to see him get in the runoff, and he will be followed by Tom Weaver from Ludlow, who we had a quick chat with at lunchtime in this beautiful little Empire. They've been really pleased. Dad Richard, their co-owners of this car, Richard, Tom. Young Tom Weaver, can he get in the runoff?
Stuart Bickley, second fastest qualifier. He's knocked Wayne Penrose out. So Tom Weaver up towards the top of the hill. Over the finish.
Don't know whether he went off over the lines there. I couldn't quite see, but very fast finish. A 51.75 for Tom Weaver. David Tatham, local man from Malta. He was second, I think, in the Harewood Championship last year. And he's driving his DJ Firehawk up the hill today, which is a fabulously turned out little all-carbon car. And he spins it at the finish. Goes over the line backwards. I don't know if that qualified. It would have been a 51.26. Is it going to qualify?
It will do, because all four wheels stayed on the course.
Wow, that was quite something to spin at the finish and still get 51.26.
That knocks Alan MacDonald out.
Steve has got this great system here. It's very organised, as young Steve. He knows exactly who the fastest qualifiers are as we speak.
Well, at the moment, it's David Tatham on a 51.26. Then we have Jonathan Flesher, 51.65. Stuart Bickley, 51.72. They're the top three. But it's all going to change. And as my good friend Jerry Sturman would say, on the bubble at the moment, on 60.37, Paul Jones.
We still have these very, very big single-seaters yet to come, so this will change, as Steve quite rightly says. You can see them, if you look down over the top here, you can see these single-seaters going down to the start now, and they will be getting faster and faster. Marvellous to see them, actually. It's so exciting. This is our first British Championship hill climb of the year, where we're potentially, with the sun shining, we're going to get some runoffs, which is going to be incredible. The defending champion, Wallace Menzies, is not with us this weekend, and one or two other contenders, so that it's wide open. So is it going to be a Matt Ryder day, an Alex Summers day, a Will Hall day? Who else can we think of that might... Oh, Trevor Willis. He's going to have something to say about it. My goodness me, it's exciting, isn't it, Steve?
You never know what... And you never know what will happen if it rains.
It's not going to rain. Come on, Steve. It's not going to rain this afternoon. Don't be the doom monger. We've had enough rain to last us a lifetime, haven't we, really? In fairness, our first... we were cancelled here, first meeting of the year, the practice day.
Well, that was all due to the fact that the fields... the spectator paddock and the area where they put the trailers was flooded.
Yes.
I don't think it was a problem with the course.
No, sure.
It was the facility.
Absolutely.
As we had. Quagmire.
Yeah, we had the same problem at Prescott for the spectator facilities and trailers. It was an unreal...
One of the interesting venues I used to go to when I was sprinting was Pembrey. And Pembrey Circuit is actually below sea level.
Oh, really?
So if it's raining inland... You can be in the sunshine, the tide's coming in, and you'll look down at the ground and water's bubbling up from the ground.
Wow.
It's
wow.
weird.
That is
anyway,
weird.
We have a car on the start line. We have a photographer who's showing his best side to us at the moment.
Oh, yes. He's getting down and dirty for the low shot, isn't he, eh?
Yeah, don't trip over that cable, please. Thank you.
Slight delay here, isn't there? Could I just mention, by the way, I was just before they go, young Chris Beresford, who was driving that lovely Subaru, he runs that HillClimbing.org, which is basically a results service, bang up to date results and records, a record service. So yeah, HillClimbing.org. Have a look at that, folks. That's an interesting thing to go on if you want more information about what we do and the records. Does a fine job there. He drives that very rapid Subaru, which has got the Stephen Darley engine in that one, who seems to be the man for Subaru engines, doesn't he?
Oh yes. Yeah.
Now, is that Kelvin Broad's car?
It's number 880, so it's Kelvin in the car.
It is, isn't it, with that black helmet? This is the car that he now part owns with Alex Coles and Neil Coles, and they're sharing the car this year. They're half owners. And Kelvin, he's always been a quick competitor, hasn't he? And now he's got young Alex. Yeah, that's going to be seriously difficult. Oh, what's happening here? I've got something flying off here.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying he's being prodded by the young protege.
The protege, yes. Well, young Alex, we had a quick word with him up in the paddock at lunchtime. He's one of our young flying drivers, isn't he, really? Him and young Tom Weaver. We got Stuart Bickley, haven't we?
Yeah.
We got Dylan Flesher, I remember, from last year. He's not here this year, or not so far, but his dad is, isn't he?
Yeah. And you've got to also remember that amongst the... Oh, we're off and running again, but we've got Matt Ryder as well in there from the young drivers. Kelvin Broadaway dropping down towards the S's.
Yes, Kelvin Broad, yes, looking good. Yes, you mentioned young Matt Ryder. He'll be out in the big Gould, so he's already established himself into a big car, sharing with Sean Gould. So he's already a Hill record holder. But here's Kelvin driving this supercharged Hayabusa engine in the back, which gives a lot of horsepower, probably 350 to 370 horsepower, I think, from where I remember speaking. So anyway, there he is down at Orchard now. He puts the power down. And these motorbike engines with a supercharger or a turbocharger chuck out an awful lot of horsepower. You watch him as he comes out of the farmhouse. Here he comes. Absolutely flying up the straight, probably through the speed trap at about 90 miles an hour. Heading up towards the finish now. There's still a lot of dust on the track up there where they lost that oil. But nevertheless, he's through to the finish now, and he's finished in a 57.20. Simon Mather, Simon, yes, he's driving Alex Summers' P4T. Here he comes now. He had brand new shiny overalls on today. He's driving it very well, actually. He looks absolutely at home in that car. Well done, young Simon. Will be followed by Lynn Owens. So Simon goes off up to the finish and finishes in a time of 59.99. That's his first time in the car is today, I think. I think he might have had a quick go in it at Kerber, I'm not sure. Here's Lynn Owen, Stephen Owen's wife. They build these OMSs in their York factory, and he's helping a lot of competitors in the paddock today, isn't he, Steve? Always does. So Lynn goes off up to the finish, 78 through the speed trap there, going off to the finish. She's going to be finishing in a time of 58.42 as Bernard Kevell comes up through towards Farmhouse, driving the OMS 28. He's sharing the car. He co-owns it with Simon Andrews. They both come from Worcestershire. They're very big regulars on the Midland Hill climbs. I see a lot of them down there. And they also sometimes early season drive their Formula Ford. So Bernard Kevell finishes in a 55.36. He's 90 miles an hour through the speed trap. So good to see. Now this is Sandra Tomlin driving this glorious Pilbeam 4-litre jet power in the back of it. One of the late single-seater Pilbeams that was built in 2013, and she's very proud, and she tells me this is my car, but she sometimes has son Oliver co-driving that car, who's here today. 91 miles an hour through the speed trap, 57.89 for Sandra.
On the hill at the moment, Nicola Minguez, ladies hill climb record holder at Harewood in the Gould GR55.
Yes, here comes Nicola, wife of Wallace Minguez. She's a very, very accomplished racing driver. She's also an all-round sportsman, and her two sons have qualified for the Scottish national skiing team. And she's also an accomplished skier. Her husband, Wallace, she's finishing a 52.28. Wallace is on Loch Lomond today. Regards to you, Wallace, if you're watching on your phone. We hope you're on the mend. Here comes Lindsay Summers, Alex's mum. They both got white helmets, and one's got a darker visor than the other. But how you can tell that at a distance, I don't know. But, of course, Richard Summers was telling me to have a helmet painted is 800 quid, which was staggering. Couldn't believe that. Anyway, Lindsay finishes in a 56.82. And here comes Sean Gould. This is the builder of these magnificent Gould GR59s. The firm was founded by his father. And his Sean is the son, and he's taking it over, and he's a very clever man. This is one ballistic missile of a car. He's heading up towards Quarry, towards the finish. We'll tell you what time he gets when we get to it. We're not seeing the speed, but he would have been approaching 100 miles an hour through there. 48.66 for Sean.
Fastest qualifier.
Yeah, fastest qualifier so far, so he's not hanging about. But we got plenty of other quick runners and riders to come down yet. That the Firestorm that Lindsay was driving just now, she'll be swapping over to her son Alex in a minute, and he'll be jumping in and seeing if he can get in that runoff, which I'm sure he will if he gets to the top of the hill without any issues. Anyway, leaving the start, that's the Skoda R5. At the moment, I'm not sure who's driving. That will probably be Roger Moran, I suspect. Our screen.
We've got a Formula Ford before. That's Lawrence Marks in the RF84. He shares with Rebecca Crocombe, heading up towards the top of the hill. Lawrence, car number 155 into Quarry and through the finish. 70.31 UPB for Lawrence, takes it into second place in the class. As Chris was saying, back to 702 Roger Moran in the Skoda Fabia.
Fabulous bit of kit, that one actually. Yes, not cheap either. That if you want to go rallying, an R5, Skoda R5, a Fiesta R5 are the cars to have. He's through to the finish there. Roger Moran has just finished in a time of
59.1, which is a new personal best, but he remains in second place behind his son Scott. Back to the Formula Ford.
Oh, can I just say, this is Caroline Ryder, not Carolyn Ryder as I called her yesterday. So Carolyn Ryder on the hill, very accomplished. She's an instructor too on the Midland Hills, and she will be followed by Sarah Bosworth, who is not a hairdresser as I called her yesterday. She's a barber. Right,
yeah,
she grooms men. She does.
Caroline Ryder, 63.97, new personal best time. So what can Sarah Bosworth, the Demon Barber of Sheffield, do?
I like the Demon Barber. She's a lovely lady, isn't she? She's a lot of fun.
Great.
A lot of fun. And a very good driver.
64.06 for Sarah Bosworth. Slots her into second place behind Caroline Ryder. We're looking out now for, I think this is
Jimmy Harris.
Jimmy Harris, yes it is.
Jimmy Harris just gone by us. We just lost a bit of live screen coverage there, but Jimmy Harris in his Van Diemen, quick driver, will be followed by Rob Spedding in the little Vector. So this is sort of who's going to win the battle of the Formula Fords today.
At the moment it's Jimmy Harris leading on a 63.04. That's the time Rob Spedding has to beat. He's in the Vector, he's heading for Farmhouse.
He is the only one left in the class now, so he was very, very rapid yesterday. I think he did quite well in the Harewood Championship last year. This is a silver car, this is quite a 93 Formula Ford, so built 93 I believe. Very rapid 1600cc cars, these on basically on road tyres. He's heading up towards the finish. What's his time going to be? He's going to finish in a time of... Rob Spedding finishes in a time of 61.36, Steve.
Yeah, takes him into the lead of the class.
Wow, that's great going, isn't it, actually? So, and the Battle of Our Ladies there. So in fact, Caroline Ryder, she just pipped Sarah. This close. They always have a good battle, those two, don't they?
Mm.
So I see some marshals down on the track there. We had a little moment down there. Or were they?
I think it's the black and white posts that you see in the S's. One of them got clipped and broken, so they have to replace it.
Oh yes.
So that's why.
Well, I'm having problems with my headset here, so I'll just leave you there.
So that was the issue. Now we have a car on the line, 164.
Yes, HillClimb.TV, by the way. If you want to become a member, you can support the coverage by a very small subscription. You can either pay 99 pence a month. So if you go on HillClimb.TV, it gives you the option there to pay 99 pence per month, and you can become a member. and you can help Rich bring this wonderful coverage to us. You can up your subs and you become a 549 member, which I think you call it the 2 second club, or you can go all the way and shoot for $12.49. But it basically, all that money is not to make rich, it's basically to enable them to keep bringing us that coverage, which is amazing.
Andrew Short got a little bit overexcited coming out of Orchard. He's on the grass, but he's back on track, heading up towards the top of the hill. This is an OMS CF07 carbon fibre tub running a 1600 booster engine, and Andrew over the finish 59.47.
Okay, we've got Mark Slanker on the hill. Now, I didn't realise he was here today, actually. Mark is in this car you see here. He comes into Farmhouse. Mark Slanker had a different car last year. He bought Mino Price's car this year, and this is a Force, and it's a 1600 version rather than the 1100 he was racing last year. Very rapid Midlands driver. Will be followed by Olivia Cooper up from Exeter. 57.13 for Mark Slanker. Olivia, one of our very quick lady drivers. She's held hill records for ladies as well. This is again a booster engine car, so a motorbike engine in this one, very rapid. Her husband Liam is co-driving the car with her, and there's always a very good battle between those two, who gets the bragging rights going home. Andy Greenan will be following. Andy Greenan, 56.47 for Olivia. Andy Greenan, here he comes now. His brother's not with him this weekend. Always super quick, very rapid driver. This is their car they got from last year, the Empire Evo 3. Again, a motorbike engine car. Wow, goes in sideways through the finish, but gets it through the finish, which is great. Will be followed by Darren Gumbley at 52.67 for Andy Greenan. Darren Gumbley, again from the Team Valley down my part of the world. It's his car. Well, I think he owns the car, and Paul Jones shares it with him. They've got some sort of agreement there.
He spun off.
Not so good then. Darren's gone a spinning. Never mind. Steve's more polite than me. He calls it a rotational delay. I call it a spin.
You can also call it spinach.
Yes,
if you like.
We could call it fly mowing. Right in the grass.
You only do that if it's on grass. We used to have 2 awards in the British Sprint Championship when I was involved. We had the Flymo Trophy, which was a blade out of a Flymo mower for a rotational delay on grass. Then we had anybody who completed at least 2 360s in a spin got another award, which was a ballerina on point.
I've just realised, so that's David Warburton I can see down there, down by Country there, but that means Darren is probably up here somewhere.
He's behind that tree.
He's behind that tree, is he?
Yes.
Okay, so he's got out of Orchard then, has he? And then he's...
Yeah, I think what's happened is he's probably, as he comes out of, not out of Orchard, he's come out of Willow.
Right.
Dropped a wheel on the grass and spun, because he's sort of part way up the straight.
Did you see him do it?
I didn't see him do it. I saw the aftermath of him climbing out of the car.
Oh, so he's out of the car. That's good news then. Excellent. Well,
can you page back?
Oh, hang on. Now you're talking about technical stuff. I'm pressing buttons on computers. Goodness me. Hang on,
I failed to note down Paul Jones's time, 8:68.
Okay. So how do I do that then?
I don't know.
Thank you very much. So
you might have to use the keyboard.
Oh, mate, this is way above my pay grade.
Okay.
The keyboard is there. Do you want to do it?
No, I don't. I've not used that system.
Right, so we're going to have to take a punt on this one.
Well, we'll leave it blank.
Yes, I think he could have been in the 56s, but I may be totally wrong there. That's the time that's coming back to me. We will see. But at the moment, yes, I see what it's doing, because Steve has got this immaculate system here where he can tell us the fastest qualifiers.
Currently, that's Sean Gould on 48.66. Debbie Tatum second, 51.26. Jonathan Fletcher third, 51.65. They're our top 3.
Stuart Bickley, 51.72.
But I don't think
Who's he?
Paul Jones.
Paul Jones. Who's he? What's
I don't think Paul Jones is actually entered in the HillClimb Championship, which is why I don't have one of these cards for him.
Yeah, I have a feeling, I may be wrong, but I think he was in the 55, 56 area, but I could be wrong. Anyway, that must be Darren Gumbly just going.
I think Darren's
got going. He's got going then.
He's cruising for a bruising.
He's got going. The car looks intact. He's all right. That's the main thing. So his moment of indiscretion, because they're trying now. They're trying to qualify for the Runoff, the British Hillclimb Championship, which the fastest 12 cars are basically the cars that will qualify. At the moment, as I say, Sean Gould is leading the way. But we're not done with it yet, are we, Steve?
No, on the bubble at the moment. 12th fastest qualifier, Nigel Pitt on a 55.72. Right, so we've got a car sitting patiently on the start line, and that looks very much like Aaron Colborne. We saw his dad Andrew in the car, and
David Warburton obviously will get a rerun. Have we seen David go by?
I think he's cruised to the top.
Has he cruised up, has he?
Didn't go particularly quickly past, that's why you probably didn't spot him.
Yeah, yeah. I was probably fiddling with that headset, wasn't I, which I've been adjusting.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, but I think we finally sorted it now. Steve's my technical expert, you see. He tells me all this stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone should have a technical expert.
Well, that's true. That is true.
You are right. That is the lovely little Van Diemen there, ex-Formula Ireland car. And
away he goes.
He does indeed, yes. Aaron Colborne in the little 2-litre. I think it's a Ford Zetec engine in the back of that one. But anyway, going very, very nicely indeed. Very pretty car. That one's a shared drive. And could he get in the runoff? We've still got a few runners and riders.
He's not registered.
He's not registered. You see, where would I be without you, Steve? Can I take you everywhere I go?
No. I've got a life.
Oh, come on. I know, but you're such a lovely bloke and you're so good at what you do.
Thank you. Yeah. Right, so Aaron heading up towards Orchard in the Van Diemen. Ex-circuit racing car into Farmhouse Bend. It'll be one of the few cars here today with a crash test certificate. And Aaron rounding Quarry and over the finish, 58.61.
Yeah, we got John Cottrell on the hill in the family Pilbeam.
Yeah, the Pilbeam MP82. As you said before, Millington engine.
It is a Millington engine, yes. John, his wife, is here with his wife Nikki. Here he comes now, and of course, Jack Cottrell's his son will be out in that Delara in a bit. All hotting up now. We're seeing faster and faster cars going down to the start here, down on the start road. Coming into view, we've got Ian Tucker in his OMS 28. He's up from Harewood. He's got a booster bike engine in the back of that one, a 1600 one. I think he probably runs on methanol as well. Anyway, John Cottrell a 62.98. Ian Tucker off to the finish, and he'll be followed by long travelling Andy Bogard from Guernsey. He sets out, has to catch the ferry over. That's a beautifully turned out little Force PT, another bike engine in the back of that one.
Ian Tucker's time, 58.61, was a new personal best. Andy Bogard, 54.19. That takes him into, let me see, 9th fastest qualifier.
Lovely. Andrew Henson just going by us now in his little Gould Delara. We mentioned that this car has won runoffs, didn't you?
Yeah, in the hands of Ben Butterfield. It won 2 in one day up at Doon.
So was that running a 2-litre engine?
2-litre Vauxhall, yes. Andrew Henson, 54.32.
54. So Laura Wardle on the hill. So here she comes now, and this car, she was telling me, with the new engine in it, is quite a handful, and she's getting used to it. She co-drives that one with Jonathan Williamson. Young Matt Ryder's just heading off down to the start there. He's got his tyre warmer things, those covers on there, Steve, if you noticed.
All right.
Okay, here comes David Warburton. David Warburton has qualified for runoffs all through last year, most times, and I think he finished as high as about 4th or 5th on one of them, which is a remarkable achievement for a 1600 car against these 700 horsepower hill climb monsters. He's through the finish at 52.42 for David Warburton. As we've got Alex Coles on the hill. Alex Coles driving that wonderful little Force, the turbocharged Hayabusa engine, a supercharged Hayabusa engine. Young talent from Plymouth, brilliant young driver. Watch him go up this hill. Can he get in the run-up? He's really hopeful of doing that. He's going to have to finish under the 50-second mark, I'd have thought, perhaps. What can he do? Going through to the finish there, and he finishes in 52.56. Where's that put him, Steve?
It puts him just behind David Warburton in 8th.
In 8th, with a few big bangers to go yet, so he may not get in. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see.
Paul Hames now heading into Farmhouse with the Gould GR59. This is the turbocharged version. Had an issue in practice, first practice, and coasted over the finish, but over the finish line now in 52.22, and that slots him into 6th place, knocking Andrew Henson out.
So incredibly close times here, isn't there? Lots in that low 50s mark, and that's going to be quite significant. This looks remarkably like Terry Graves.
And it is.
Cool, GR55, IndyCar engine in the back, big V8, lots and lots of horsepower, electric tractor from the West of Cornwall actually got his, so he's had a long journey here, goes through to the finish. What time's he going to do, Steve?
54.08, just knocks Andy Borgard out and slots into 12th qualifier. On the start line, Richard Summers.
Richard Summers, he's driving the Alex Summers built Force P4T. I wish they'd call it the Summers car, you know. For us old commentators like me, it'd be a lot easier. P4T. P4T, not for tea, not coming for tea. We're P4T.
Yeah.
P4T.
I always P before T. But
P4T, or is it P4T? Who knows? It's a bit like that, you know, 4 candles, isn't it? 4 candles. 4 candles. 4 candles.
Right, Terry.
4 candles. Anyway, he's about to leave the line. They've just pushed him back, actually. I don't know what's happened there. Has he got to put a battery on the back there to start it up? Of course, with these cars, you can't keep them running, can you? Because they've got no radiators.
No.
And they get very hot.
If they have a radiator, there's no radiator fan. So when you're stationary, there's no air cooling, effectively, unless you're pointing into the breeze.
So I can see the big truck going down there. What's going on
that might
there?
be a toe to the top for somebody.
Toe to the top. I hope it hasn't broken.
It looks like it's Richard Summers who's going to be towed to the top of the hill.
Oh, that's bad.
They're putting us. Now, I wouldn't have thought he'd stop like that.
Well, maybe the engine stalled and either the battery went flat, they don't have a battery thing down there, or it's just not running right, or...
Yeah, it is Richard.
Yeah.
So that's going to go to the top of the hill.
Oh,
so we'll have to wait and see whether or not he comes back later for his run.
Indeed, indeed. So the coverage today, if you're watching live stream, is HillClimb.TV, which is brought to us by Rich Danby and Ellen Taylor. But Rich is the main brains behind that and was the guy following me around the paddock at lunchtime with the camera. Definitely a genius on this front. Yes, they are rigging up a tow there for the the P4T. So that's disappointing.
It's the AFS.
AFS.
P4T is the model number.
Oh.
So I call it the AFS.
AFS.
Which I'm assuming is Alex's initials.
Yes, it could be, couldn't it?
Because that's what OMS is. OMS is Steve.
Is that right?
OMS is Steve Owen's initials reversed.
Is it?
Yeah.
You see, that's something I didn't know. It's like being on Wikipedia.
Hello,
here, you know.
thank you to the members of YouTube. We've got loads of thank yous to YouTube members popping up now on the live feed.
Yeah, join up. It's great. It supports Rich. Basically, it just helps him out to bring this service to you. And for people like myself, I'm a member, and I just feel, how can I not give him a few bob every month to try and help him along? And it brings us marvellous coverage, which we all enjoy. We love doing it. So thank you for Rich and Eleanor for that. So support HillClimb.TV, HillClimb.TV on YouTube. It's growing, and even if you just subscribe, we're over 11,000. So just press that like and subscribe button. Won't cost you anything, and it will help Richard along. He'll be happy, won't he? If we could get another couple of hundred today, that'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that when you're at a meeting and they're doing the live broadcast, you don't necessarily have to watch it, but it's great to go back and see what you missed, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And I quite often go back and listen to my commentary and thinking, no, I didn't do that right.
Well, that's an interesting one, because if I ever do that, I have to make sure I put headphones on, because otherwise my missus says, I don't want to hear your voice again. I hear yours all the time. Actually, today, she won't be watching today. Bless you, darling. I don't think you will. My son or daughter will be watching either. But there you go. Dad does hill climbing, and they know me better for fishing, actually. But,
probably, yeah.
Yeah, but there we go. So this is what I do at weekends. I love doing it. It's absolutely fantastic. And to watch live hill climbing is absolutely brilliant.
Oh.
Now, what's that? We got a green car on the back of the blue.
That's Eric Moray's.
Has he broken down as well?
He broke down, didn't take his run earlier.
Oh, right.
So
it's his little turbocharged imp, isn't it? Which is an absolute flying machine. But now he's on the back of the tow rope. So not so good. So that class, Gavin Neat, bless him, he had his moment earlier. Eric Moray's not gone so well either.
He's left one runner.
Mark Maynard, who spun coming into Quarry but managed to, I think he's still here running, in the yellow imp.
Yeah, he spun on his practice run.
I know.
And he's got to the top and got a time, so he's going to win the class.
He's going to win the class, Mark Maynard, unless Eric...
I'm going to say, assuming Eric can't fix it.
Yes, now, and also Gavin jumped in Sam... Leicester's car.
That's right.
That's not in this class.
No, it's in A1.
It's in A1
as opposed to C.
Right. So Mark Maynard, we know you're going to win this class unless Eric can get his car running.
Yeah.
Well, he'll only have, even if he gets it running, he'll only have one more run, won't he, this afternoon?
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah.
And it might be a very minor issue, or it might be a more serious issue.
Well, if it's a minor issue, if you can get it fixed and just trundle to the top of the hill, you'll get points in the championship.
Okay. Yeah. So today we're not racing for the Harewood Championship, Steve.
No.
This is that was yesterday.
A pure British Hillclimb Championship meeting. We do have a class for the Harewood people. That's class 42.
Right.
But you will notice that there is no class record for that because it is a mixed class. So you've got road-going saloons and potentially single-seaters can enter that class. So there's no record. So on the start line at the moment is Paul Crute in the glorious sounding OMS 28 with its V6 Jaguar engine. Paul all the way from Saltash in Cornwall.
Hang on, Woodsy has brought 10 tyre warmings gift memberships. That's amazing. YouTube will be allocating them shortly. Make sure you thank Woodsy if you get one. Well, thank you, Woodsy. Fair play to him.
Absolutely.
I think that's great, isn't it? Well done, Woodsy. And that'll be 10 more members, young Richard. Excellent. So tyre warming is the first one, isn't it? That's the initial one. That's nice of him. That's nice. Who's going to be the lucky recipients, we ask ourselves. Yes, young Paul. He's travelled all the way up from Cornwall, from Saltash.
It's only just in Cornwall.
It's a long way, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's a long way.
It's not exactly. I mean, even from where I come, it's quite a way.
Yeah.
But from where he comes, I think that's a long way. Of course, he's not driving this car up the motorway, is he?
No.
No, he's coming in his motorhome with his trailer.
If he drove that one on the motorway, he'd be a lot quicker.
I'll tell you what they do, right?
But he'd have to have fuel
I have
stops.
found out stuff, right, that they all come on a Friday.
Yeah.
Actually, sometimes they come on a Thursday and then stay in Gloucester services and come up here on a Friday.
Right.
They stay at those posh services.
Well, a lot of the English competitors, when they go to Doon, head up on the Thursday evening and stop at T-Bay overnight.
T-Bay.
So that Friday they've got a shortest journey up to Doon, and they can get there and get themselves sorted, ready for Saturday, so they're not too tired on Saturday morning.
It's a good plan, isn't it? It's a good plan. Yeah, fair play. Yes, and it's fair to say that most of our competitors probably have motorhomes which they tow the cars with, and so they can virtually go anywhere, and they'll have somewhere to stay. But quite a few stay in hotels.
We're off and running again with Mr. Croot in the OMS 28.
Yes, the OMS 28, and he used to have a Renault dealership in Cornwall, and a very successful one it was too. So he knows how to spanner a car. He's been hill climbing for a long time, had lots of different cars. He treated himself to an OMS 28, and he put a V6 Jag engine, which came out of a road car. Sounds absolutely terrific. So he won't have the power some of the other later runners will have, but doesn't it sound amazing? Can you hear it now? There he comes into Orchard now. Comes down that little farmhouse straight, heading into Farmhouse Bend here now. That big V6 engine puts the foot throttle down, pure music, pure music.
It's lovely, isn't it?
He's going to finish in a time of 58.94. Stephen Owen, builder of the OMS cars, and you said his initials were basically the brand. So here he comes now, beautifully turned out, very young OMS. Runs a V8 engine in the back of that one, doesn't he? Which is a bike engine.
Yeah, the RPE V8. It's two Suzuki Hayabusas melded together.
53.59 for Steve Owen. Here comes Simon Andrews in the OMS, which he's sharing with Bernie Cavill. Can he get in the runoff? The car's capable of doing it. He's a good driver, but he's in very hot competition today. Lots of young drivers vying as well. He'll be followed by Harry Pick as Simon goes off up towards the finish, and he's going to finish in a time of 56.05. Here comes Harry Pick. This is a late spec OMS. We get the car engine in the back of it, so it's a very, very fast combination. Harry Pick, he's a quick young driver. He'll be done 107 through the speed trap there, trying to qualify for the runner. 51.89. Oliver Tomlin will be soon following. Here comes in the family Pilbeam that Sandra owns. Oliver's a quick driver. Good to see him out in this car again. Beautiful looking car. Look at that blue with all the streaks on it. Looks amazing. That's really nipping along as well. That 106 through the speed trap. He's going to be finishing any time now in a time of 54.07.
Jack Cottrell away from the start line in the Dallara. This is a 2005 Formula 3 chassis. And running the Cosworth XD.
It is indeed a Cosworth XD. So there was basically, when the IndyCar series finished, there was a bunch of engines that became available, and I think one aspiring gentleman bought the lot and decided these would be pretty good in hill climb cars as well, so sold quite a few up. So Jack's got one of those in the back of this car, in this Dallara ex-circuit car. V8 engine in the back, pushing him along very well indeed. He's going to be probably 112 through the speed trap. That's one of the quickest we've seen so far. He's gone round, he's on a 49.87. Well done, Jack. That's certainly what qualifying material, I fancy.
Second fastest qualifier. Dave Uran now heading towards Farmhouse.
He certainly is, and here he comes into view. David Duran, very seriously good driver, quick car in that Gold GR55. 124 past the speed trap. That's the quickest we've seen today. Finishes in a time of 49.82. Again, that will take him second or third quickest. Second quickest, Trevor Willis, Scary Trevor. Here he comes in his OMS, the most successful OMS driver going. Here he comes. It's this beautifully turned out car. That's a lovely line through there for Trevor. What speed's he going to do through the 113? That engine's not as fast as the big IndyCar engines, but he's going to do a 49.47. They're getting quicker and quicker as Will Hall is going to come into our view. Will Hall is a serious contender for Runoff victory in this beautiful Gould. 4-litre Judd power, he's got all the power in the world. You watch him come out of Farmhouse, put that power down, blast it up the straight. He's going to be about 120 through the speed trap, 115, very quick indeed, and he's going to finish in a time of 48.99. Is that the quickest so far, Steve?
No, second
quickest. It's all getting very exciting, folks. We have young Alex Summers in the DJ Firestorm. Indy V8 in the back of... No, it's not an Indy V8, is it? But either way, it's a V8, and he's absolutely flying. Alex is a serious contender to win the Runoff. He's a serious contender to win the British Hillclimb Championship. That is absolutely screaming up the straight. 116 up the straight. He's going to be finishing any time now in a time of 49.13. Just Matthew Ryder, I think, to come. Here comes young Matthew Ryder. He's already on the hill. Heading on his way now. He's heading up towards Orchard. Matthew will be wanting to do enough to get in the Runoff. And then he'll be wanting to win the Runoff, maybe break a hill record in the process. Who knows? Little twitch into Farmhouse there. Puts the power down. On his way up towards the finish. 118 through the speed trap. Going to be finishing in a time of 48.35. Is that the quickest, Steve?
It is indeed.
So, Matthew Ryder is in top qualification spot for our Runoff. Wow, pretty exciting stuff, and fairly soon we'll have a little bit more idea when Steve's worked it out who has qualified for that Runoff. Now, we have to calm myself down here. I've got to calm myself down. It's all getting too excited.
You need some calming down.
I do need. I'm going to have a little swig of it.
Well, we've got a very nice car to admire, and that's John Mackenzie in the Mark 1 Lotus Cortina. Ford Cortina. That's the 1700 Crossflow engine, which, if tuned properly, can be as powerful as the twin cam. So John Mackenzie heading towards the top, through the finish, 73.22. Now we pick up at Orchard. Andy Tippett in this fabulous Brabham BT30X with the Buick V8 3.5 litre. Over the winter, the engine's been completely overhauled. It's now got a Hewland FG gearbox rather than the old Formula 2 FT. And Andy Tippett through the finish, 64.34. Coming up towards Orchard at the moment is Neil Thorne, number 900, running in the Harewood members class 42, with this little Janetta G15. Hillman Imp engine, of course, mounted out at the back, 1040 cc's. Very nimble little cars, and Neil Thorne over the finish, 78.31. Next, we're into the Ferraris, and it's Peter Rogerson in the Ferrari 360 Modena F1. Peter rounds Farmhouse Bend. All these Ferraris, of course, driven to the event by their owners. They can't be trailered. And Peter rounds Quarry, a little dab of the brakes as he goes through the corner and over the finish in 80.96. Next on the hill, Anthony Atwood, I think. Yes, it is Anthony in the Ferrari 246 GT. They bought this car a few years ago, and it's been, it has been restored. And I believe this is the first event they've done with the car since the restoration. And we'll be seeing Anthony's son Ewan in the car a little bit later. So Anthony up through the finish in 84.64. Over the finish already, Brian Jackson in the Ferrari Portofino, 67.27, a new personal best for Brian in that particular car. We now pick up Steve Nunney in the Ferrari 348 TS. Steve rounding Farmhouse, heading up towards the top part of the hill. Into Quarry and through the finish, 76.31. Heading into Orchard at the moment, 215 Richard Preece in the Ferrari F430. And for this particular meeting, maybe for the whole championship, but Richard Preece's car is the benchmark car, so dependent on the handicap situation, which is a performance equaling formula, this is the car that sets all the expected times for competitors. And Richard Preece over the finish, 69.02 is a new personal best for Richard. Looking out now for the next car on the hill. That's the 360 of Martin Jones. So Martin through the farm buildings, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Tremendous cacophony of sound as he charges up towards Quarry. Martin Jones now sweeping through Quarry Corner and over the finish, 79.63. Rob Samuels in the 458 Speciale, already onto the straight to Quarry, charging up towards the top of the hill. And Rob over the finish already in a 65.32, nearly 2 seconds quicker than his personal best. So a great run there from Rob. Now on the hill, John Kennedy, all the way from, well, let me just check. John Kennedy, Braunston, but he's actually from America and sent his best wishes for his mother on Mother's Day over in America. And going very well indeed. He's the guy who's the stunt driver. He'll be heading over the finish line in a 67.67, about 3/10 away from his PB. Picking up Pauline Goodwin now at Country Corner, heading towards Willow. Now en route to Orchard, through that little elbow before Orchard. Sweep through Orchard Corner. Pauline Goodwin, the defending Ferrari Cars champion. Pauline just Quarry to negotiate. And over the finish in 73.61. Charging up towards Farmhouse Bend, David Snelson, class winner yesterday with his Ferrari 488 Spider. That's a new class record, 63.53 yesterday. and even with the performance equaling formula, took the win in their championship. And 63.47 is a new class record for David Snelson. So he's obliterated his old class record by 600ths of a second. We now move into the Yorkshire Centre members class. John Ward on the hill in the MX5 heading towards Farmhouse. He set a new personal best time yesterday, so he'll be looking to improve on that if possible. Already heading into Quarry. Little dab of the brakes as he goes into the corner, and 73.51, about a second away from his PB. Richard Greenwood in the Renault Twingo GT. Richard has been campaigning this car for the previous 2 seasons. Been clipping tenths off his personal best time season on season, and going very well today, over the finish in 73.54. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment, Jake Bellaby. Now this is the change of car for Jake, not in the RS 2000M, but in the Mazda MX-5. Jake, round Quarry, slithers over the finishing line, and to 72.14 for Jake Bellaby. Now we go back to Mick Wilkes, car 52 in the Volkswagen Polo GTI. And he's through the finish in 72.93. Looking for the next runner on the hill, John Reed from Hartlepool with the MEV Exocet. This is the car with the 2-litre MX-5 running gear. Had a little bit of an issue on his first practice run up at Quarry, but no problems this time. A little extra dab of the brakes as he goes through the corner, and it's a 78.56 for John Reed. Steve Markham now into Farmhouse with the Elise. This is a Series 1 Elise. Stephen, been campaigning this car for a couple of years now. And through Quarry, 69.83, new personal best time for Steve Markham. Coming into Farmhouse at the moment, that looks like Ralph Pinder in the yellow Perro, the Peugeot 205 GTI. And Ralph over the finish, 67.97. Looking out now for Tony Booth in the Mitsubishi Evo 8. Farmhouse. And as he charges up towards Quarry, we've got Anthony Middleton in the Westfield heading into Farmhouse Bend. 68.75 for Tony Booth, the new personal best. Anthony Middleton in the bewinged Westfield charges into and out of Quarry already, over the finishing line, 58.85. Looking to pick up Robert Med in the MGC. He's into and out of Willow. This is Robert's first competition weekend with the car. And looks absolutely immaculate. Superly prepared, and the MGC engine was very heavy, and even when they put the when the MGBs had a V8 installed, the V8 was lighter than the MGC. And over the finish, 80.33, a new personal best by 0.6 of a second. Jim Johnstone now in the Triumph TR6, rounding Farmhouse Bend. Jim been campaigning this car for several seasons now, and going very, very quickly. Sweeps through Quarry and over the finish, 70.25. Looking to pick up Ewan Atwood in the Ferrari Dino 246 GT. And he'll be the last runner in the Ferrari class. Rounding Farmhouse. His target time to beat has got to be an 84.64, which is what the time his father posted. So if you can beat that, he'll be doing well. And Ewan over the finish, 81.99 for Ewan Atwood. And I think that may well be the end of the class runs. So I'm looking down the list of runners and riders I've got for the top 12, and I don't think we've got any dual driven cars. So according to my times, we should see first on the hill number 190 Harry Pick, then 151 Tom Weaver, 150 Stuart Bickley, 846 Jonathan Flesher, 152 David Tatum, 192 Jack Cottrell, number 8 Dave Uren, number 6 Trevor Willis, 4 Alex Summers, 5 Will Hall, 7 Sean Gould, 3 Matt Ryder. But we need that confirming.
Well, I've just went and got myself a cup of tea, Steve.
Oh, very good.
I know, you might get a chance later.
Cup of tea.
Cup of tea, he says, because you're a coffee man, aren't you?
Yeah,
You've got your never-ending flask, haven't you?
Something like that. I better get brewing.
Yes, so the runoff that we're seeing, the championship runoff that's been posted on our screens, Nicola Menges has qualified. Fantastic. So, yeah, it says so on there. Steve's frantically adjusting his sheet here because according to this, we've got Nicola Menges in 12th place. We've got Paul Hames in 11th. Harry Pick in 10th. Tom Weaver, part of the Ludlow Massive. He's qualified, but no Alex Coles today. We've got Stuart Bickley. We've got Jack Cottrell. We've got David Uren. We've got Trevor Willis. We got Will Hall, Sean Gould and Matthew Ryder. So that should be your top 12 runoff. Now, we will do all this, we'll do this runoff, then they'll have another go at qualifying for the second runoff. So we've still got plenty of good hill climbing to come. If you've not seen a runoff before, basically the fastest 12 cars, which we'll be seeing, have qualified. They're the fastest cars so far today, and top 10 will get points, and obviously the fastest car on the day will get the maximum points. But this is the first runoff we've had this year because of weather problems through the spring. So Harewood's hosting the first.
I don't understand that running order. Can't be right.
Okay.
Because Alex Summers is quicker. John Gould's the only dual-driven car.
Yeah, but surely if Nicola was the slowest of those qualifiers, she runs first.
Yeah, but I think.
And Paul Hames second.
I thought other people.
Okay. Well, that's what the information we've been given. So we will see them when they get onto the line. We'll be able to confirm or deny whether that is the case. But meanwhile, we just wait patiently while the cars are fettled up in the top paddock there. Last minute adjustments are made. And then very shortly, we'll be seeing them drive down the start road. Leslie called the numbers just now when I was up the top of the hill there. The quickest so far has been young Matthew Ryder in qualification. And he, of course, is our hill record holder. Now, he's, I think, quite well off his pace, Steve, isn't he, for the hill record?
Yes.
So either the track's a bit slower or they're holding a lot back. Now, I think they'll be holding a bit back. Tyres, they'll be putting their best, freshest rubber on, won't they? Definitely. So we may see significant improvements in the times, and we might see a bit of shuffling of positions, because basically the quick runners, all they want to do is qualify for the runoff. They don't want to do any more than they have to do, really. Qualify for the runoff, and then it'll be pedal to the metal. Let's do this. And it's great to see Nicola Mengers in there as well. Okay, Steve, what have you got for us? Well, Steve is just sorting his system of cards out here, and he's perplexed at the moment. He's perplexed of Southport at the moment. He's a perplexed Steve I'm seeing here. I don't like to see a perplexed Steve because he's obviously doing his head in. So, but never mind. Steve will sort it out in due course, and that's a fact. But all I know is the sun's out. I just came out of the commentary box just now. I had a little walk up the top there. The sun's out. If you've got hats, be careful that the sun's pretty fierce at the moment out there. We don't want you going home sunburnt and feeling rotten. Put a hat on if you need one. Even sun cream. Sun cream is definitely worth putting on there. It's pretty warm out there. But as I'm looking out of the box here, on the bank here, I see there's still a profusion of bluebells out. I think I've got the right flowers there. I'm not always renowned for my ability on the flowers. Huge amounts of, is it cow parsley, I think you call it, that white stuff? Anyway, if I've got it wrong, I do apologise. But at the moment, everyone will be up the top of the hill. It won't be long before we'll be seeing this epic runoff. I'm going to ask my man Steve. No, I'm going to ask him in a minute. Well, I'm going to ask him in a minute when he's ready. Are you ready, Steve? He's going to put his headphones on. He's just sorting a few bits of paperwork out down here. I'm going to switch him on in a minute, and I'm going to ask him a question.
Come on, mate.
Okay, young Stephen. Who's going to win the first runoff? Any monies?
Matt Ryder.
Good call. Good call. Young Matthew Ryder, it'd be hard to bet against him as the hill record holder, but nevertheless, there's a few charges in there. Will Hall will be trying very hard. Alex Summers, Trevor Willis, Dave Uren, Jack Cottrell. But I think, we thought David Tatham had qualified, didn't we?
And Jonathan Fleischer.
And we thought they'd done a 51.26. But what we will know is that when they come down, we will see them coming down, and we'll see them on the start. So if we're wrong, we'll find out. But we've got Rich is usually pretty accurate on his timekeeping, and need to be fair. That's what he's put up.
Well, it can only be that Jonathan Fleischer and David Tatham are not HillClimb registered.
What, for the British Championship?
Yeah, but they are in the programme, which is what I've gone off.
Yes, that could well be the case. So we'll go on what we've got on the screen, and we'll find out very shortly. Won't be long before we're seeing them called down to the start.
Sean Gould should be first, because it's the only shared car. In fact, Nicola should be first.
Yes, we do have a couple of.
In.
Yes, we should have a couple of shared cars. Basically, Nicola Mengers and Dave Uren, and Sean Gould and Matthew Ryder. So generally, when that happens, probably Sean will go down to the start first, do his run, come straight back up.
It should be Nicola first. The slowest one goes first, then the fastest of the shared drivers, and then it should be the rest of them in the order they've qualified.
Right, okay. Well, we await with bated breath, don't we, Steve? Bated breath, I tell you. Yes. Well, I took the opportunity to grab a quick brew up the top there. I think the ice cream van's doing fantastic business, and the tea and coffee man and the burger van's probably still open, isn't it?
I would hope so.
I must admit, they were great. I had a brilliant one this morning, I must admit. I had the hash browns in my breakfast back this morning.
Ah, right. Well, this is saying this was a running order from the Paddock announcement.
So that's what HillClimb.TV
So
is.
obviously in the programme where we've got Jonathan Flasher and David Tatum as registered for the British Hillclimb Championship, they're not.
Right.
As per advertised, as it were. So,
okay, we've got to go on what the officials tell us, and from
in
the
which
office...
case, it should be Nicola first, with then followed by Sean Gould, then Paul Hames, Harry Pick, Tom Weaver, Stuart Bickley, Jack Cottrell, Dave Uren, Trevor Willis, Alex Summers, Will Hall and Matt Ryder, because that's in the time.
Oh, and of course, the wonderful thing about this place is that they can go to the start, do their run straight back into the paddock, and swap over. Whereas on some hills we go to, basically they go up to the top and then they've got to come basically straight back down the hill because there's no return road. But Harewood, of course, has this wonderful road that takes them down to the start, and then they drive straight up to the finish, straight back into the paddock. Absolutely tremendous. Wow. Thank you, HillClimb.TV, for putting this all over the world. Absolutely fantastic, isn't it?
Absolutely,
I hope we've got some new subscribers today, and we got one or two joining the channel as well. It'll be absolutely wonderful. So like and subscribe, that'd be fantastic. And while you're having a look at it, if you want to make a small contribution towards Richard's Fighting Fund and become a member, then that'd be absolutely brilliant. So, we have Nicola Menges. She's in the start road there now, going down in that lovely Gould GR55. Nicola is our Ladies Hill record holder here and at other hills. She is the wife of Wallace Menges. Good afternoon, Wallace. If you're watching, you probably be watching, knowing you've got all the technology on your boat up on Loch Lomond today, but you might have come into the shore by now and be enjoying a beer. Who knows? But best regards to Wallace. Get yourself well, get the car mended soon, and we're hoping to see you back at Gersten next time. That would be amazing. Absolutely incredible. But anyway, Nicola's going to try and do you proud now. Keep the Menges name in the highlight in this beautiful Gould. She's gone down on her own.
John Brown's just mentioned that Fletcher and Tatum are registered according to the BHC entry list on the website, which is what I went off. So thank you for spotting that one too, John. So obviously clerical error somewhere down the line, but we've got coming to the line at the moment Nicola Menges, as Chris said, Ladies Hillclimb record holder.
She is indeed. I've got no sign of Sean going down there yet, but anyway, Nicola's going to give her run. And can she get in that top 10, Steve? That'd be quite something, wouldn't it? It's very hot competition today.
Well, if you look at the qualifying time for the 10th fastest, which was...
she's off the line, Steve. She's off the line. And so Nicola, she's the Ladies Hill record holder. I can't remember what that record is, the actual qualification time was. But anyway, she's on her way now. So here comes young Nicola.
Yeah, Nicola's ladies' record was, find it, 7:08, 50.74.
50.074.
So that if she can repeat that, she's got a good chance of getting a point today.
And here she comes into Orchard now. She's really on the pace. Come on, Nicola. Let's see how the car is absolutely flying. She's into Farmhouse. She'll get around Farmhouse, blasted up the straight there. Going to go pushing 100 mile an hour through the 101 through the speed trap, going up towards the finish, going to finish it in a time of 51.73. So she is our leader at the moment, isn't she, Steve? We can't argue about that.
No.
She is in the lead. Now we're waiting for another car to go down.
Whoops, should be Sean Gould.
Now, she will be swapping with David Uren as well, so she'll be back into the paddock. David will be ready to swap over. He probably puts a different seat in the car, but nevertheless, we think young Sean Gould should be on his way down to the start any time now, so that Matt Ryder can have a go. And Sean, of course. And Sean is well capable of winning a runoff. He's held hill record, still holds the record at Shelsley, doesn't he, in the 22s, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Is it 22.38, 22.78? Something like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty impressive, pretty impressive.
Well, I've been meaning to go to Shelsley for the last couple of years, and I think I might make it down this year for a change.
It'd be lovely to see you down there. Hopefully, we're all down there together. Here comes young Sean. We see the black helmet. We know that's Sean. And if you look on the front of that car, and there's Paul Hames there as well. So Sean has got these covers over the front tyres, which he'll take off, and that is just basically to keep any grit or muck that might be in the road there off the tyres. And once he gets onto the start line, they'll whip those off, and they're not a tyre warmer, they're just a tyre cover. And in fairness, I've seen them on some of the other cars.
They're not allowed to use the disposable ones anymore, the sheets of plastic.
No,
but they can use permanent ones.
Permanent ones, which these are, but they're not warmers, are they?
No,
they're literally.
They were banned donkeys years ago. And the first year after they were banned, there was a huge sale of Ford Galaxies. You know, the big people carriers.
Yeah.
And people were putting their spare tyres in black plastic bags and chucking them back in the back of Ford Galaxies.
Oh, really?
To warm them up.
Were they? Gosh. Yeah. Well, is young Sean down there on the start, or is he still just before?
He's not arrived.
He's not arrived yet, has he? He's not arrived yet. So with his
He'll be having the tyre warmers taken off, you see.
Of course he will.
There's Harry Pick going down.
He is indeed, yeah. Yes, we should get a profusion of them going down there now, shouldn't we, really?
Well, we could, yes. We'll get Stuart Bickley, then we have to wait for Dave Uren to change over.
Yes, well, he'll be doing that now, though. Well, he's pretty quick and they won't be mucking about. Sean is on the line. He's getting ready to rumble.
So time to beat 51.73.
Yes, lovely to see Sean out here today. He's still a blooming focused, very quick driver is Sean. He leaves the line. He builds these wonderful goals. They are fabulous. This one's got the big jump V8. At the moment, he's actually up on the time that was set by Nicholas. I probably expect him to be in this top spec car, and he's going to beat plenty. He could even win this runoff. So what sort of time is going to win the runoff today? I don't know if it's going to be a hill record today. It's very hot. It's very sunny. It's quite breezy, but anyway, Sean's making very good progress. At the moment, he's about half a second up on Nicola. At the moment, in fact, he's 1.5 up on Nicola at the moment. As he comes into Farmhouse, Sean is going very well. So far, so good. Blasted up the straight. Go on then, Sean. Get us about 110 up the straight, 106 up the straight. Heads up towards the finish. He's going to finish under 50 seconds in 48.42. Well done, Sean Gould. That is our leader, now our actual leader. But there's plenty more to come. Plenty more going to have a say in that. We've still got a few more cars. I can see 2 or 3, 4 of them on the start road there. As Paul Hames comes to the line. Paul Hames, very quick driver. Motorbike engine in the back of that one, and if I remember rightly, Steve, isn't that a supercharged or turbocharged engine in that one?
Yes, it is.
Turbo,
it's forced induction.
Yeah.
Let me just double check. Paul Hames, turbocharged. The other car in the class, the Kelvin Broad Alex Coles, is supercharged.
Right. So, now I don't know if there's much difference between the two.
I think it's power as opposed to torque.
So he leaves the line. He's on his way. Paul Hames in his Gould GR59. It's a very similar car to the Warburton's car, but this one has that turbocharged bike engine in it. The others, the Warburton car has also got a bike engine, but isn't turbocharged. But I think he'll probably be running on methanol. This car often pops and bangs. It's very, very rapid. He's a quick driver as well. Been doing this a while, a regular runoff contender. And he comes now up towards Orchard now.
He's about a second down at that point.
Yeah, about a second, yes.
In fact, nearly 1.5.
Yes, I know. These bike engine cars do struggle against those big V8s, don't they? But he's through the speed trap there. It's not giving us the time, but he's heading up towards the finish, and he times 51.41. So does that take him
Takes him into second.
Into second place.
Beats Nicola by a couple of tenths of a second.
So not much in it there, not much in it, but Sean obviously is one of our major contenders to win the runoff. But I suspect has somebody like Matthew got potentially. So what's our hill record, Steve?
Oh, crikey.
Yeah, that's a quick question for you, as we have
Hill
Harry
record
Pick.
47.53.
47.53.
Harry Pick qualified on a 51.89.
So Sean was only a second outside the hill record then. So that's pretty much. He's not hanging about, was he? So Harry Pick leads the line. Already, he's just ever so slightly down on Sean Gould. Sean Gould is a very experienced competitor, knows his way up most of the British Hills, all of them in fact. Harry Pick, I wouldn't be expecting him to beat Sean Gould's time, but time will tell anyway. At the moment, he's about half a second down at the moment, but so far so good, no major dramas. Okay, this is the longest hill in the British Hillclimb Championship. Lots of corners, lots of bends, lots of straights. And he comes down Farmhouse straight in towards Farmhouse. He's about 1.5 seconds down on Sean Gould.
He's on a par with Paul Haynes' time, which was at 51.41. So can Harry beat that time?
105 miles an hour up the straight, goes in towards the finish. 51.51. Where's that one put him?
That puts him in
third.
Yes,
I'm watching Richard's graphics there on the HillClimb.TV. So at the moment, the big power cars, definitely Sean Gould is actually set down a pretty good marker there, hasn't he? Let's be honest. That's a marker and a half, so well done. Young Stuart Bickley, he's there, but he will be behind Tom Weaver.
And Tom qualified in a 51.75, so if he repeats that, he will drop in behind Nicola Minguez.
He's in a little bike engine car in the 1100 class, so in fairness, Stuart Bickley and Tom Weaver have done fantastically well to get into this runoff. Very talented young driver from Ludlow. He's here with the family today. They'll be very, very proud he's made this runoff, as will young Tom. Anyway, so far so good. Not seeing any split times at this stage, but nevertheless, Tom, what have you got for us? Can you get in the top 10? That would be a fantastic result, to be fair.
The big clock's not running.
No, the big clock's not running, and we're not getting anything on our screen.
Maybe it was a false start for Tom Weaver. We'll just have to wait and see, but we're not getting a time on the screens at the track side. Tom charging away to the top of the hill. We'll have to wait if the timekeepers have managed to get a clock on him and what that time is. So we have to wait and see what happens.
He's through the finish, but we're not getting any time. So there may be a timing issue.
He did put his hands in the air as if he was celebrating. So.
Oh, right. Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe the clock at the top of the hill gave him a time. But we're not getting anything at the moment.
We're not getting it here, are we?
No. Have we got anything on the screen? No.
Well, I'm guessing they're going to have to sort that out, aren't they? Because Stuart's been, Bickley's been held.
Put his hands up in the air as he came over the line. We saw that on the replay. So we're just wondering what the situation is with Tom Weaver's time.
Well, we may have a timing issue, but Stuart has been held before the line at the moment. Several cars down there. But at the moment, Sean Gould leads the way with 4 cars registered times, and he leads with a 48.42 from Paul Haynes with a 51.41, Harry Pick a 51.51, and Nicola Minguez with a 51.73. But no time registered so far for Tom, and Stuart Bickley's been pushed back. So what is going on here, young Stephen? We honestly don't know at this stage.
They might be 100%.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Yes, that's...
Sorry, I didn't have Yeah, I was just speculating that Tom Weaver might have to be fed back to the start area to take his run again, as the cars are supposed to go in the qualifying order, or reverse qualifying order. So we'll just have to wait and see.
And these hill climb cars, I don't know how much fuel they'd have on board.
Well, quite. The big single-seaters, I reckon, if they got flagged and had to... Oh, Weaver has gone to double drive. Oh, it's gone to double drive area.
Well, that's really interesting. but nobody's been driving that car apart from his dad, Richard.
Maybe he's been signalled to go there to wait and see if the timekeepers can find a time. And if they can't, he'll have to take a rerun. So we'll have to wait and see how this develops.
Yes, it's all conjecture at this point. Stuart Bickley's waiting patiently down there.
Oh, i.e. rerun. Yes, that's what we were saying.
I.e. rerun.
But we're good at speculating, aren't we?
Well, we have to be, don't we?
Yeah.
That's what we do.
It's like the blind leading the blind, isn't it?
People think we know what we're talking about.
Oh.
You ever thought of that one?
Well, we do for 62% of the time.
As much as that. My goodness me. Well, welcome to the world on HillClimb.TV today. We're not seeing much on the screen of where you're all watching from, but from anything to do with yesterday...
It'll be all over the place.
Well, it literally was all over the world. Yeah, incredible. Incredible. What's the significance of the 64 feet distance, Steve? Would you like to...
It's nothing to do with the original hills. If you can do that in under 2 seconds, you're pulling more than 1 G. That's the significance of the 64-foot time. I did actually ask at Aintree a few years ago if we could have a 64-foot and a 128-foot to see how the cars performed over the longer distance. And actually the big engine cars were a lot quicker over 128 feet than they were over 64.
Jersey Motorsports, lovely to see you working, calling in from Jersey, Channel Islands. Lovely island, Jersey. I went to Jersey not so long back, and I got the boat across to Herm.
Derek Woods from New Zealand watching, so we have a Kiwi with us.
A Kiwi indeed, yes. I went fishing in Herm. That was great. Loved Herm. Beautiful. The Channel Islands is absolutely fabulous, isn't it? So at the moment we're waiting possibly for Tom Weaver to go back and have another go. We really don't know at the moment, but the sun's out, Steve. It looks great after all that and wet and miserable weather.
I have to agree with Steve Sullivan, who's just said what a beautiful course. It is a cracking place, one of the nicest venues to come to as a spectator. You can sit at the top of the hill and see, as I said before, over 80% of the course.
Pretty unique, that, isn't it? Really, yeah, definitely, because a lot of them you get to see some of it, but.
Where did I? Oh, Tom Weaver's going back down to the start.
Ah, young Tom. So something happened, but he's going to get another go. And what was annoying, I think he thought he'd done really well.
Yes.
He was whooping, wasn't he?
Quite a lot of the drivers have their own time because they have a sender unit.
Oh, really?
So they'd set off.
So it'd show on his screen, would it?
Show on his screen.
So he might have. Could he have gone under 50 seconds? That would be extraordinary, wouldn't it?
Well, he might have beaten his qualifying time of 51.75.
Yeah.
But we will never know.
Well, we can ask him afterwards, of course. Yeah, he'll know.
There's Cameron Brown, who's a member of the same car club that Wayne Penrose is a member of.
Oh, well, yes. Well, great to see young Wayne. Did you see him on the screen at lunchtime on the interviews?
Yeah, but as I said before, unfortunately, we don't get sound in the commentary box from your interview.
Do we not?
No.
Well, then it'll be a blank screen, interview then, will it?
Simon Byway is in West Sussex, home of hill climbing.
I think the sound would have gone out over HillClimb.TV, though.
Oh, it did, yeah.
Hijacker
is in Alberta, Canada.
Hijacker. That's how he spelled that.
Bora de Gonzalo is in Spain.
Hello from Spain, yeah. Hello, thanks from Swansea. Well, that's just down the road, really, isn't it? Compared with Spain.
I've got to say, it's a long way down the road. Anyway, it is going to be Tom Weaver for a rerun coming to the line.
Yes. Tom representing the Ludlow Massif.
I daren't ask.
Well, no, this is a joke between me and the Weaver family, of course, but there's a few of them from Ludlow, actually, because we see them regularly, don't we? But the Weaver family, the only one that hasn't raced is Mum Helen.
Oh, right.
I think they're trying to persuade Helen to have a go.
Oh, we've got Adrian Curden from Bern in Switzerland.
Mum Helen does all the grub, though. She does a great job on the grub. Well, there's loads of them racing.
There's a football team in Bern called the Young Boys of Bern.
The Young Boys. The Young Boys, isn't it?
That's right.
Yes, last year at
Kearney, last year at Cairn Castle, we had an impromptu 64-foot running challenge.
Wow.
Well,
were they running it themselves, or was it in the cars?
Don't put me in for that if it's running.
No, I think...
So Tom Weaver, back on the start line.
Tom Weaver, can he go under 50 seconds? That would be a massive ask, actually. He'd have to be a second and a half quicker.
No advantage, of course, because he's been sat at the top of the hill waiting for it to be all organised.
Yeah.
So his tyres will have cooled right down.
They would.
And he's away and off and running.
He certainly is. And Tom's on his way.
Fastest 64 foot so far.
He's absolutely flying, isn't he? It was an electric start there, wasn't it? He's just fractionally down on Sean Gould, which you'd expect him to be. He hasn't got a 700 horsepower engine in the back of that. He's got a small 1100cc Suzuki motorbike
He's
engine.
only half a second down at country.
Brilliant.
So
Brilliant.
He's up on Paul Hames at that point.
Come on, Tom. He comes into Orchard here now. He's going to floor it down there.
Oh, back end hanging out.
He's on a mission. He's about a second down on Sean Gould, but he gets it round Farmhouse. Big sideways moment. Sometimes sideways is not the quickest way, but it's 93 miles an hour past there, heading in towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of 50.981. Tom Weaver, well done, that man.
Goes second in the runner.
Second, so he's beaten 3 others so far.
And let me just double check.
So that means he gets points. Points mean prizes.
Oh, he's going to get points.
Points mean prizes for Tom Weaver.
He's just gone half a second quicker than his personal best time.
So do you think he went across the line with a whoop-sing again, eh? Do you think it was quicker than the time before?
I think it probably was. Stuart Bickley on the start line now. He qualified on a 51.72, and that would only put him just ahead of Nicola Minguez. So he needs to extractum digitum. Stuart waiting for the green light. Oh, we've got marshals out on course down at the bottom of the hill at Gountry. That's what the delay is.
They may be just sweeping, perhaps. Can you see any brooms there?
No, looks like it's an official on the course.
He's the one in the dark clothing, yeah?
Yeah, I'm assuming that's an official. And there's a marshal stood next to the track.
But the marshal's in the grass.
I think that's one of the timekeepers. We were getting dodgy splits.
Is there one? Yes, that would be one of the the split things. Yeah.
So I think that's probably he's just
checking that.
No, I think he's just been realigning it to make sure that it's right. So we're off and running with Stuart Bickley. A little bit slower than Tom Weaver over the first 64 foot. And dropping down into the S's.
He certainly is. And Tom was an electric run that time, but actually against Sean Gould's time, he's doing pretty well. And Stuart has been a habit of winning the 1100 class this year. He's very, very rapid in this car, but Tom Weaver's getting better and better in their car. So this would be very interesting to see, because at the moment, he's 1.5 seconds behind Sean Gould, but that doesn't necessarily mean
he's just fractionally down on Paul Hames' time, who's in third with a 51.41. Can he better that?
94 miles an hour through the speed trap, heading up towards the finish in a time of 51.47. So that puts him in fourth position. Tom Weaver still second. Sean Gould still leading, as we have Jack Cottrell in his Dallara. Jack won one of the Midland Championship runoffs at Chelsea Walsh last week. Very good young driver, lovely fella, quick car. It's one of the heaviest of the big single-seaters because it's built for the circuits.
He always seems to go well at Harewood. With both this car and the previous car he was using, so obviously his driving style suits the hill.
Well, take us off from the start, Steve.
Well, he's away with the launch, 0.11 behind Sean Gould, dropping down to the S's, into the S's. He's now 0.3 down at the split just before the S's, rounding Chippies, heading towards Country Corner. And he's only half a second down there, so he's in touch with Tom Weaver's time, possibly looking for a 49, I would have thought, heading up towards Orchard and into and out of Orchard.
Yes, here he comes now. What's Jack got for us? The engine's screaming, that big V8 in the back of it slides it out of country. on his way up through towards, he's 113 through the speed trap. That's going to be quick. 49.7. 49.7 puts him second position. And on the HillClimb.TV graphics, we can see, yes, Sean Gould still leads from Jack Cottrell, from Tom Weaver. Tom Weaver, though, in third position in the British Championship runoff, with 7 runners gone.
Yeah, well, we're into the big single-seaters with a vengeance now, with Dave Uren coming to the line. He qualified on a 49.82. I'm expecting him to be in the 48s on this run. So Dave Uren could well go into second place or even into the lead. He's got the capability, and he's away from the start line, charging away, just 2.22 a second down on the fastest time recorded, and Dave heading down into the S's.
Dave can be ballistic in these runoffs. I've seen it so many times, actually. It's an old car, but it's got a very, very potent Cosworth engine in the back of this one. He's a great driver, actually. A lot of them started in Westfields, and I think he started in a Westfield.
Yes, he
did. At the moment, he's actually only 0.16 down on Sean Gould, so he's in with a real chance as he comes round Orchard, heads towards Farmhouse now. Look at him go. Look at him go. Is he going to get round nice and cleanly? Yes, he does. Good line round there. Blast the power. Big Cosworth engine in the back. That's going to be quick up the straight. 123 through the speed trap, heading up towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of 49.21, which is going to take him into second place, just 2/10 behind Sean. Amazing stuff, isn't it? We've only got a few runners and riders to go. We've got Trevor Willis, Alex Summers, Will Hall and Matthew Ryder. Trevor Willis will be the next one you'll see.
And just so you know, Stuart Bickley will be in for a minimum of 1 point in the 1100. And Paul Hames, currently in 5th, could get 2. Well, we'll get at least 2. And Tom Weaver 3. Anyway, Trevor Willis off and running. 0.17 down behind the fastest time for the 64-foot, charging down into the S's, and there he's up. Fastest time into the S's for Trevor Willis.
Wow, scary Trevor. Can he win this runoff? At the moment, he's absolutely flying in that little OMS.
That's an error. He can't be 7 seconds quicker at country.
Well, perhaps not, but let's just see. Who knows? But he looks to be going very quick. Listen to that engine, absolutely screaming.
Half a second up at all.
Well, we think he's at least half a second up at this stage. Here he comes round Farmhouse. Blast now. Come on, Trevor, up that straight. 100 plus will do nicely. And he goes 113 up the straight, going in towards the finish. 47.90 takes him into the lead. Well done, Trevor Willis. Pulled that one out the pot, didn't he, Steve?
Yeah, he was very good on the early part of the hill. Just lost a little bit on the main straights, but Trevor is always committed through the corners.
47.90 though, I mean that is super rapid. That's the quickest we've seen all weekend.
Alex Summers away in the DJ Firestorm. Tied for the fastest 64-foot time, and he's dropping down into the S's. He's up on Scary Trev's time, going into the S's. So Alex round Chippies, up towards country, through country. Not got the split operating at country at the moment. Heading towards Orchard.
Sounding fantastic though, isn't it? Listen to that engine squeal. That engine revs to 14,000 RPM. So he's coming into country. Service are slightly down. Lots of power in this engine. It's going to be 100 plus up the straight there. 119 up the straight, heading up towards the finish. 47, 48, 48, 59 takes him second.
No,
third.
Yeah.
Third. So Trevor Willis still leading this runoff with only 2 runners and riders to go. We've got Will Hall and Matthew Ryder in their big gold Judd V8s. Trevor to win this runoff would be quite something, wouldn't it? He's a brilliant driver, isn't he?
Yeah.
And Will Hall's away, Steve.
Yeah, fastest 64-foot time. Heading down towards the S's, and we're not getting a split at the S's now. round Chippies, no split at country again, so we're looking for one at Orchard to give us some indication of how Will Hall is competing. And he's up to the Orchard split and he's 6/10 down.
6/10 down, so at the moment Trevor's winning the runoff. Will Hall has got to pedal this one up the straight in now. He's very quick earlier, 120 mile an hour up the straight. He's we're not 118 up the straight, heading up towards the finish. 47, 48, 48, 83. So that is not good enough to win. Fourth position with just Matthew Ryder to come. So, at the moment, Trevor Willis is leading the British Championship first runoff of the season with a 47.90. Hill record holder, Matthew Ryder, only man that can topple that. Right, what have you got for us now, Matthew? Hill record holder, Steve?
Yeah, absolutely. 46.39 is the Hill record. He was a little bit slower on the first 64 foot, dropping down into the S's, where he's only 600 slower than the fastest time to that point. Round Chippies heading up towards country, and that's a bit of a dubious time. I think he must be slightly down at country. We'll have to see at Orchard, and at Orchard we're getting him 0.12.
Yes, he's slightly up, 0.12 up. Here comes Hill record holder Matthew. Can he win the runoff? I think he will now. He's going to put the power of that goal down now. He's going to be 120, 109. They're going in towards the finish. Oh, he's going to win this. 46, 47, 51. Yes, that's surely good enough. Yes, it is. Matthew Ryder. Brilliant run. Takes the runoff from Trevor Willis. Fantastic drive by Trevor Willis. Sean Gould in third. Alex Summers fourth. Will Hall fifth. David Duren sixth. Jack Cottrell seventh. Tom Weaver eighth. Congratulations to him in his 1100. Paul Hames ninth. Stuart Bickley in his little 1100. He comes in 10th. And then there's Harry Pick and Nicola Menges. Brilliant runoff, folks. Fantastic first runoff. Wow. Trevor Willis to come second. I think that was pretty impressive. For Matthew Ryder, well, you've got to hand it to him. He was brilliant. So now there'll be a bit of a lull in proceedings. We all get over that runoff. I think I need another cup of tea. Fantastic. Well, Steve, what did you make of that?
Well, I did predict that Matt would win. But yes, it was a stonking runoff. Some fantastic performances. And I was a bit disappointed with Will Hull. I thought Will might have got a little bit higher up the order, but he did improve by over a tenth on his qualifying time. So maybe just a little bit too push on that run from Will Hall. But overall, fantastic.
Well, I hope you're all recovering from that one. It's always a bit of a moment when we finish the runoff, isn't it? But we got another one to do later on, Steve, haven't we?
Absolutely.
Amazing. So what we're going to do, we're going to go right through the card again, and they'll be trying to qualify for the second runoff, as well as the other classes as well. They'll be doing their thing in their classes, won't they?
Well, there's a lot to play for in the Championship Cup, which is the class-based championship, and we look to accumulate points throughout the season. There are limited events that actually covers, because it didn't go over to Craigantley, it doesn't go over to the Channel Islands either. So, apart from the Channel Islands, the rest of the rounds will count for the class-based championship.
Well, won't be long before we see cars going back down the start line. But in fairness, we started off with single seaters earlier, didn't we? So we got probably the 1100 class.
We've got some dual driven 1100s to see first.
Yes, and it looks like they're the Clarks are just driving the course. Is it just having a look around?
What's that?
Well, I see one down by the start line and one down there.
That's an official car, that.
Yeah, it looks official.
I think it was one of the clerks of the course who went down to the start area to run the top 12 runoff from down there. So you always have an official
Oh,
start
do they?
area,
Do they? Yes, I see. Yes, we need our officials to be officials. Everyone needs an official, Steve, don't they?
Oh, yes.
Officially, we need an official. So, well, I was standing through that runoff and it was just great to watch. I love that. Sun's still looking really good out there, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got...
I'm looking forward to seeing some of these big tin tops as well, that Legacy. It wasn't quite on song this morning, was it?
No, it was a bit disappointing.
I saw Stephen Darley up there when I went up just now, and they were revving the car and it sounded okay, so hopefully they got that one back on song. Stephen Moore's very quick, isn't he? And there's some other Evos there as well, isn't there? So that's a pretty good little class, actually, in fairness. Here it looks like our official coming up the hill in the little Mini. Well, actually not little anymore. I mean, look at that. It's the size of a Audi A6, isn't it? You know. Yeah, Minis are no longer Minis.
Well, there was a very interesting advert.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what for.
Right.
And it showed one of the modern Minis parked next to a Mini Cooper S. and it looked like a little tiddler next to a Pike, if you know what I mean. It was minute in comparison.
I just while we're watching, I expect some of my fellow commentators from the other hill, some of my chums like Owen Cool, who competed on the Manx Rally this last few days and won his class. Actually, he was the quickest R50 Mini.
All right.
So congratulations to him, and I expect my man Benoit.
Oh yeah.
Benoit Legendre, who and Alex Burnham. They will no doubt be probably watching. So best regards to you guys. We hope you're enjoying the coverage from a very sunny Harewood, which is absolutely fantastic. Guy Loveridge, are you watching him? Chris Druitt, Graham Jones. There's a few of us about, isn't there, Steve?
Jerry Sturman will be watching.
Jerry Sturman will be watching. Yeah.
He'll be who's the Gerston Down resident commentator. He'll be watching.
He is.
And he'll be commentating at the British Hillclimb Championship meetings at Gerston this year.
Is Jerry normally the commentator there, is he? Yeah,
He's
been doing that a few years and he's very well known, isn't he?
Absolutely. He used to do the commentating here until COVID.
Did he?
Post-COVID, because we'd initially ran with one commentator because of the size of the commentary box. We couldn't have two people in here immediately post-COVID. It wasn't allowed in a confined space. He didn't come up here, and he's decided he didn't want to come anymore. It was too much of a drag. I mean, he's older than me, so...
Oh, actually, I also forgot Billy Grace, my friend from London. We see a lot of Billy at Shelsley.
I've commentated with Billy before.
Lloyd Hackett, he's another one that we work with. Good afternoon to you guys. In fact, I did the Paddock walk today, but that's something that Billy's done in the past too, so I feel very honoured to have...
Well, I did two events at Wiscombe Park many years ago. Jerry was the go-to guy for the British Hillclimb meetings, and he couldn't make it, so he volunteered me. So I did two Wiscombes.
Oh, well done.
That was absolutely brilliant.
Wiscombe's beautiful, isn't it? Your commentator's box is at the bottom of the hill, isn't it?
It's behind the start line.
It is, isn't it?
And
yeah.
I tell you what, I was very, very impressed with Wiscombe from a commentary point of view.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't remember the guy's name who was the co-commentator, the local chap. But we...
I tell you what, at Wiscombe, Dave Pearce.
That's it.
Do you remember Dave?
Yeah.
Good afternoon to you, Dave. Legend. And
well,
he's a lovely fella.
Well, when it was the runoff, he would be taken up in a course car to Sawbench, which is about 2/3 the way up the hill. So I commentated until they were out of my sight, then handed over to him. He took them to the finish, and I gave the times. And it was absolutely superb.
Yeah.
And we were in an awkward situation the second time I went because there was a huge accident, and we were an hour and 20 minutes from when the accident happened to the next car running. And if he hadn't have brought four old programs with him, one from the 60s, one from the 70s, one from the 80s, and one from the 90s, we'd have been stymied.
Wow.
So we were talking about the programs and the cars that were in it and the drivers.
Yeah, of course.
So we were able to fill the gap. But about halfway through, we just said, well, we're going to get a cup of coffee and we'll be back in 5 minutes because we were absolutely exhausted.
Well, yesterday we had a few delays, and as you know, I was on my own yesterday, but I was working my way through this programme too, and I spent a lot of time chatting about various hill records, and of course they got all the information, and it goes right back to 1959.
Correct. Tony Lanfranchi set the first fastest time of the day.
Now we think it was a relative of his was competing yesterday. David, and I think it's his cousin. Yeah, that's right. I did ask about that. So, and he was, back in the day, he wasn't just a hill climb man. He was a very, very good racing driver.
Tony Lanfranchi actually drove in several non-championship Formula One races. So he was no slouch.
And wasn't there a British touring car, a saloon car championship?
He did that a couple of years as well when he went to production saloons. But I first saw him driving Formula 3s in the British Championship.
Yeah.
And I also met him in 1968 at Monaco, where he was competing in Formula 3.
Wow. Now, when you had
we had a long discussion about red wine versus beer.
Did you really?
Yes.
Now, back in all those years ago, Formula 3 was probably a 1 litre class.
It was still 1 litre, and it was absolutely fabulous.
Was it skinny tyres?
Yeah, and the stars of the 1968 Monaco Formula 3 race were 2 Italian technos using DAF Variomatic transmission.
Goodness me.
And basically, you put it into first gear on the start line, dumped the clutch, and that was it. You didn't change gear after that. And I was at Gasworks Hairpin, and coming into Gasworks Hairpin and out again, they were about a second quicker than everybody else because they had no problem with gear changing. They didn't lose any impetus. They just drove straight in, braked, and out. And we have a car on the start line, and we're back with the 1100s.
Yeah, that looks like either Jonathan Flesher
846 Jonathan Flesher.
Yeah.
Did a 51.65 on his first run, which is a new personal best for Jonathan. Just dropping the visor, and away he goes. And I think he may well. The clock is actually on 64 seconds already, so I'm not sure whether or not we're going to get a time for Jonathan. I think he might have inadvertently started the clock, so I'll have to wait and see.
That looks about right though so far, 20 seconds, isn't it?
No, I'm looking at the big clock down.
Oh, the big clock there, yeah.
It's at 85.
Looking at Rich's live stream one, it looks all right, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I think he moved slightly.
Yeah, here comes Jonathan now. He comes into Farmhouse, and he's sharing the car this weekend, but I think he owns this car. But his son Dylan's not with him this weekend. He was quick last year, wasn't he?
Yeah, very quick indeed. And Jonathan up through the finish. It says we'll have to wait and see what time.
53.44. 53.44 I've got down there. 53.44. But we'll go with that.
Right, who we got now? Stephen Morgan into Farmhouse Bend with the Empire Evo 3. We'll see his son Tom in the car a little bit later. Stephen up through the finish. And we're waiting.
55.07.
55.07, so that's an improvement over his first run time. Down at the bottom of the hill at Chippies, it's Robin Wood in the Force PT. Robin and his brother Anthony share this little car, have been doing for a while. Mainly based in the north of England. Their events. Robin already into an outer farmhouse.
I often see them down on the Midland Hills actually, so they do get about a bit, don't they? It looks like heading up 55.07, I think, Steve. 55.07 I've got there. Is that right?
Well, if it is, that's a brilliant run because it's exactly the same time he set on his first.
Well, we go with that then, shall we?
Yeah, that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, I'm a very reasonable guy.
Right, on the start line at the moment, it's Richard Weaver from the Ludlow Massif.
Loving that. Loving that. Yeah, the Ludlow Massif, Richard Weaver. Go on.
Yes, he's...
You like that, don't you, Steve? I can tell. I'm just having a quick scoff here, folks. I'm going to switch my mic off. Very rude to be eat while you're commentating, isn't it?
Definitely. Very infra dig. So, Richard Weaver, sitting patiently on the line. He's sort of waiting for a car to break down so he can go and recover it.
It's a never-ending pot of coffee you've got in there.
It's at least 2 more cups. Oh, it's nice to see Damien Bradley heading back down to the start, hopefully without any problems on this run. He's followed down the chute by Scott Moran in the little Skoda. Here's a question for you. Why do Skodas have heated rear windscreens?
I think you better tell me that one, old boy.
So your hands are warm when you're pushing them.
Oh, bit cruel. Don't think Roger would like you to say that about his one.
Right, well, we're off and running with Richard Weaver in the Empire Evo 2. Takes a very wide line at Clark's. Takes a look at the apex from about 2 yards away. Down into the S's. Neat and tidy through the S's though, hitting all these apex. And up towards country. Slithers through country on his way to Willow. Now heading towards Orchard. So Richard Weaver into Farmhouse Bend. 55.42 on his first run was a new personal best for Richard. What can he do on this run? It's a 54.95, so a new PB for Richard Weaver. On the start line, we have our additional runner in Class A1. That's number 97, Gavin Neat, who's sharing Samantha Lester's Peugeot 106 GTI. Change of class coming about after his practice accident this morning. So Gavin away, dropping down the hill into the S's. Nice and neat and tidy through the bottom part of the hill. Gavin already up into Country Corner. Takes the prerequisite amount of curb at that point on the track. Heading up towards Orchard. Very good line through Orchard. Now en route to Farmhouse Bend. Gavin Neat in the little Peugeot 106 GTI. Just the run up to Quarry and that final corner. 73.31 on his first run. And he's over the finish, improves to 69.85. Goes ahead of the car's owner, Samantha Lester. Zoe Shearman on the hill now with the Lotus Exige. Zoe's first run is 68.72. And over the finish, slightly slower, 68.9. Hot on her heels, David Leach, who is in second place at the moment with a 66.05. And he's over the finish. And we're waiting for his time to come up, 64.9. And that takes him into the lead. Tony Adams, he's in Class A2 with the Lotus Elise Cup car. 1.8 supercharged engine. First time he's been to Harewood with this particular Lotus Elise. And he's over the finish in 68.83, over a second quicker than he was earlier. A good run there from Tony. Now we've got your favourite Porsche coming up the hill.
Yeah, we certainly have. That's Peter Herbert. Well, and he's also got a lovely collection of cars at home as well, actually, to be fair. But that one is definitely one to take home.
That's left-hand drive. He bought it to do European hill climbing. And 66.65, Peter Herbert, improvement. Now we have Robbie Birrell past the commentary box in the Cayman, leading the class with a 62.38, just a tenth of a second away from his class record. What can he do this time? And for Robbie Birrell, it's a 63.03, no improvement, but still leads the class.
Chris Beresford there he goes in that 600 horsepower Subaru, very quick. He's the man that actually runs HillClimbing.org, which is a record service for all your records. Check out HillClimbing.org, a very accurate service.
And 61.62 for Chris Beresford is, I believe, a new class record.
Yeah, he's a very quick driver indeed. There goes Richard Price in the little Caterham there. He's on his own in that class today. And I see Mark Maynard, our friend in the little Imp, he's coming up next. So Richard Price goes through to the finish in a 63.70. So he will win that class as Mark Maynard. So we think Eric Morris' car is poorly. I didn't see it go down to the start. We think Gavin Neat's car's not well. So here he comes, Mark Maynard. He comes up from, I think, Stroud way. He's a real expert on these little cars. Anyway, he's going to win that class today, isn't he? Mark Maynard going up towards the finish. Going to be just into the 70s. He finishes in a time of 72.61. Oh, Eric Murray. Eric Murray, we spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Here comes Eric Murray. Perhaps he's going to win this class after all. He looks to be absolutely flying. Looking at the time, he's 78 mile an hour through the speed trap. He's going to finish in a time of 66.63.
Takes the last win.
Oh,
That's the death, as it were.
Got it going, didn't he?
Picking up the next runner, it's Amy Jenkins in the Renault Clio.
Yeah, Amy Jenkins, I think this belongs to her hubby, but she's stolen it for the weekend. She was telling me yesterday, she drives it very well. The little Clio, the little French hot hatchback.
He'll be sat at home looking for the keys.
He will. So, where's my car? Where's my car? He'd be ringing up the old bill, wouldn't he? There we go. Oh, here's Stuart Stelling, isn't it?
71.16 for Amy, new personal best in that car.
Stuart Stelling in the Mark II Escort. He won the class yesterday. What's he got for us today? He's 73 mile an hour up the straight. He's going to finish in the time in the low 60s, 64.72 for Stuart.
Nearly 2 tenths quicker than he was earlier.
Excellent stuff. So we've got Jim Herbert now in his Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5. So that's quite, so we've got an Evo 6 for Stephen Moore. We've got, this is the Evo 5.
Going slowly.
Going slowly, I would say.
And he's missing a lot of bodywork at the front as well.
He's Houston, Harewood, we got a problem. Harewood, we got a problem.
I think he's left it in the S's. If you look down at the bottom, there's a big lot of white on the inside where that marshal's walking to.
Yes, he's only cruising to the finish, isn't he? Cruising to the finish.
That looks like a Mitsubishi. Yes, we've got it on the live stream now.
Oh, yeah, so just retrieving it, aren't they?
Yeah, so that'll be on eBay tonight.
Goodness me, make a bid, He'll want that one back, though. He'll think he'll have to buy it back, or do you think they'll give it to him? Do you reckon?
Maybe for a couple of beers. We'll get
a few beers, good old Marshalls, that's it.
We did get eventually a time for Jim of 87.36, which unsurprisingly is not as quick as he was earlier. Sitting on the line, Jeff Twemlow, my old mate from Cornwall. Between jobs at the moment, he used to be a Pixie Wrangler. And before that, he was, I think, employed by Ginsters to taste their pasties. I'm not sure.
A pasty taster.
And a Pixie Wrangler.
Well, we got a few Cornish competitors here. And every time I see him, I said, bring me up a pasty next time. A proper one. No, I don't want a Ginsters. It's got to be a proper one, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
And they live in pasty country, don't they?
Yeah.
They can get proper ones. As long as they can get them out.
As they say down in Cornwall, proper job.
Proper job. And, of course, the thing down there, you've got to avoid the seagulls, haven't you?
Oh.
Those seagulls, they're wretched
scavengers.
Things. They are they bully people. They come down and eat their ice creams as well. As Jeff Twemlow is on our hill at the moment. He's got a reworked engine in there this year, courtesy of young Stephen Darley again, our Subaru expert.
Yeah, well, Jeff, a little bit under the weather this weekend. Towards the end of last week, he had his annual COVID jab, and it's left him a little bit.
He suffers from breathing problems, and that really knocked him about, to be fair.
So he's just trundling up the hill and enjoying himself, and why not?
Absolutely.
And now we're getting a replay of the shedding of the Mitsubishi front end. Oh, it's going backwards.
I've never seen him go backwards before.
Pick it up.
Oh my God, Richard, you're too clever. He's got a reversing. That's genius. Here he comes. Oh, he nearly spins it. That's what happened then. Oh, there he loses it. It was when he went on the grass, wasn't it? It loosened it all up.
Brilliant.
Well, beautifully done, I thought. Beautifully done.
Did we get a time for Jeff Twemlow, 75.05? What about Hayden Spedding?
Well,
Has Hayden's time come up yet?
Have we seen Hayden? He was in the E-Type, I don't think he's
64.
Has he?
3-1 while we were talking.
I missed him, didn't we?
Jonathan Williamson now in the Porsche 911 Carrera.
Beautiful car, that one.
I can remember seeing Jonathan donkeys years ago when he was driving in the Porsche Championship.
Here comes Stephen Moore, by the way, Steve, our farmer from the Wiley Valley. Always very rapid. He's got his big banger out today. He had to have a new gearbox fitted. He got that. He had to the back of that gearbox, but it's going very well.
I bet he had to write a big check.
He certainly did. Yeah, I think he's used to big checks. Big checks. Yes, all right, Stephen. Goodness me, leave the jokes to me. Hey, look, there's Wayne Penrose, our VW Super Bub Man.
59.67 for Stephen Moore.
Oh, here comes the legacy of Damon. Yeah, here he is. Damien Bradley.
Well, that's going like it should.
That was quick, wasn't it?
Time to beat in the class, a 59.67 that's just been set by Stephen Moore. 59.25 takes the class win.
But I tell you what, it was close to one thing. Close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not 100% right, that car.
No.
We've now got number 2, Scott Moran.
Scott Moran, yes. Well, Scotty.
Skoda Fabia.
6 times British Hillclimb champion, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Having a retirement year, but he's still driving the dad's Skoda.
That's why he's running number 2. Because he was second in the championship.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
And he's through the finish, improves his time to 57.97. So that's an extension of his class record he set on the first run. Trying to pick up the next car.
Well, it's Samantha Lester.
Sam Lester.
It is. Here she comes now into Orchard. Yeah, this is her new car, actually. She hadn't driven this car before. She'd driven it for about 400 yards, she was telling me. Probably the test run.
The Welsh Wizardess.
Yeah, she's more used to driving Formula Fords, but anyway, she was telling me she's had a bit of a time out last year, didn't do so much last year, 1 or 2 things she had to deal with, and yeah, great to see her back in her new car, off up to the finish.
And 70.3, handy improvement of 0.3 of a second. Michael Thompson in the Exige out of Farmhouse. And he has to beat a 64.90 to go back into the lead of the class. And he's over the finish, 65.51, slightly slower than he was on his first run, so he remains in second place. Heading into Farmhouse now, Mark Lawrence in the Porsche Cayman. This is the GTS model.
Looks pretty rapid to me. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Oh, it's quick. Yeah, and Robbie Birrell leads the class with a 62.38. Mark Lawrence, 65.5, an improvement over his first run time, keeps him in second place in the class. Into Formula Fords now, and we have a Rebecca Croker sharing the Van Diemen RF84 with Lawrence Marks. I think this weekend was Rebecca's first visit to Harewood. So a steep learning curve. She normally marshals at Gurston Down.
Well, she comes from Salisbury, but I've seen her quite a lot in this little Formula Ford.
Rebecca's time 69.96, new personal best for Rebecca Croker.
Hot little 1600 Formula Ford class, always entertaining, isn't it?
Harris now past the commentary box in the 1985 Van Diemen. And Paul and his son Jimmy, stalwarts of the Harewood Formula Ford class, and a 67.53 improvement there for Paul Harris. Liam Cooper past the commentary box in the Force TA. He's running in the Class J2,
which is a 1600 class.
1600 normally aspirated class. His time 54.26, which is an improvement and a new personal best for Liam. Paul Jones into and out of Farmhouse Bend. He's sharing Darren Gumbley's car. And Paul up through the finish, 58.3.
Here we got Alan Warburton in the Gall GR59, the 1600 motorbike engine car. His son David will be driving that later. David was in the Runoff earlier, wasn't he, I believe? Anyway, you'll be disappointed if David doesn't make the second Runoff. Anyway, Alan, he's capable of getting in a Runoff too, but he's gone through the finish and he's finished in a time of 53.43.
Which is over 2 seconds quicker than he was earlier. Now we've got some more dual-driven cars. Andrew Colborne in the Van Diemen that you quite like.
I do actually, the ex-Formula Ireland car. I think it's one of the prettiest cars. I love the paint scheme on it, but also I think the car just looks great. Van Diemen, fantastic racing car. company. Yeah, it looks good.
They had some fantastic talent driving for them in Formula Fords. You know, Ayrton Senna, Maurizio Gugelmin.
Amazing.
To name but two. And 62.62 for Andrew, a little bit slower than he was on his first run. Maybe too many pasties at lunchtime.
Maybe too many pasties, too many ice creams.
Nicky Cottrell on the hill.
Distinctive helmet there, isn't it? That lovely old pill beam sounds absolutely tremendous. Millington engine in the back of that one. Millington engines are based near Bridgnorth in Shropshire, and they build fabulous 4-cylinder engines usually for rally cars and the like.
And Nicky's time 62.54, over a second quicker than on her first run.
Here's one of your favourites, Andrew Henson's car, history car, Andrews.
Yes, this is Nicola Dearden at the wheel. Nicola set a new personal best on her first run with the Gould Dallara. This is a 1994 Formula 3 chassis, developed by Gould's, runs a 2-litre Vauxhall, and Nicola, I'm hoping, will get into the 69s. No, it's a 70.27, fractionally slower than earlier. Now we're into Sports Libra.
Whole bunch of radicals, isn't there? And I see Wayne Penrose. Oh, okay then. Well, that's nearly a bunch, isn't it? But we got another radical on the line, and we got Wayne Penrose in the big go. In fact, we got that looks like Alan McDonald to me.
So Dave Bickley over the finishing line, 62.02, over a second quicker than on his first run. Alan McDonald heading towards Farmhouse now in the Force SR4, 1.3 litre supercharged booster engine.
That's quick, isn't it?
It is, although he's not leading the class. That's Matthew Price who's leading, and 59.93 leaves Alan McDonald in second place. Meanwhile, going very slowly, I think because he's been red flagged. There's a red flag out at Country Corner and Willow, so Matthew Price may well have been red flagged because of an obstruction on the track. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any marshals running to attention there.
It could be Alan McDonald just knocked out a couple of posts.
Do you think so?
Quarry. So I didn't see that on the screen.
Ah.
And in fact,
at Lowton, if they hit a post, they get a 1 second penalty.
I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Actually, they should be taken out and shot.
There you go. Steve's told you now. Take them out and shoot them.
No, seriously. Seriously.
Hey, listen, you're live on live stream, pal. So just watch it.
I know. I was only joking.
I know you were.
I think the idea of giving somebody a penalty because they've clipped a post.
Yeah.
If you don't want them to clip the post, don't put the post there.
Indeed.
Just put a higher curb to stop them doing it.
Yeah, that would work.
I mean, it's the same in Formula 1. You've got these, or in MotoGP, he's overextended, he's going to lose the lap. If they do that at Monaco, they hit the wall and they retire.
Yes, so that's end of chat, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely
make
right.
the penalty more severe. Put walls around the courses.
Yeah, interesting.
It'll make Formula 1 interesting for a change.
Floppy sticks, aren't they, the ones?
Anyway, we have that Australian gentleman on the start line.
Yeah, but he can't go until Alan McDonald has appeared.
Big Wayne from Australia.
Big Wayne. He's not that big. He's nice, Wayne. I call him nice Wayne.
He's a big lad.
He's a big lad. You're saying you wouldn't want to take a punch from him, eh?
My boxing career is way behind me.
You know, when we were younger, we all did boxing, didn't we?
Yeah.
It's just part of what we did, wasn't it?
Yes,
we had to do it.
Yeah, I was the junior middleweight champion of my school for 2 years running.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Goodness me.
I did the he was Cassius Clay.
Cassius Clay,
Muhammad Ali. I did that. I dodged around a lot.
Did you?
Threw lots of jabs.
Lots of jabs.
Nobody ever laid a glove on me.
Look pretty.
Yeah.
Wayne Penrose is away.
Yeah. Wayne Penrose off and running in the Superbug. Yes.
500 odd horsepower, folks, at the wheels.
It started off as a 2-litre Volkswagen Combi engine. It's now 2.8 litres.
Yeah, it's a pretty serious bit of kit, actually. Well, he's enjoying himself this weekend. He's here through the summer. He's here for 6 weeks, actually, he was telling me. He's going to take in several meetings. When he puts the power down on the straight on this car, my goodness me, does it go. So as he comes out of Orchard, Puts it out of Orchard, puts the power down now. Look at it go. Listen to the backfire, bang, bollocks.
This is the bit that impresses me when he comes out of Farmhouse.
It's quick for a bug, isn't it?
That's rapid.
It's rapid, isn't it?
That's rapid for a VW.
It certainly is.
So Wayne Penrose, already over the finish, improves to a 62.02. That's brilliant, considering he only drove the hill for the first time yesterday. Duncan Barnes in Big Norma into the Farmhouse Bend. 2.1 litre turbocharged engine.
Yeah, 97 miles an hour up the straight, going in towards the finish at 55.27.
Not quite as quick as he was earlier when he set a new personal best. Into Farmhouse Bend at the moment, Gary Warren.
Yeah, Gary's travelled from Scotland.
Aberdeen, to be precise. That's a long way to Aberdeen, you know.
84, yes, it is indeed. But his local hill is Doon, I think, is his quickest one, I think he can get
52.77. No, Fintrail will be his nearest.
Oh, would it?
Yeah, that 52.77, new PB for Gary Warren. Looking out now for Nigel Pitt. Set a new PB, 55.72 on his first run. He's into Farmhouse with the 3000M.
Yeah, Matty put together a car, quite a recent car. I think it's at 2019, 2020 touch. 92 miles an hour through the speed trap in that little bike engine. 55.75 for Nigel.
Fractionally slower than on his first class run. Looking out now for Gavin McLaren, who's going very slowly into Country Corner. Now, I don't know what the problem is, or whether or not he was just going slowly through the corner. We'll have to wait to see what we get. It's looking as if he's had an incident somewhere on track earlier in the run and he's just cruising to the top, judging by the times he's posting.
Going a bit quicker up near the top now. 76 up the straight, so yeah, maybe right, Steve, something happened earlier on.
He's through the finish 68.38, which is 7 seconds slower than he was earlier. We now have Tim Thompson, all the way from Harewood in the RS28.
And Tim's sharing this with Jonathan Flesher, isn't he?
That's right.
Yeah, and I think Jonathan owns this car, but Tim's done a lot of hill climbing in the past, hasn't he?
Oh, yes, yeah, a lot. And he's through the finish 56.97. That's a new PB for Tim in that car. Tom Morgan in the Empire Evo 3 past the commentary box and firing his way up to the top of the hill. Can he break 52 seconds? No, he can't. He's a bit slower than he was earlier. 52.23 for Tom Morgan. Looking out now for Richard Walker in the OMS CF04. Round Farmhouse, powering his way up to the top of the hill. And Richard through the finish 57.18. About 7/10 quicker than he was on his first run.
Here comes young Anthony Wood.
That's right.
In his little Force, sharing with his brother, of course. Anyway, this is, I think, their first event of the year. Going up the straight, looking about 80 mile an hour. 82 miles an hour up the straight, going off up towards the finish, and he'll finish in a time of 54.68.
Which is a new personal best for Anthony.
Excellent.
Now we've got Matthew Price on the hill with his rerun with the Radical SR3. He's still leading the up to 2 litre sports car class with his first run 57.67. What can he do this time? The Radicals are quick. But Ed Hollier's class record of 54.34, I think, is almost out of touch nowadays. And a 58.28 for Matthew. Not as quick as he was earlier, but will still take the class win.
Here comes one of our runoff contenders, Stuart Bickley. Did brilliantly earlier in this little 1100cc car. That's going to be about 85 miles an hour through the, 94 miles an hour through the speed trap, heading off up towards the finish. Going to be time in the low 50s of 51.73.
Just 1/100th of a second slower than he was earlier. His time in the runoff, by the way, Chris, was a new personal best.
Oh, that's great. That's great to hear.
So we're looking out now for Tom Weaver. And Tom Weaver also set a new personal best in the runoff with a 50.98. So what can he do this time? He's going to be darn close to that time. Maybe a 51. It's drifted out to 52.19. Not as quick as he was before. On the hill we have David Tatum charging up towards Orchard. Took a very flat entry line to the corner. Got away with it. Now into Farmhouse Bend. 51.26 on his first run. And with that time, he still leads the class. And 51.84. That is only second on the second set of runs, but he still has the class win with 51.26 from his first run. Laura Wardle on the hill now. We're going back a couple of pages to Class C3 with the Porsche Carrera. Sounding very, very nicely as it goes up the hill. Beautiful sonorous sound to the Porsche.
We love the Porsches, yes, I'm a big fan. Actually, this looks remarkably like Roger Moran in this Skoda R5.
70.27 for Laura, which is over 2 seconds quicker.
Here comes young Roger Moran, four-wheel drive, 300 odd horsepower, proper little rally car, tarmac rally car, fantastic. 88 up straight there, heading up towards the finish. He's going to be round about 59.01.
Well, that's a new PB for Roger, but he remains in second place behind Scott. That's in the class. Now we're looking out for Kelvin Broad.
Yes, we had Alex Coles drove this as well earlier and didn't qualify for the runoff, so I was hoping he would. But anyway, Kelvin's driving it now. Half owner in the car. Supercharged bike engine in the back that looks to be going very quick up the straight. 93 up the straight, heading up towards the finish. Going to be in the low 50s, mid 50s, 57.05.
0.15 quicker than he was on his first run. And we seem... now there's a car being rolled back from the start. I didn't see which one it was.
Yeah, nor me.
I was a bit slow to
I don't know if they got a technical hitch there. But there's other cars, quite a few single-seaters waiting to go down. So no shortage of cars, so maybe...
It looks like it's a problem because they pushed the car back into that lay-by.
Oh, yeah.
So whoever it was... and who should be after 880 on the running order? 886 should have been next, which is Simon Mather in the AFS. He should have been next on the hill. But I
haven't seen him here all day. The AMS Mattia.
No.
So.
No. Simon Mather.
Simon Mather.
Yeah, in the AFS.
AFS. Sorry, Alex Summers' car.
John Pick in the AMS withdrew.
Right, So, Simon, Well, so they had the problem earlier. Do you remember they had to tow it back up, didn't they?
Yes.
So that car's not quite right, is it?
No,
that's a shame. But anyway, we got somebody else going to the line now.
That's Lynn Owen. Go into the line, so we're into the dual-driven big single-seaters. Lynn in the Works OMS 28 runs the 2.7 litre RPE V8, an engine constructed from two top ends of Hayabusas, put onto a bottom end billet with a common crank. Lynn
so they built a completely separate bottom end for it then.
Yeah, it's RPE is Radical Performance Engineering.
Right.
So it's the engine they put in the V8 Radicals.
Mm-hmm.
And 58.42 for Lynn on her first run. Lynn, neat and tidy as always through the bottom part of the hill. Watching out for Lynn to appear out of Orchard Corner, heading up towards Farmhouse. And Lynn up through the finish, 58.14. That's 2/10 quicker than she was earlier. Bernie the Bolt Kevel into Orchard with another OMS. This has got the TKD SV8. And again, this is two Suzuki Hayabusas put together by Terry Davis, his workshop. And Bernard over the finish in a 56.9, not as quick as he was earlier. Looking out for Sandra Tomlin in the 4-litre Judd V8 powered Pilbeam MP97. Sandra over the finish, 58.54, a little bit slower than she was on her first timed run. Now we pick up Nicola Minguez in the S's, coming out of Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. Nicola, the ladies' hill climb record holder, with a 50.74. Made it into the first runoff, but didn't pick up any points. To be certainly ahead of a 52.28 to have a chance of getting into the second runoff, and 52.50 may not be enough. We'll have to wait and see. I think we've got a couple of more. Yeah, we've got Lindsay Summers who's waiting to go. And that looks like Simon Mather stood next to the car.
Yes, it does. Absolutely right. Yes, he was down there in the force of the PT, wasn't he? I hope they haven't got a problem with both cars. That would be a disaster, particularly with Alex wanting to drive that one in the runoff.
Yeah. Oh. I'm not sure what's going on now.
No, nor me. Not having a lot of luck, are they, at the moment?
No.
Oh gosh, well, let's hope they can get that sorted out. We don't want two Summers cars being towed up, do we? Disaster. I suspect it's a minor problem, but it's finding what that minor problem is. All the modern electrics on these modern cars.
Oh, yes.
So complicated, aren't they?
Electricary.
You need laptops. Electricary, that you need laptops to solve your problems. Wayne Penrose, when he had a problem yesterday, he got in touch with all his chums back in Australia and his son, and then there was lots of WhatsApp messages whizzing backwards and forwards, and then they sent back saying, we think it's low oil.
Right.
And once he topped the oil up, because basically the engine was cutting because it thought the sensor said that it's low on oil.
Yeah.
And it was.
Sometimes it's the sensor. The sensor can say you're low on oil when it is in fact not low on oil. And
but
that's happened a lot.
this occasion, Wayne did say user error.
User.
So he topped it up with some oil, and he made it all good again, which was great to hear. And he's been running well today, hasn't he? Been having a nice time.
He's been going quicker and quicker,
he has,
which is the fundamental thing about hill climbing.
What you can do, isn't it?
Really, what you're supposed to do.
Steve's just raided his tucker box. I don't know what he's got out this. Oh, this is his coffee. He's going to go for another brew. That's about. He's got this cup in here. It's about the size of a pint mug, and he's got this flask which is about the size of an oil drum. But it's very good, isn't it? It's one of those thermo flasks that you just flick the thing. Yeah, it's still steam coming off it, isn't there?
Yeah,
I'm impressed with that.
Works very well.
It does work well. Is that an actual thermos make, or is it?
No. It's a Lidl special.
A Lidl special. A centre aisle job, is it?
Yep.
We love a centre aisle job. I've just eaten a Aldi's centre, cake thing my missus picked up. I've got to say, wasn't great. I wouldn't lie to you. It's called a balcony or something.
Balcone.
Balcone. Horrible. Wouldn't lie to you, Steve. Rubbish.
Made of balconies.
Don't get one of these, mate. You get more taste than a piece of plywood. Yeah.
Yes.
But how many times do we go to
other supermarkets are available?
Other supermarkets, like Waitrose and things like that, which we do go to occasionally, and we've been getting a lot of deliveries since the pandemic. You know, we find that works quite well. But occasionally
we had a Waitrose open up in Southport. It lasted 18 months. And closed.
Oh, wow.
Everybody went in the first week because there were loads of special offers, and when the prices went back up to normal, nobody went in.
Yeah, but Southport's Millionaires Row, Steve.
It used to be.
Is it changed?
At one stage in the 1930s, there were more millionaires per head of population in Southport than any other town or city in Britain.
Now that is pretty impressive,
because
isn't it?
A lot of the people whose industries were based in Manchester and Liverpool lived in Southport because you can commute on the trains each day.
Oh yes, lovely place, Southport.
And it was such a fantastic place to live.
Got beautiful golf courses. Fantastic.
It's got more golf courses per head of population.
Yes, I think it's good. Well, I played them, and I'll tell you what, Southport and Ainsdale, Hesketh, and just down the road, Lytham and Birkdale, and
when the Open Golf
Hillside.
When the Open Golf comes to Southport, they can play all the qualifying matches within the boundaries of Southport.
Wow!
Because we've got so many first
quality courses,
golf courses.
Absolutely brilliant. It is a beautiful place.
We hold the British Women's Golf Championship as well as the Open. We have the British World Amateur round in Southport as well. It's fantastic if you're into golf. I used to be.
Yes, sure.
But unfortunately, an ankle injury ruined all that.
Right. No, it's the Lancashire coast is very well served, isn't it?
It looks like Mr. the other Greenan, was gutted he wasn't here this weekend. Special mention for Tom Weaver breaking the 51-second barrier in the 1100. Very few have done that. But
yes. What was that? Andy, was it, or who was it?
The one who's not here. Adam, is it?
Adam, yeah. Well, yes, gutted. We're not seeing you here. Where have all the sponsors gone on the legacy? Well, I will tell you. Watch this space. There's stuff going on. Damien was telling me yesterday, but at the moment, looking a bit bare on the legacy, isn't it? The car's going very well indeed.
Well, it went adequately, I think you might say, because it was way off its fastest pace. It just got to the top and won the class, which is all you have to do, I suppose. Right, well, we've got Simon Mather's car working now, whatever the problem was.
Wow, that's good to see, isn't it? And I hope that Lindsay's car's working.
A little bit of fiddling around, and we've got Simon Mather.
He's the man to fiddle because he knows his way around a motor car. He designed those that fire hall.
And here we go with Simon Mather from Falkirk in his first foray into the big single-seaters, dropping down into the S's with the AFS P4T.
I know it's a mouthful. It is a mouthful, but it's a wonderful car, isn't it?
It looks the business. I think
it is the business.
Nice.
I've seen this come fifth in the Runoff last season in its first year. And Simon, it's the first time he's driven it, I think, on a hill this year. He's got his shiny new overalls, shiny new helmet, absolutely pristine.
Yeah.
Listen to the engine sound on that lovely, you said it was a Cosworth V6, didn't you?
Yeah, it's the 2.5 litre Cosworth V6.
Yeah.
Opel DTM engine.
Was that a touring car engine?
Yeah.
91 miles an hour, heading up towards the finish, going to go 59.47.
That's half a second quicker than he was earlier. So a good improvement there for Simon.
Lindsay's away.
Lindsay's off and running as well with the DJ Firestorm 2. This is the ex-Wallace Mingus chassis, now fitted with an ex-Indy Cosworth XD V8.
Was Wallace's old chassis, was it?
Yes, but I think it's been sort of refettled, as it were.
Yeah, sure. Well,
like they're doing to Wallace's Gould at the moment.
Well, this is true. Well, anyway, Andy Smith will be watching up the top here with Alex Summers. Obviously, Lindsay was going to get it to the top. Sounds absolutely a mint engine in that one. Great looking car, and in 92 miles an hour up the straight, heading round Quarry into the finish. 56 seconds dead for Lindsay Summers. Well
That's
done,
a good
Lindsay.
improvement. 0.82 of a second quicker than she was earlier. And away from the start line, that looks very much like Sean Gould.
Certainly is, actually. Yeah, Sean was very rapid earlier, wasn't he? We know he's still a great driver. He builds a beautiful car. Sean, I tell you what, I've noticed he's been very relaxed around the paddock of late. I remember a couple of years ago you'd watch Sean and he'd be sat in the motor in the trailer, wouldn't he? Very, very focused.
Oh yeah.
It's a big effort driving one of these, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
take us to the finish, Steve.
Yeah, well, he's out at, we hit 2 of the posts at Orchard but didn't pull them out of the ground. He's into Farmhouse Bend, sweeping through the corner. Now onto the straight, powering his way up towards the top of the hill. 109 indicated through the speed trap, and Sean Gould over the finish in 49.57. A little bit slower than on his first class run.
Should get in the runoff, though.
I would think he's in the runoff.
Anything in the 49.
Well, I think anything below 50 will get you in.
Yeah, I get
we're back to the Formula Ford 1600s with Lawrence Marks in the Van Diemen.
Now, I think wasn't Lawrence the quickest of the bunch last time?
Well, he was quicker than Rebecca Crocombe.
Right.
He wasn't quicker than anybody else.
Okay, well, he's just going by us now, actually.
Well, he has to beat 69.96 to beat Rebecca. So we'll see what Lawrence can do. He's over the finish 69.15, so he goes back in front of Rebecca.
Here comes Caroline Ryder.
Oh yes, it's Caroline.
Let's get it right. Yeah. And she's going very well, 73 miles an hour.
Daughter of British Championship.
Mother?
British Sprint, no, daughter. A British Sprint Championship winner.
Didn't know that.
Ken Ayres.
Whoa! Didn't know that.
So
she finishes in 64.08 as Sarah Bosworth goes by us. Sarah Bosworth's always quick. She's our barber from Sheffield.
The demon barber from
Sheffield. Demon barber that tells me she grooms men.
That's correct.
Yes, so we're not being...
a 63.65, which moves her ahead of Caroline Ryder.
Oh.
Jimmy Harris now, Harewood regular in his 1985 Van Diemen. 63.04 on his first run. Jimmy, through the finish, improves to 62.50.
Does that take him into the top of the...
It keeps him in second place.
Second place.
So on the hill, Rob Spedding, class record holder with the Vector, leading the class with a 61.36. Had a somewhat subdued year last year with this car. Spent quite a lot of time getting it right, ready for the season. Leading the class at the moment with a 61.36. And Rob Spedding up through the finish. 61.1.
Wow, he had a big moment through the finish there.
Well, that extends his lead on the hill at the moment. Andrew Short heading up towards the top of the hill with the OMS CF07. CF standing for carbon fibre. Runs a 1585cc booster, and he's through the finish. Nice time, 58.65, quicker than his first class run. We're looking out now for Mark Shalanka with this new to him Force TA.
Here he comes now, actually.
You said this was the ex-Einan prize car?
Yes, it is indeed. Einan has actually bought an R5 Skoda.
Correct.
Ex-Cali Rovanpera.
I've seen that on the internet.
Ah, well, I've seen it on
good improvement for Mark, 56.78. Looking out now for our next runner should be Olivia Cooper, and it is. Another Force TA. Olivia's first class run was a 56.47. And Olivia into and out of quarry over the finish in 55.47. So a second quicker.
Here comes Adam Greenan.
Andy. This is Andy.
Andy. It's Andy. Oh, I'm getting confused with these Greenans. They've both got the names with an A, haven't they?
I know. It's
too much for an old boy like me.
Yeah.
Well, he's already through the finish.
51.45. That could get him into the top 12 runoff. It's a new personal best as well.
Be pleased with that, won't he?
So yeah, very good run. Darren Gumbley now in yet another Force. This is the TA with the booster engine. Failed to trouble the scorers on his first run.
He's 102 though through the speed trap. He's nipping along, but he maybe is just outside. 53.38.
Yes, I think that was I need to get a time run. Needs to get a time in to score some points in the cup. Into the farmhouse now. David Warburton, Gould GR 59. In second place in the class now. Andy Greenan's bumped him down. What can David do? 50.85. Thank you very much. Back into the lead. And I would suspect that will probably get him into the next runoff.
Yes, indeed. So we've got some big runners and riders to come yet, though, haven't we, Steve?
Yeah.
So, hang on. Bit of noise outside our box there. What's going on there, we don't know. Anyway, it's all good.
We're having some posts down in the S's replaced, which is why there's a delay.
Ah, right, okay. Indeed. But what a marvellous hill this is for watching, isn't it? You can see so much of it, actually. I think because it's so long and big, you could do with a pair of binoculars for watching from here, couldn't you? At the top here.
Well, I do have a pair of binoculars in my bag in case there's an incident which I can't pick out.
Excellent,
So
excellent, yeah.
Binoculars on it.
Of course, we've got Rich Danby.
Of course we
on
have.
HillClimb.TV here. We've got a lovely screen.
We've got Rich Action Replay Danby.
We have. He is the man. He can even reverse cars.
Better than I can.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, so sitting on the start line is John Cottrell in the Pilbeam MP82.
Oh.
So John away, already heading down towards the S's. Neat and tidy through there. Cottrell's of course running two cars this weekend. John and Nicky in the Pilbeam and the son in the Dallara. We're not picking. Oh, there we go. We pick up John Cottrell coming into Orchard, heading up towards Farmhouse Bend. 62.98 on his first class run. This time. And he's over the finish in a 61.32. Nice improvement. And that takes him ahead of Nicky.
Here comes young Ian Tucker from Cornwall. Making good progress. Travelled a long way to come here. He's going to go through the speed trap at 87 miles an hour, heading up towards Quarry, in towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of 58.06.
Which is a new personal best for Ian. So he's improved by over a second during the day. Andy Borgood into Farmhouse.
Yeah, looking actually very good indeed. Comes from the Channel Islands, absolutely flying up there in his booster engine car. He's going to finish in a time of 53.79 for Andy.
Handy improvement there of 0.4 of a second. Andrew Henson on the hill now with the Gould Dallara.
Yes, Andrew's got this Vauxhall engine in the back of this one. Nicola Dearden shares the car with him, and I think he's a racing car dealer, actually. He sells racing cars, but anyway, drives them well. This car's, as Steve said, a history car, got a lot of wins behind it, but anyway, making very good progress up the hill, through the speed trap there. He's going to be finishing, he's 98 up the speed trap, and 52, 53, 54.08 for Andrew Henson.
Nice improvement, a couple of tenths of a second. Looking out now for Alex Coles.
Young Alex, now how's he got a run off in him now? How's he looking at the moment, Steve? He's going to be through that speed trap, looking quick. Okay, come on Alex, you need to go around 50 on 103, 49, 50, 51, 52, 1.7. 51.
That could be on the cusp.
It could be on the cusp.
But it is a new personal best.
Brilliant. Okay.
For Alex.
Can't do better than that.
And he's done that on every timed run, every competition run today.
Excellent. Well done to Alex. So we hope that gets in, but you never know. We've still got a few big runners and riders to go, haven't we?
I'm not keeping track of how it's going because my cards all got shuffled.
You got shuffled. And
it all started too quickly for me to catch up.
Well, don't you worry about it. But we're thinking anything sub 50 is going to have a very good chance of qualifying.
In fact, I would have said anything in the mid 50-second mark, so 50.5,
right,
and lower would get in for certain.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. Actually, just waiting for a few cars to go down to the start. One or two of the dual-driven ones. I'm guessing some of the big boys now, aren't they? You know, so Alex and Matt.
We still haven't seen Paul
Trevor,
Hames yet.
Paul Hames,
on his second-class run.
Indeed. Terry Graves. I don't think we've seen him, have we?
So, what was Alex Cole's number? Was 180, so it should be number 9 next, so it should be Paul Hames next.
Yeah.
And then we go into the rest of the big single-seaters.
Right. Well, there is Paul Hames, talk of the devil, car number 9.
Oh, right.
I think he just bump-started it then, and there's the P4T, that's the black helmet, that'll be Richard Summers in that one.
Yep.
Can you believe £800 to spray a race helmet? That's mad, isn't it?
Well, I could imagine if you bought one from Demon Tweaks and said, I'd like it painting, and you sent them a sketch, they would charge you £800.
My old motorbike helmet, one of them I had, was white, full-face helmet, and I put some fluorescent orange stripes around it, just stick-on jobs. That didn't cost £800.
Well, my first helmet was an open face because I was driving a closed car.
Yeah.
And it had a clip-on peak.
Yeah.
So I adorned the clip-on peak with loads of stickers. And that was the way I got colour into it. But I didn't put any stickers on the body of the helmet.
Well, why wouldn't you just put transfers on these days? That'd make it easy, wouldn't it? They're easy enough, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's what I'd do.
You just find somebody who's very good with one of those modelling little spray guns.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
If you find somebody... Most towns have a modelling club.
Yes.
Just go to them and say, look, I want this helmet painting.
I reckon they'd do a deal.
They do it for you. And what you need to do is just find out what paint to use.
Yeah, it's got to have one that sticks on there, because obviously they're quite a specific material.
Yeah, we have Paul Hames on the start line. All from Farnham. The Farnham Flyer was, of course, the late, great Mike Hawthorne.
Was he from Farnham, was he?
Yeah, and
didn't he crash on the Guildford bypass?
Yes, he did. Paul Hames, having dumped the clutch, stalled the engine, but fortunately the rear wheels didn't cross the line, so he's been realigned, and he will have another bite at the cherry, as it were. So Paul, helmet visor down, getting the revs up, waiting for the computer to say yes, and away he goes. No problems this time. Into Clark's and dropping down into the S's.
Certainly is, Paul. Yes, this car can be spectacularly quick, and so can he. Some days he's really on it, and other days not so good. So I think he's got a better time in him than he did earlier, perhaps. But the car is very, very rapid, and so is he. Very determined competitor, actually. Looks a bit severe when you see him in the paddock, but nice chap. But anyway, here he comes down. Well, I'm going to call it the Farmhouse Straight, Steve, into Farmhouse Bend. And he's now puts the power down. It's going to be 100 plus, I reckon. It's through the speed trap there, not giving us but it's 49, 50 seconds, 51.32. Yeah, I reckon that'll get there.
He's quicker than he was on his first competition run.
Indeed, indeed. Oh, you've got Richard Summers,
on the hill.
Yeah, he'd be doing very well to get into the runoff, but be thoroughly enjoying the car. He says he fits nicely into it now, and it's very quick.
Richard powering his way up towards the top of the hill. And sweeps through the finish, 56.05.
Okay, well, they're getting quicker. They're getting quicker. Who have we got now? We have got
Paul Croot.
Paul Croot, yes. Another long travelled.
Should be coming out of the S's.
There he is.
Where is he now? Oh,
there
right.
He is, yeah, he's just down there. I think you called that country corner, didn't you?
Yeah, it's country corner.
He's down in the country. Get down in the country.
Through Willow, which is a very, very tricky corner.
And here he comes. He's got Orchard.
Yeah, the little elbow before Orchard, through there, and en route to Farmhouse Bend.
He is indeed. Here he comes. This V6 Jaguar engine sounds fantastic, doesn't it? And the colour scheme, of course, was the Jackie Stewart Racing, wasn't it? The Works Jaguar Formula One. Yes, they did indeed. Anyway, he's off up towards the finish now. He's going to finish in a time of 59.20.
Not as quick as he was on his first class run. On the hill at the moment, Steve Owen heading towards Farmhouse.
Yeah, here comes young Steve. Lynn's driven the car earlier. Steve will be looking to get into the runoff. Has he got a runoff in him? Looking at the time, it's 47. He's got a chance. He's got a chance. He's going round the corner now around Quarry. Going to finish in a time of 50. Always looking dodgy. 53.91 might be a bit.
Not as quick as he was earlier. I suspect that won't get him in.
Off the cusp.
Well, I'm afraid. Yeah. Terry Graves now. Oh no, it's not Terry Graves. It's Simon Andrews. Just slightly out of order at the moment. So Simon in the TKD SV8 powered OMS 28. Over the finish, 56.72, not as quick as he was earlier in the day. Now heading up into Farmhouse Harry Pick.
Yeah, a bit raggedy round Orchard there, but he's already on the straight, finishing the guy up to the finish. 109 up the straight there, so pretty rapid. 50 seconds, 51, 51.81. I think that's got a chance. You think the time's slightly down at the moment, Steve?
Well, that was quicker.
Here comes Oliver Tomlin. In fact, we missed Oliver. He's already gone up to the finish, and he's finished in a time of 53.17.
That's quicker than his first competition run. On the start line at the moment, Jack Cottrell with the Dallara F305, so a Formula 3 car from 2005. Now reworked with the Cosworth XD V8 in the back.
So a lot of our single-seaters, there's only a few more to go, and then we'll have a little clutch of various other cars, including that Mark 1 Cortina and the Brabham. But anyway, away from the start has been Jack Cottrell. He's already on the hill, and he's heading down towards the S's there. Goes round there. Looking good so far. Round Country Corner.
Kicks up the dust on the exit of Country.
Up towards Orchard, the engine sounds terrific. Come on, Jack, what sort of time you got for us here?
You went quite deep into Orchard.
He's trying hard,
on the black stuff. He's trying hard as he heads up the straight. 49.87 on his first run, and it's slightly slower. 50.58 should get him into the runoff.
We've had quite a few round that mark, haven't we?
So we're looking now for Dave Uren, car number 8. the ex-Groves Ransom GR55B.
Here he comes now, round Farmhouse, going to put the power down. Yeah, that is absolutely flying. David Uren, very talented driver, 123 miles an hour. That's well quick. 49.90, good time. That'll get him in there.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower than he was on his first run.
Trevor Willis. Well, Trevor was the star of the show. He came second in the runoff last time. We'll want to do enough to get into the runoff, and then he can do his real business. So at the moment he's looking comfortable to do that. 112 mile an hour up the straight, 49.77. That'll be good enough.
That should get him in, although it's 3/10 down on his time from the first qualification run. Looking out for Will Hall. He's down in the S's with his Gould GR59J.
Yeah, Will Hall, this is his new car effectively. This is the top spec Gould. They don't come any better than this. 4 litre Judd power in the back of it. Very talented driver. Lovely, lovely fella to talk to in the paddock. Family man. Vanity Hall is the... they make bathrooms amongst other things. That's quick up the straight there. That looked quick. 111. He's going to finish this comfortably inside the time. 48.98. Well done, Will.
Well, that's quicker than on his first qualification run. Alex Summers into and out of Orchard in the DJ Firestorm 2. Round Farmhouse Bend. 49.13 on his first qualification run. So something in that order would be nice. 50.18. That should see him into the runoff, I would have thought.
Just Matthew Ryder to come amongst the big bangers. Matthew won our first runoff, of course. All he wants to do is get the time round about 50 seconds would be good enough, wouldn't it?
I would imagine so.
And I suspect he'll do that quite easily.
A high 49 or a low 50 will do nicely.
Coming down into country now.
Through Farmhouse Bend, sweeps through Farmhouse, charging up towards Quarry.
110 up the straight, finishes round the corner in a time of 49 dead. Good enough. Good enough.
That'll do, I would imagine.
That'll do. So,
John Mackenzie on the hill now with the Mark 1 Ford Cortina, running the 1700 Crossflow engine.
Lovely old thing this, Steve, isn't it, to be fair? Nicely, just looks great. Comes down from Scotland. I know the first time I saw this car, I think was at Shelsley or something like that.
And of course, it's ULEZ compliant.
Is it really? Well, that's he'd have no problem selling it in London, then, would he?
Because of the age of the car.
Well, he'd be happy days in London. They'd give him about 100 grand for that, wouldn't they? Eh? Instead of a Range Rover, you'd buy one of them. Better investment.
Right, so John Mackenzie sweeps through the final corner, 71.95, and that's way quicker than he was earlier. Andy Tippett in this wonderful Brabham BT30X with the Buick V8, 3.5 litre, 64.34 on his first run, and Andy over the finish, 62.81 for Andy Tippett. Nice improvement.
Well,
now moving into Ferrari territory.
Oh gosh, yes.
As soon as we finish the class runs, we'll be able to give you the running order for our second top 12 runoff of the day. But Peter Rogerson has come to a halt at Chippy's.
What's Peter driving then? Ferrari. Oh, he's in Ferrari.
360 Modena F1.
Oh gosh, I can see him down there. Yeah. Do you think he's just stopped? Don't often see them broken down, do you? These Ferraris.
Well, it's always awkward when you have to drive the cars to the event.
True.
If you have a
True.
Getting it home. I remember one of the Ferrari guys, I was at Logan Park at the top box, and he arrived doing about 110 mile an hour on the grass on the inside of the course.
Did he?
Cleared the track on the exit of Fallow, landed on the grass on the opposite side of the track, and went another 50 yards up the field.
Did he?
Now that unfortunately has been pushed to one side, and I think they're going to push it back into the slot, as it's called. So they're now pushing
it back, perhaps when.
Yeah, it's being pushed back over what was the old start area.
Oh, really?
The hill.
Oh, that's interesting. So you used to start. How long ago did they change that then?
Ooh, it's in your programme.
Is it? Yeah, but I thought you'd know stuff like that, Steve. You know everything.
I don't have my notes immediately to hand.
Well, approximately. What do you think?
Oh, well, I'll tell you in a second. I don't like approximations.
No, you don't like approximations.
1992.
Thank you for that very good approximation. I like your little folder. That's good, isn't it?
Well, that's what I used to use when I went motor racing.
Yeah.
So I used to keep track of all the non-starters and what have you.
Excellent.
Yeah, I went all over Britain, and I went to see a lot of European Formula One races and business sports car races.
That's the 246 Dino down there, isn't it?
On the start line, yeah.
Lovely.
And I also went over to the States to see the Grand Prix at Detroit. And I went to Mexico for a holiday, which just happened to coincide with the Grand Prix. So
very nice.
I had some very nice long holidays over the other side of the Atlantic, just to watch motorsport.
Wow. How are we doing for time, young Steve?
I have no idea. I don't have a watch.
No, I know me. Did I do something with my clock earlier? And it's probably in my bag.
I think my cell phone's given up the ghost.
Yeah, I think mine's in my bag. Is it on Rich's screen? No,
it's not at the moment.
No, not on Rich's screen.
And it's usually on the computer screen, but it says 16:58.
That's good then. So. It's got it all there, isn't it, if we know where to look? Yeah. Actually, we haven't looked at that screen for a while, have we, to be fair?
Well, I keep looking at it.
But it's good. Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Well, that's all good then. As long as you're looking at it.
If they put it there, you look at it.
Yeah, well, that's why you and me work together, because I'm rubbish, really, but, you're good at all this stuff.
No. Anyway, we're off and running with Anthony Atwood.
In this extremely valuable Ferrari Dino.
Beautiful. 246 GT. I remember when they turned up with it at Lowton Park, pre-restoration, and it didn't look that bad, even then, but it looks immaculate now.
Oh, it's had a massive restoration because they found a load of rot when it got crashed.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they got it back, and they found actually there was a lot of rot in the car. So whether that was a contributing factor, I don't know. But either way, no expense spared.
The body shells were, I think, made by Fiat, were they not?
Yeah, and the floor pan was all pop riveted. Remember that? I remember seeing that. Yeah, and I thought it was like rubbish.
And when they came on the market, it didn't say Ferrari anywhere on the car.
No,
it just said Dino.
Yes. He put a V6 in the back, didn't he? Was it a V6?
No, it was a Ferrari
V6.
Originally 2 litres.
Was it?
And it was originally 2 litres because the Italian tax laws allowed you to claim all the tax back if you bought it for business purposes.
Wow.
If it was under 2 litres.
Goodness me.
Anyway, 8324 for Anthony Atwood.
Brian Jackson just gone by in the Portofino, and that's a front-engine Ferrari, one of my favourites. I love front-engine Ferraris. 57.75 for Brian Jackson.
No, that's not right. 68. Richard Priest on the hill at the moment with the F430. This is the benchmark car. And this time is fed into the performance equalising formula to predict the times for everybody else. And Richard did a 69.02 on his first competition run today, which was a new personal best. So that's raised the bar for everybody. And Richard Priest up through the finish, 69.73, a little bit slower than he was earlier. Looking out now for Martin Jones in the 360. Charging up between the farm buildings. Now onto the straight leading to Quarry. And Martin Jones over the finish, 77.51, handy improvement. Out of Farmhouse Bend, Rob Samuels in the 458 Speciale set a new PB on his first run and improves on that with a 64.62 on his second. So 2 good runs there from Rob. Trying to pick up Steve Nunney in now Steve is in the 348 TS. This and the 246 Dino are the cars that are in negativity in the formula, so they get a big advantage in the way that it works out. So if Steve Nunney can improve on his 76.31 from his first run, he could be in for a hatful of points. And in fact, he's almost equalled it with a 76.30. Next interview will be John Kennedy over here from America into and out of Orchard. He's the stunt driver you were telling me, Chris.
He absolutely is, the James Bond stunt driver who's been making this film with Robert De Niro, who's involved with the latest James Bond film. So yeah, highly talented driver without any doubt at all. Great to see it actually.
And John goes sliding off on the grass on the apex of Quarry, over the finishing line eventually, 70.64, but that was definitely a heart in mouth moment, especially for his mother who's watching in America. Down in the S's, David Snelson in the 488 Spider broke the class record yesterday, broke it again on his first competition run today. He's left the record at the moment at 63.47. Meanwhile, passing the commentary box, Pauline Goodwin in the 328.
Young David, actually, fantastic driver. He drives this car beautifully. It's amazing looking Ferrari. It's really quick. Listen to the engine sound on that. It sounds incredible. And he was the class of the field yesterday.
76.29 for Pauline Goodwin. What can David Snelson do this time? 63.47 earlier. Over the finish in 63.66. Not as quick as earlier, but still quicker than the class record that stood at the beginning of the weekend. So fantastic 2 days of hill climbing from David Snelson. We now move into class 42 for the Yorkshire Centre members.
Interesting little batch of cars here, isn't there? A bit of a mix.
Well, it's a nice cross section.
Yeah,
I always think. John Ward in the MX5. It's the first one past the commentary box.
Most of these get driven here then, Steve, do you think?
A lot of the road going classes do.
Yeah.
But some of them still trailer them just in case there's an incident.
Yeah, of course.
73.51, exactly the same time for John Ward as he set on his first timed run. Richard Greenwood in the Twingo GT round Farmhouse Bend. First run was a 73.54. He'll be looking to get down into the 72s. And it's a 73.03 for Richard Greenwood. Into Farmhouse at the moment. This looks like Jake Bellaby. Yes, it is, in the Mazda MX-5, a change of car. He was originally scheduled to drive a single-seater, but he's in his road car, 72.14 on his first class run. He's followed on the hill by Mick Wilkes in the Polo GT. 71.48 for Jake Bellaby, nice improvement. Mick Wilkes in the Polo, into and out of Farmhouse Bend, charging up past the commentary box. 72.93 on his first competition run today. And Mick over the finish line, 72.02, new PB for Mick Wilkes. John Reed in the MEV Exo set. Past the commentary box, MX5 running gear. He's in the mid-78 second bracket on his first run. He's followed by Steve Markham. 75.12 for John Reed, which is a new PB. Steve Markham into Quarry. And Steve Markham over the finish. 69.85, fractionally slower than he was on his first run. Ralph Pinder into Farmhouse Bend in the 205 GTI. Ralph all the way from Kidderminster. Into Quarry. And over the finish, 69.49, not as quick as earlier. Tony Booth in the Mitsubishi Evo 8. 68.75 on his first competition run, which was a new personal best. 66.81 is a cracking improvement for Tony. Anthony Middleton in this rapid bewinged Westfield, charging up towards the top of the hill. And he's over the finishing line, a little bit slower than earlier, 59.29. Now we're looking out for Robert Med with the MGC. Straight 6, 2.9 litre engine. I think that's the same engine that's in the Austin Healey's. The big, the Austin Healey 3 litres.
I think it was, wasn't it the Westminster engine originally?
As well, yes.
Yeah, as well as. But yes, I think you're right, Steve.
So Robert Med set a new PB on his first competition run today. It's his first competition weekend as well with this car.
He's a lovely chap, and his wife made some cakes both days, and I was a recipient of one, and you were today too, weren't you?
Beautiful, right?
Yeah, and you can use this pub, it's a road car, you can use this to go to the pub.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's a good pub car, this one.
Well, again, ULEZ compliant.
Absolutely, got to be done. This lovely TR6, you know a bit about this one, don't you?
Yeah, that's a rapid car. 80.9 for Robert Med, not as quick as earlier. Jim Johnstone in the TR6, past the commentary box, 2.5 litre straight 6 engine. Absolutely superb little car. Jimmy has been campaigning this since he returned to hill climbing, and over the finish improves to 70.04. And we've got the final runner, I think, before our top 12. Ewan Atwood in the Ferrari Dino 246 GT. With an 81.99 on his first run. And that's quicker than his father's managed on either of his 2 runs. So Ewan is upholding the family honour, as it were. And over the finish improves to 81.30. So that, I think, concludes all our class runs, and all we now need from Rich Danby is a list of the runners and riders in the top 12 championship.
And that's coming up imminently, folks. If you're thinking of leaving, don't go yet. We've got another runoff, the second runoff in the British Championship. So the first one was won by Matt Ryder with Trevor Willis, an astounding second place. That was terrific, wasn't it? He seems to like it here. Has he gone well here in the past?
Is that Trevor?
Trevor.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's his I suppose, really, for OMS, it's his local hill.
Oh, yeah.
Although he lives just across the valley from Shelsley Walsh.
He does indeed, yeah. Yes, he's
So,
another.
unfortunately, I wasn't able to keep track of how the qualifying was going in the second one, but we have a list of the runners and riders coming up now. And we've got Stuart Bickley. We don't have the times that they qualified in.
But they got Will Hall as quickest qualifier. Don't think that was that right. Well, Will, we know we've got Hollyland linking with Championship Runoff, and what we've got,
Matt Ryder,
we've got Sean Gould, Harry Pick, Stuart Bickley, Andy Greenan, Paul Hames, David Warburton, Jack Cottrell, Alex Summers, David Uren, Trevor Willis, Matthew Ryder and Will Hall. They will be the contenders, and amongst those Stuart Bickley comes out of the 1100 class, Andy Greenan comes out of the 1600 class, Paul Hames is running a turbocharged, so he'll be in the 1600 class. David Warburton also is in the 1600 class, so they've done incredibly well to get into this runoff. So great to see, and we've just got one of the Ferraris just going up the hill there. Just he obviously had a slight
that was
issue.
Peter, I think that was Peter Rogerson whose car stopped at that.
Okay, so we've got the recovery truck down there just driving around, maybe just having a look. Checking everything's okay, because they always do for the runoffs, to make sure everything is suitable. All the marshals are in position, all the medical staff are in position, and the drivers will be doing some last minute fettling, some last minute changes of tyres perhaps, and getting themselves down to the start. Now last time, because the hill's great, we can go down to the start and then drive straight to the finish and then swap straight over to the other driver. So we got a bit of dual driven cars, which would be Sean Gould and Matthew Ryder. We'll have a David Duran. No, nobody else actually. Nobody else.
Hello.
We've got a replay.
We've got a replay of the Mitsubishi, Mr. Herbert's Mitsubishi, shedding its front splitter.
Indeed. Well, I expect he'll be buying that marshal a drink later on, because he'll want his splitter back, won't he? Otherwise he'll have a lot of work to do.
So we're now getting the running order appearing, and first car we'll see is Sean Gould, followed by Harry Pick. Stuart Bickley will be next, and then it's Andy Greenan and Dave Uren, wherever Dave Uren's card is, there we go. Dave Uren, Alex Summers, Jack Cottrell, David Warburton, Paul Hames.
Ah, look, he's got the spoiler there, it is. It's going to the back of the truck there. He'll be delivering that back. So, I hope it's not every. Eh? Let's throw it over the gate post. So it won't be long. Ah, we've got cars. We've got cars. Is that Harry Pick? It looks a bit like Harry Pick's car to me. Yes. Sean Gould, would you be expecting him? Ah, there's Stuart Bickley going down.
Well, I think Sean will have gone down first because he's the shared car in the runoff.
He is, but did you see him? I missed him. I'll see if I can spot him a bit further down.
He might have snuck down earlier.
He could have snuck down. Indeed. Oh, hang on, there's a dark-looking car there. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
It looks a bit,
well, I'm
bit Seanish.
I'm waiting. Yes, it is Sean.
It is Sean. He's snuck down. We never saw him, did we?
No.
So Sean will set the marker, won't he? Which took a bit of beating, actually.
He will indeed.
Took a bit of beating. I think these Smaller engine cars are up against it. Harewood, would you describe it as a power hill, Steve?
To a certain extent, yes, it is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Less so than maybe Shelsley Walsh, but it's certainly a power hill. And Sean qualified on a 49.57. So we'll see what he does. He's away and running into Clark's and heading down towards the S's already.
Gosh, he's absolutely flying already, to be fair. Yeah, looking excellent so far. So Sean will put the marker down for everybody. Could he win the runoff? Well, he's up against some stiff competition. This is the car that won the runoff last time. And actually, looking very good so far, to be fair. Such a powerful engine in this car. At the moment, he's going extremely well. Here he comes into Farmhouse Straight, heading down in towards Farmhouse. He brakes hard, coming in. Sean, what's he looking like? Power goes down. That's going to be 100 plus up past the marker there. He's done 108 miles an hour, heading up towards the finish. He's going to finish in a time of 48.77. That's a blooming good time. Well done, Sean. That's put the marker down, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Now we're looking for the next car to come to the line, which I think may well be Harry Pick, and it is.
It is Harry Pick, indeed.
And Harry Pick qualified in a 51.81.
Yeah, I think he's got a 50 in him. He's a quick driver, it's a good car. Like to see Harry, he's definitely one of our young chargers.
Yeah.
Got the car to do the justice. He's away from the start, isn't he, Steve?
Yeah, off and running, down towards the S's. And into the S's. Neat and tidy through there. And into Chippies.
Looking good so far. Okay, just looking at the times, it's hard to tell exactly where he is at the moment. But nevertheless, Harry Pitt, what's he going to do for us? Hear that screaming V8 engine, looks great, sounds great. Up into Orchard, so far so good. Down the straight, down towards Farmhouse now. He needs a clean line through here, tricky corner. Now puts the power down, away off up the straight. Doesn't look quite as quick as Sean. It's 111, that's blooming quick. In towards the finish, over 50 seconds already, 51.26. So that takes him second so far.
And 51.26 is a new personal best for Harry Pick.
So you've got to be happy with that. You can keep doing your PBs. That's fantastic.
So
isn't
Stuart Bickley is next to the line with the Force TA. And let me just get a handle on that. Qualified on a 51.73.
Which is remarkable, isn't it, from 1100?
He needs to beat 51.26 if he's going to get a chance of a point. Stuart Bickley already down towards the S's, and he's about half a second down on the fastest time so far.
Heading down towards the S's, coming up now towards Country. He's done very well to get this little 1100 into the runoffs against this big machinery. He's got a massive power disadvantage, but you can hear that little motorbike engine screaming away, and he's already round Orchard, So, what's he going to do for us? He's going to have to beat. He's 1.4 seconds down at the moment on Sean Gould. He's 94 up the straight, going in towards the finish. Going to be over 50 seconds, 52.02. Good time.
But only good enough for third.
Only good enough for third.
Yeah. So next, I think, should be Andy Greenan, and it is Andy Greenan about to come to the line.
What was Andy's time last time, Oliver?
Hang on a sec. I'm struggling to get the times up. Andy Greenan qualified on a 51.45. So repeat 51.45, and that will take him into third place ahead of Stuart Bickley. So he's on the start line. Revs rising and he's away. Heading into the first corner at Clark's. He's the fastest on the first 64 foot and dropping down into the S's.
Yeah, that's quite a steep little hill going down into there, isn't it? Down. Oh my days! This is a proper Andy Greenan run. He's giving it all the beans. His brother will be watching. Come on then, Andy, see what you can do. Okay, so far he is a little bit down. He's half a second down to Sean Gould, but he's still absolutely motoring. Right, he gets round Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse. He usually slides it round here, but a beautiful line. Power down, motorbike engine screams. He's through the speed trap at 102, heading up towards the finish, 49.50, 51.64.
Third.
Takes him third. So these smaller engine cars have got a lot on their plate to beat these big engine cars up this hill. It's quite a hill. It's a long hill, isn't it, Steve?
Yes, it is. And, it's the longest in the championship. Paul Hames is the next to the start line, qualified on a 51.32. So that would only be good enough for third place at the moment in the runoff if he repeated it. So Paul, head down, checking that the visor's firmly in place. Revs rising. Crawls forward. Now, it didn't look a very good launch, and it's quite a bit slower than everybody else. And he's dropping down into the S's.
He certainly is. That's a steeper hill than I thought, actually. But yeah, looking good so far. Okay, looking at his split times, he's about half a second down on Sean Gould at this stage, but I'm not surprised at that. It's still good, clean run so far. It's a powerful little engine, turbocharged bike engine in the back of that. Very quick driver as well. Comes from Farnham, I think. And here he comes now, down the straight, into Country Corner. Farmhouse Corner, get it right. Okay, power down, up the straight. That looks rapid. That looks rapid indeed. It is rapid. 107 up the straight. He's going to finish in a time just into the 50s. 51.28.
Third.
Takes him third. So, still Sean Gould leads the way as he did earlier.
Harry Pick is second.
Harry Pick is second.
Hames third.
Wow. But we've still got lots of runners and riders to come. David Warburton, Jack Cottrell, Alex Summers, David Duran, Trevor Willis, Matthew Ryder, Will Hall. As David Warburton leaves the line, a good clean exit. So far so good. Heading down there. Yep. Looking good, Steve. What do you think?
Yeah, he qualified on a 50.85, so that, if he repeats that, will go second. So David Warburton charging up into Country Corner. Feed the pedal to the metal, David.
Brave young driver, approaching Orchard. Quick car, bike engine in the back, running on methanol. That'll be watching up the top of the hill there. What can he do? What can he do? That's a good clean exit from there. That'll be approaching 100, I should think, going up the straight. It's 100 miles an hour exactly. 47, 48, 49, 50.39. Second so far. Well done, David. Super run. So, Sean Gould still leads the way from David Warburton as Jack Cottrell approaches the line.
Right, let me just check. Qualified on a 50.58 for this runoff, but he did a 49.7 in the first runoff. So he's looking like he could be in with a chance of second place at the moment, ahead of David Warburton. So he's sitting on the line, checks the visor, revs are rising, and he's away from the start line. Good launch, quickest so far by 0.01 of a second. Charging down into the S's, and he's about 0.08 slower than Sean at that point.
He is absolutely flying, actually. He's down there by Chippies, and he's here he comes, coming up towards Country Corner. He's looking very good. He's only 0.21 down to Sean, so I think that's pretty good progress. So come on, young Jack. Parents will be watching at the top of the hill, cheering him on. Jack Cottrell. This is a superb looking run so far as he comes round Farmhouse. So far so good. Looking at times, he's only a fraction down on Sean Gould. Quick up the straight, 114, approaching the finish, 47, 48, 49, 49. Takes him second. Well done, great run, Jack.
And let me just double check that. Where are we? I'll find him eventually. What was it? 49.49. Well, that was a new PB.
Fantastic. Can't do better than that.
Ever been up the hill?
Brilliant.
Alex Summers.
Brilliant.
To the start line. Alex qualified with a 50.18. And repeat that time, and he'll go third. So he needs to get into the low 49s. He's into and out of Clark's. He's the quickest launch so far by 0.02. Down into the S's, he's up by nearly 0.2 of a second. This is looking like a good run from Alex Summers.
Yeah, through Chippies, on his way up towards country now. He's still up at the moment. Alex Summers is really on the pace. He wants to win this runoff. At the moment, he is in green sectors all the way up the hill. He comes up towards Orchard, still in green sectors, 0.61 up on Sean Gould at the moment. Oh, he is looking quick so far. Round Farmhouse, come on, Alex. Up that straight, 100 plus. Thank you very much. That'll do nicely. 117 up the straight, 45, 46, 47, 48, 7 takes him in to the lead. Wow, it's hotting up, isn't it? That was a brilliant run. It's lovely to see that Firestorm going so well with Alex driving it there, isn't it? It was all on song there, wasn't it?
Superb.
Brilliant.
Next, I think we've got Dave Uren.
Yes.
Yes, we have. Qualified on a 49.90. He did a 49.21 in the first runoff, but that would only be good enough for third place at the moment. So what can Dave do on this one? He's away from the start line, charging towards Clark's. 0.18 down on the first 64 foot, but it is a big, heavier car. But it does help out on the top end speed with all that extra weight. He's into the S's. Over to you, Chris.
Yes, looking through Chippies now. He is slightly down at the moment. That was a scintillating time by Alex Summers. So he's on his way through country. He heads towards Willow, and he goes round Willow heading up towards Orchard. At the moment, he is about 0.96 down to Alex Summers, so it's not looking like it at the moment. Alex been putting an amazing run. There's a big cloud, there's a big Gould. There he goes now, 100 plus I should think. 115 it is, heading up towards the finish. 47, 48, 49, 49, 61 will take him fourth. A good run. Alex Summers still has it with just 3 runners to go. Trevor Willis, Matthew Ryder and Will Hall.
So it is Trevor Willis next to the line. Qualified on a 49.77. And Trevor waiting for the revs to rise, and he's away from the start line. 0.13 down on the first 64 foot, charging down towards the S's, looking for the all-important split. He's only 0.03 down at that point.
He's looking good. He heads down towards Chippies and then he'll be up to country. So far, Trevor was sensational in that first run-off. Came second. At the moment, he's only a fraction down on Alex Summers. Oh my goodness me. Trevor, you are some demon driver. Scary Trevor doing the business again. He's up at the moment, my goodness. Okay, put that power down now. 100 plus up here, thank you, Trevor. That will do nicely. And he does. 113, 45, 46, 47, 48.31.
Lead.
Takes him into the lead. Fantastic stuff. He likes this place, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He likes this place. We've got only 2 runners and riders to come.
Matt Ryder is next, qualified on a time of 49 seconds exactly. And that would only be good enough for third place. But we've seen how everybody is improving. What can Matt do? And he's away from the start line. Heading into the first corner, 0.1 of a second down on the first 64 foot. What's it going to be down into the S's? 0.07, so he's picking up time.
He's down into chippies now, yep, and he's going to head up towards country. At the moment, there's very little in it, and in fairness, Matthew Ryder, as he's only a 10th down at the moment to Alex Summers. Nothing in it. He's got that 4-litre V8 in the back of it. Very intelligent driver. He's up at the moment by 0.05. Yes, the power of this Gould's going to take some catching now on the straight. He'll be 110 plus up here, I suspect. He is. He's 112. He's 45. Oh, he's going to do this. 46, 47, 48, 14 will take him into the lead. Just Will Hall to come. Wow. Alex likes this place too, doesn't he?
Matt Ryder, Trevor Willis, Alex Summers, the top three. Just Will Hall to go. And Will qualified on a 48.98, which 48.83 is his best ever time. That was a PB he set on the first timed run, but that would only be good enough for 5th place. So it's all down to this. Will Hall is away. Heading into Clark's, 0.04 down on the launch, clips the curb on the inside of the corner, doesn't slow him down. Down into the S, he's about 0.15 down, so he's all to claim back.
Yeah, down into chippies, heading up towards country now. Now Will Hall, at the moment, is very, very close. He's only 0.2 down at the moment. He's got a big, powerful engine. He can really drive this car. Here comes Will up to Orchard now. It sounds magnificent, doesn't it? Heading down the Farmhouse straight, down into Farmhouse corner. At the moment, he's 0.2 down at the moment, so it's all to play for. Now he puts the power of that monster engine down. It's going to be 118 up the straight, heading in at 46, 47, 48, 49.01. Matthew Ryder has it.
5th, Will Hall.
5th for Will Hall. What a fantastic run-off, folks. Brilliant stuff. So Matthew Ryder, he's becoming the king of Harewood at the moment. The Hill record holders won both of our first and second runoff for the British Championship. Trevor Willis, sensationally second place. Absolutely. In both runoffs. And Alex Summers and Sean Gould and Will Hall, fantastic stuff. Brilliant runoff. Now, I think, is that the end of our play, young man, Steve?
That will be it for the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's been great being back here at Harewood, and it's great to actually host the very first counting round of the British Hillclimb Championship. So we look forward to seeing you all at future events. I'll be back here in June for the vintage meeting when I'll team up with Chris again. And in the meantime, I'm going to start packing up and getting ready to go home.
He is. Well, from me, it's been fantastic. Thank you to all our marshals, to all the organising staff. Been quite difficult at times for them today. We hope you've all enjoyed your day at Harewood. Have a safe journey home. My name's Chris Bonsford. His name's Steve Wilkinson. Thank you very much all. Goodbye and good night.
Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menzies driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy Race Car Series in the USA. The The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.